Lab School. Ruang Pimpinan Perguruan Tinggi. Ruang Dosen.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
The Fourth International Conference on Linguistic Literature and Language Teaching, Coloring Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching through Migration, Saturday, November 12, 2022. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. The distinguished head of ICoLLiTec Region 4, West Java and Banten, Dr. M. Samsuri, SPDMT, the distinguished chairman of Sasmita Jaya Foundation, Dr. Honoris Causa, Dr. Andes Haji Darsono, the distinguished Rector of Universitas Pamulang, Dr. E. Nurzaman AMMM MSI, along with the Vice Rectors and all the official staff, the distinguished all leaders from universities in ICoLLiTec Region 4, West Java and Banten. Welcome to Universitas Pamulang. The distinguished our keynote speaker, Professor David Damrosch from Harvard University, United States of America. The distinguished plenary speakers, Dr. Min Nguyen from Otago University, New Zealand, Dr. Adeline Castello from Alberta University, Portugal, Dr. Chang Zo Song from Auckland University, New Zealand, and Dr. M. Wildan MA from Universitas Pamulang, Banten, Indonesia. And the honorable guests, all presenters and researchers from 17 universities in Indonesia and also from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The lecturers, teachers, colleagues, students, and all respected participants. We also pleased to have those of you who are attending this event in Zoom meeting platform and live streaming YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to welcome you to the Fourth International Conference on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching, or ICoLLiTec 2022, today, Saturday, November 12, 2022. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and merciful, all praise to the Almighty for His blessing that we are now here attending this most anticipated occasion in the hybrid conference to embrace the 4th International Conference on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching, upon the theme Coloring Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching through Migration. Ladies and gentlemen, this virtual international conference is held in hybrid and is organized by English Department of Universitas Pamulang. And this event is a great collaboration between English Department of Unpam and Journal of Applied Linguistics and Literature, or JOAL. Also supported by Sasmita Jaya Foundation and Universitas Pamulang. It is also broadcast live streaming YouTube on LPPM Unpam. My name is Eka Margianti, as your Master of Ceremony. I'm guiding you until the end of this conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our agenda by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to roll call our agenda today. The first is opening ceremony, continued by singing Indonesia national anthem, and then opening prayers, welcoming remarks, opening and inauguration speech, keynote speech, plenary speech, parallel session, entertainment session, report, and closing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is Indonesia National Anthem. Our conductor, Fahrul Triwibowo, will conduct this session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all audiences, please stand up. For the Zoom meeting, we ask you to engage the camera with a positive frame of mind. Please welcome Fahrul Triwibowo. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you. Our next agenda is opening prayer by Mr. Kamil Falahi, STHI SSMPD. Mr. Kamil Falahi, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin this conference, let me invite you to join me in prayer. Allow me to lead this prayer in Islam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. Today, you have blessed us together in international conference. Enable and guide us to carry out all the activities of this conference and let everyone contribute our best participation for the future of educational in Indonesia, especially in the existence of Pamulang University. Ya Allah, give strength and wisdom to every committee, speaker, and everyone involved in this conference to work on their responsibility well. Ya Allah, into your loving hand, the one and the only Almighty God, we put our prayer. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. May Allah, from whom wisdom and knowledge flow, have mercy on our prayer. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Kamil Falahi. May the journey of our agenda today incredibly influence on the growing interest of the upcoming migration era. Well, the next agenda is welcoming speech by head of LL Dikti Region 4. Please welcome Dr. M. Samsuri, SPD MT. Dr. Samsuri, the microphone is yours. Yeah, the microphone is yours, Bapak.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I cannot unmute our speaker. Thank you very much, Master Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to our respective Chief of Sasmita Jaya Foundation, Dr. Honoris Causa Darsono, Rektor Pamulang University, Dr. E. Nurzaman, and all of Vice Rector, the Honorable Professor David Damros from Harvard University as a keynote speaker today international seminar, and all of speaker, Dr. Muhammad Wildan, Dr. Min Nguyen from Otago University, New Zealand, Dr. Chang Yu Song from Auckland University, and all of participants today's seminar. First of all, let us express our gratitude toward the Almighty who's blessing us so that we all can be here to attend this event in the good condition and health. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, in Indonesia, lecturer and student have three important rules that are guided by the three dharma of higher education, including education and learning, research and development, and also community services. Therefore, lecturer and student need to have extensive knowledge to carry out the mandate of three dharma of higher education. Lecturer and student certainly need to read and a lot of literature to be able to have broad insight. Some of the source of literature, of course, do not only come from within our country, but also include literature from abroad. Therefore, language skill, especially in mastering international language or English, should have for lecturer and student. The importance of language skill is not only use it for education and teaching, but also in the research and development. As a lecturer, we must also have sustainable career path, one of which is supported by publishing international journal. So making this journal is also expected to further enrich the knowledge possessed by each lecturer. It should be underlined that the ability to speak English in the current era is an obligation for lecturer and also students to develop their abilities more broadly and globally. This forum is expected to provide opportunities for us, for our lecture, for our participants to add insight, especially regarding literature, linguistics, and also language teaching. Finally, thank you very much, and also big appreciate to Pamulang University as host of today international seminar, and also as a head of ICoLLiTec Region 4. We are very support for this international seminar, and hopefully this international seminar should be success, and also we hope all of us can be providing the greatest benefit for the other. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and once again, hopefully this seminar will be success. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Once again, thank you very much for the head of ICoLLiTec Region 4, Bapak Dr. Samsuri SPD MT. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all respected audience, here in the teleconference, Zoom streaming and Zoom meeting, and also live streaming YouTube. Our next agenda is we come to the opening and inaugurating speech from Rector of Universitas Pamulang, Dr. Nur Zaman, AM, MM, MSI, and the speech will be delivered by the fourth Vice Rector, Ibu Dr. RR Dewi Anggraini, SHMH. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Dewi Anggraini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Respected Bapak Dr. Honoris Causa as the head of Sasmita Jaya Foundation. Respected Bapak Dr. Samsuri, head of ICoLLiTec Region 4, West Java and Banten. Respected Bapak Dr. Nur Zaman, Rector of Universitas Pamulang and Vice Rectors, leaders of universities and institutes in Region 4, West Java and Banten, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Rector Universitas Pamulang, allow me to extend the warmest greetings from Universitas Pamulang to all of you. All praise be upon to Allah, God Almighty. Salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad SAW. First of all, I would like to welcome Bapak Dr. Samsuri as the head of ICoLLiTec Region 4, the keynote speaker, Professor David Damros from Harvard University, The plenary speakers, Dr. Min Nguyen, Otago University, New Zealand, Dr. Adelina Castelo, Aberta University, Portugal, Dr. Chang Zhu Song, Auckland University, New Zealand, and Dr. Wildan, Universitas Pamulang. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching, with the topic Coloring Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching Through Migration. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to thank the English Literature Study Program for organizing the 4th International Conference in Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching. For the benefit of this audience, educators, researchers, lecturers, teachers, and also students. With these continuous efforts and will to do something for society and move up to a successful and fulfilling work, we all had the opportunity to be present here. This informative conference will not only guide us all, but also educate us regarding a variety of these pertaining to coloring our knowledge in literature, linguistics, and also language teaching. We all are surely grateful for this prospect. On behalf of the university, I would like to welcome you all and inform you that the conference will completely enlighten as pertaining to the improvement the knowledge in language learning, especially English. All the vital aspects regarding the topic will be conveyed to you all. You shall exit this teleconference room with zero doubt, as our presenters will ensure that they answer all your queries. Mohon izin Bapak Kepala Lembaga LLDikti, ini merupakan salah satu implementasi dari MOU antara LLDikti 4 Jawa Barat dan Banten dengan Universitas Pamulang sebagai konsorsium kerjasama luar negeri, Pak. Mudah-mudahan nanti program ke depan untuk kerjasama luar negeri kita bisa lebih banyak lagi, dan terima kasih kepada Ibu Bapak pimpinan perguruan tinggi di wilayah Region 4 yang sudah hadir pada seminar internasional kali ini. Last but not least, by reciting Basmalah, I pronounce this conference is open. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for Ibu Dr. Dewi Anggraini as the 4th Vice Rector. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Dewi as the 4th Vice Rector who has been assigned the speeches of Rector of Universitas Pamulang. And the opening and inaugurating speech symbolizes that this hybrid conference is officially open. Well, for the next agenda is photo session. We will invite everyone here to have a photo session by standing up, and then Ibu Dewi and also Bu Triana, Pak Warek. Yeah, and also for those who are standing in the Zoom meeting, could you please open the camera? Pak LLDikti,
Yes,
and also
we
the
are ready.
leaders. Yeah, okay. Mas Yuda, could you please help us to have a photo session? And then for those who are in Zoom meeting, could you please open the camera? Oh, all right. Pak Samsuri izin ada 2 kali foto ya, Pak? Yeah, here we are having a photo session together with the screen. And then after that,
Okay.
we will have the photo session back to the screen. Yeah, Ibu Bu Sari here. The committee assists us to have the photo session in Zoom meeting.
Dan misalkan.
Once again. Yeah, we're still together. Okay. Yeah, once again, thank you very much for the photo session.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you once again, Pak Dr. Samsuri, the head of LLDT Region 4. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Professor David Damrosch is already with us now. Am I calling Prof. David or Prof. Damrosch? Hello, Professor David, are you with me? Are you with us?
Yes, hello.
Okay, thank you very much. Well,
Hello, Prof. David.
okay, thank
Hello.
you. Good morning. Very good morning or good evening there in America.
Exactly.
Exactly, yes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we start our keynote speech. Let's check the video. All right. It is delightful to have the keynote speaker, Professor David Damrosch from Harvard University, United States of America. And the research entitled World Literature in Southeast Asia. And this session will be moderated by Ibu Sari Fitria, SSMA. Ibu Sari, floor is yours. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, kita sapa dulu. Very good morning, Professor David, or very good evening in America. Here we have Ibu Sari Fitria, MA, as the moderator for you. The camera, please, shot to Ibu Sari. Yes. Okay, welcome. Ibu Sari, please, time is yours.
Well, thank you, Bu Eka, as the MC. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, in teleconference room of Unpam, in Zoom meeting, and also in YouTube. And also, good evening, Prof. David. How are you, Prof?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, I'm so glad to have you here. I hope that next year maybe you can come here in Indonesia in Universitas Pamulang, Prof. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sari Fitria. It gives me a pleasure to be a moderator in this session. And we have Professor David Damrosch as our keynote speaker from Harvard University. I'm sure that all of you know Harvard University, right? Yeah, we hope we can go there later or maybe to continue our study and to meet Professor David directly, and maybe you also can visit us later, Prof. We really expect that. And it is like a dream come true, right? To have Professor David with us, because we can get a very insightful knowledge and also a meaningful and fruitful ideas from Professor David, especially about what literature in Southeast Asia. Indonesia is also one of country in Southeast Asia, right? Professor David, have you ever visited Indonesia, by the way, Prof?
I have always wanted to come to Indonesia, but I have not. I've been to a few other Southeast Asian countries, but not yet Indonesia. I'd love to come.
Yeah, I know that you have visited our neighborhood country just like Vietnam, right, Prof?
Vietnam, Thailand, and Laos I've been to.
Yeah, if you
Singapore.
come to Indonesia, please let us know, Prof. We are going to be happy to be your guide in Indonesia. And before we come to the material from Professor David, allow me to read a short biography about our keynote speaker. David Demsroch is Ernest Bernboom Professor of Literature and Chair of the Department of Comparative Literature at Harvard University. He is the founder of the Institute for World Literature. He wrote many books. I love the books, actually. I already read some of them, especially the title, How to Read World Literature. And one of the recent books written by Prof. David, it is Comparing the Literature, Literary Studies in Global Age. It was published in 2020, right, Prof? Yeah, just 2 years ago. And last year, if I'm not mistaken, Prof. David also published a book, wrote a book entitled Around the World in 80 Books. It was published in 2021. So Prof. David has so many books that can be downloaded for free, because I downloaded for free, Prof. Thank you so much for the knowledge. And ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the session, let me tell you about how this session will run. So, firstly, the keynote speaker, Prof. David Demsroch, will present the material. Following that, we will have a question and answer session. The presentation and the Q&A session will be around 1.5 hours. And about the question, if you have the question, if you are in this teleconference room, you can raise your hand to deliver the question. But if you are in Zoom meeting or in YouTube, we have committee there. You can deliver your question in chat room. And later we are going to read it for you, and Professor David will answer it for you. So for the participants, please be prepared for the question and answer, because it is a very great chance for us. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now allow me to welcome Professor David Demsroch.
Thank you so very much. I just have one question. I have some PowerPoint slides. Shall I share my own screen? Will that work if I do that?
Yeah, okay, Prof.
Yes.
Yeah. The host will assign you to be the co-host. Yeah.
Okay, I think that will work. Now let's see. I need to just 1 second, and I will need to get it to the slideshow, which is at the moment locked. 1 little second. There we go. So you can see the slides. So world literature in Southeast Asia. World literature is often regarded today as a global phenomenon, and sometimes seen as the cultural expression of an emerging world system. It can also be considered to be the sum total of the world's literature from every period since the invention of writing. But any view of the world is a view from some particular place. And in practical terms, world literature is experienced very differently in different places. We encounter the world literature today as a body of material that is actually available to us. Whatever works are assigned in school, sold in bookstores, reviewed in the paper, analyzed in scholarly journals in our country. In this talk, I would like to explore the shaping of world literature in Southeast Asia, both in relation to hegemonic imperial powers, whether China and Japan or European countries more recently, but also in relation to other Southeast Asian countries. I'll take my examples today with three authors from Vietnam, Indonesia, and Thailand, who you see here on this screen, looking at some of their major works. Here is Nguyen Du, the founder of modern Vietnamese literature 2 centuries ago. The important Thai writer in the middle, Kukrit Pramod, in the mid-20th century, and soon after him, Indonesia's Pramodia Ananta Tor. So now works become works of world literature when they circulate out beyond their home country, which is why I can read and discuss these three writers, even though I do not have the ability to read Vietnamese or Thai or Indonesian. But they also become part of world literature, whether they like it or not, when a hegemonic power brings in its literature, its literary values, its educational system, and influences the local literature in a profound way. This has been described, for example, by the Italian-American comparatist Franco Moretti. Here his collection called Distant Reading, which includes essays on conjectures on world literature. He describes the system of world literature as one but unequal. He sees a network going across the world from cultural core countries, especially in Europe or now North America, towards semi-peripheral and peripheral countries, and kind of distributing outwards from a center, and often with the periphery then having to adapt to the new literary norms from the imperial center. Against that view, post-colonial critics look at cases when the empire writes back, to take the title of a well-known post-colonial work in English. And often other critics emphasize quite independent developments across the global South. So we see, to take a couple of examples, Benedict Anderson in a very influential book from the 1980s called Imagined Communities, looks as a prime example among several Indonesian literature as a formation of a national literature on its own terms, thanks to the importation of a new modes of print, of circulation of literature within the country. So it's a world print culture coming to Indonesia, newspapers, magazines, that helps stimulate literature of nation building. I'm going to look somewhat at this. And we can certainly see, and I'll come shortly also to Feng Chia, himself I think Malaysian writer originally, now at University of Berkeley. What is a World? A recent book of his. And he talks, among other things, about Indonesian writers in his previous book to this one. Now, we certainly are aware that globalization is bringing all kinds of things into some kind of confusing mix. I was struck by this scene on the street when I was in Hanoi a few years ago. And up at the top in Vietnamese, according to my host, it says victory to the Communist Party. But then below you see KFC, the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Company, Thai Village, Panasonic. So we have Japanese, we have Hong Kong, we have US, we have Thailand, all together in this building, celebrating the eternal victory of the Communist Party. Even more striking to me from a literary point of view was going to visit the Ho Chi Minh Palace Museum, where in the bookstore, I saw this exhibit here. So here you have a cartoon life of Abraham Lincoln. Here we have Disney characters, Walt Disney characters, based on a British children's book, Winnie the Pooh. And in between, we have Ho Chi Minh himself, who is writing in Chinese. He wrote Chinese poetry for his own pleasure in classical Chinese. And actually what might look like the surrender of Vietnamese culture to Disneyfication, to the Disney version of the Winnie the Pooh stories, is a more complicated thing. It is published by a publisher in Vietnam called the World Publishing Company in Vietnamese. And what the cover is for is a collection of Vietnamese tales for children. So they're using the American Disney image not to sell American culture, but to sell Vietnamese culture to Vietnamese children. So we're in a very complicated world here of circulation and reuse and adaptation, in which then these Vietnamese stories and Ho Chi Minh's Chinese poems can become part of world literature in a totally new way. Now, it is often seen in the kind of Moretti scheme that I described as though modern literature comes from Europe and is later picked up in other parts of the world. But this is really oversimplified and not true overall. A good example of this is Vietnam, where the foundational work of modern Vietnamese literature is composed by Nguyen Du, who died in 1820. In what is, you could say, pre-colonial in terms of this is not yet French Indochina, but you could also say it is post-colonial also, since Vietnam had then become independent for some decades or century from China, which had long, of course, dominated it. And his most famous work is called Turien Q, or the Tale or Song of Q. And here we see it in a Vietnamese edition, and then very appropriate in a recent English translation in the Penguin Classics. So it is becoming now an international classic work, thanks to an earlier scholarly translation, but now it's really even entering general readership in England, the United States, and worldwide in English through Penguin Classics. Now, this work is very interesting because it is itself a creative adaptation in verse of a Ming Dynasty Chinese novel in prose. But he makes far-reaching changes to recreate this Chinese story for his own purposes. He writes it not in Han Viet, the Chinese Vietnamese in Chinese characters, but in Chu Nom, the independent Vietnamese script that was derived from Chinese. And you can see it here on the left, early edition. This is the opening in the Chu Nom. Then it later gets transliterated, as you see, into Nam Viet, the modern Vietnamese, using a very creative adaptation of the European alphabets. So here's the opening verse. Within the 100 years of human life, what a bitter struggle is waged between genius and harrowing events will Mulberry's cover, rich in beauty, unlucky in life, strange indeed, but little wonder, since blue sky loves to cast hatred on rosy cheeks. You can see from the illustration that this is written in verse, and Nguyen Du employed a native Vietnamese poetic form derived from oral poetry known as the Luk Bat, or 6/8, with couplets that had 6 syllables in the first line and 8 in the second. So he's using a Chinese story, but he's adapting it to the Chinese developed, originated Vietnamese script and using Vietnamese poetic form for it. Now, as a translation of a Chinese novel, The Tale of Q can be considered part of the wider Sinosphere, and yet Nguyen Du turns the story to dramatic new uses for himself. The story reflects the long struggle for independence from China itself, and also the new reality in his day of the new influence of the French, who had provided support recently to overthrow the Lei dynasty not long before Nguyen Du began his poem. He had worked as an official in the older dynasty, and he'd reluctantly begun to work with its successor, the Nguyen dynasty. Eventually, he concluded that lingering loyalty to the old dynasty would not help rescue the country from chaos. In retelling the story of Q, his heroine, Nguyen Du not only translated a novel from Chinese prose into Vietnamese verse, but he translated his own experience into hers. She has romantic struggles which implicitly reflect his own political turmoil. She has to sell herself into prostitution to redeem her family from gambling debts. Then she has a series of misadventures and love affairs before she finally becomes reunited with her first love, at which point she seeks a form of Buddhist renunciation. She lives with him, but has him marry her sister so she can free herself from earthly attachments. Even as he shapes Q's story to reflect his own circumstances, Nguyen Du makes clear his deep connection to the Chinese tradition throughout the novel. It's interesting that as a male poet on the periphery of the Sinophone world, Nguyen more than once identified himself with female Chinese artists. Not only is the fictional Q an accomplished poet and a calligrapher and player of the lute, but Nguyen also identified with an actual historical woman poet named Shao Qing. She was a 17th century poet who was forced to become a concubine to a man whose jealous primary wife burned almost all of her poems. In a poem called Reading Shao Qing, Nguyen reflects on her fate and his own. Here's the English translation. Westlake Flower Garden, a desert now. Alone at the window, I read through old pages. A smudge of rouge, a scent of perfume, but I still weep. Is there a fate for books? Why mourn for a half-burned poem? There is nothing, there is no one to question, and yet this misery feels like my own. Ah, in another 300 years, will anyone weep, remembering my fate? Nguyen had a double struggle for memory, for the creation of independent nation whose poet he could be. While the tale of Q broadly follows the outlines of its source, Nguyen elevates Q to be a central character more than the warlord lover who dominates a Chinese novel, and he changes the ending to make it more of a Buddhist solution. As a founder of Vietnamese poetry, Nguyen Du was a devotee of the classical Chinese canon that evokes on every page of the poem. But in making Q an emblem for an oppressed nation, he envisions a nation that's very different from imperial China and different also from Napoleonic France. Vietnam will be a nation that renounces power and security. It's a nation that does not exist on sexual or ethnic or literary purity. Nguyen Du is at once a proud member of an international Sinitic poetic tradition and an innovator in Vietnamese verse. He's a poet of passion and renunciation, political engagement and withdrawal. His creative innovation is fueled by the interfusion of foreign and local traditions. And this is what I'll argue is exactly the same in Promodia in many ways, including even with the heroine who is forced into prostitution. We have that theme already showing up here. During the period of anti-colonial struggle that then came against the French, the tale of Q was transliterated from Chonam into the new French-derived alphabetic script, Nam Viet, as you see in this slide here. This script was promoted by Jesuit missionaries to try to convert people, but it was embraced by many Vietnamese intellectuals to help them reach the masses and promote wider political action against the foreigners who had introduced the alphabet. Now, the activist poets of 20th century Vietnam looked back to Nguyen Du as the founder of their literature and an inspiring figure in the struggle for Vietnamese independence. A good expression of this view is a mid-century 20th century poem by Cây Lan Vien, who was the founder of the Marxist Vietnamese Writers Association. This is his thoughts on Nguyen from around 1950. Born to those foul times of dusk and dust, you reached and touched no soulmate by your side. Your sorrow matched the fate of humankind. Q spoke your thoughts and crystallized your life. He totally understands that Q's, the heroine, is a figure for the author Nguyen Du himself. Kings rose and fell. The poem still abides. You fought and won your feats on waves of words. You planted stakes in the Bach Dang of time. Our language and the moon forever shrine. That's a lovely image. The poem is a stake in the Bach Dang of time. That was the tidal river going up to Hanoi that Chinese invaders would come up. And at two different points, Vietnamese generals planted stakes just under the water surface to catch the Chinese invading boats. So the poem is like stakes in the Bach Dang of time. At the same time, as a good nationalist, Cây Lan Vien is not entirely happy that Nguyen Du has used a Chinese story for this foundational work of Vietnamese literature. His poem goes on, why borrow foreign scenes? Our land flows not with one Chen Tang, but with many fateful streams. Why split yourself? These are different pen names that Nguyen Du used. Nguyen Du, To Nu Tan Hien, the tears in Q merged all three into one. Need we 1 century more to feel for Nguyen? Recalling his poem about the Chinese poet. Mourning our nightfalls, we soon grieve for his. We love kings' calls to arms, that we shall not forget those frost-white reeds along Q's road. So Cây Lan Vien is clearly uncomfortable that Nguyen Du has borrowed his story from abroad. And yet, Nguyen Du himself would not likely have thought of himself as being split between a Vietnamese and Sino-Vietnamese or Chinese identity, since Vietnamese literati of his era still considered literary Chinese part of their own heritage and culture. But Ke Lan Vien does still understand the poem as an act of resistance to the very culture from which it took its literary model, hence the stakes in the Bac Dang of time. So Nguyen Du's masterpiece is a fascinating example of a work's foreign simultaneous translation and what you could call transculturation. And it's being further reworked in novels now, being written in French by Vietnamese expatriates, and in a recent film by the Vietnamese-American filmmaker and cultural critic Trinh T. Minh Ha, which is entitled A Tale of Love from 1995. And in this film, Q becomes an immigrant to San Francisco, who falls into prostitution in contemporary America. The Tale of Q is thus now a work whose influence is felt by artists in Vietnam, France, and the United States. And yet it has had very little attention from scholars outside the immediate circle of specialists in Vietnamese literature. When I've talked about this in China, I haven't found any Chinese scholars who know Vietnamese. If they've heard the Tale of Q, they just think it's a bad translation from Chinese. But of course, they never read it, so they don't know that that's not at all what it is. So now, to return to Benedict Anderson, he emphasizes that print culture ushered in the era of the modern nation, allowing an imagined community to be created through print. You could read about your country far beyond what you could see. Even more, it was new modes of print circulation that stimulated the rise of nationalizing literatures. So in Indonesia, we have the extremely important role of newspapers and then literary magazines to create modern Indonesian literature. The famous Medan Prijaji, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, published by Tirto Adi Sojo, who was the role model for Pramodia's great hero Minka in his 4-volume Buru Quartet. And then you have later magazines, such as this Padanga Baroy, so important for modern modern Indonesian literature, leading up to World War II, and then censored from and re-emerging for several years after the war. So one way to think of Indonesian literature in terms of world literature is to see it as part of movements in print culture, magazine culture, newspaper culture that are happening all around the world. The writers may not know of each other's existence, but they're using typefaces that have been imported and then produced locally. They're using all kinds of strategies that are circulating very widely around the world. So this Medan Prijaji from 1907 to 1912 is very contemporaneous with several other revolutionary literary magazines. And here I would point to two from 1915, Blast, an avant-garde magazine published by Ezra Pound and Wyndham Lewis in 1915 in England, in the middle of World War I. And the same year, La Jeunesse, or New Youth magazine, published in Shanghai and then in Beijing subsequently in China. And here I'd like to talk about the return to China as a important node also for Southeast Asia. Generally, New Youth magazine is a good example of how creatively these early reformers were using world literature to try to create a national tradition, not by imitating the foreign literatures primarily, but by taking inspiration for doing their own version of things. Leading figures in New Youth magazine were the most important modern Chinese writer, Liu Xun, which is a pen name, and his brother Zhou Zhuren. And they and several others work on this magazine. And you can see how innovative it is, even typographically. They're mixing Chinese characters and Western characters, different directions of the page. They're including very contemporary literature. Here's a poem by Joseph Plunkett. You can see his name going vertically on the right-hand side, called The Spark. He was a revolutionary for Irish independence from England. and then he was executed by the British after the Easter Rebellion at that time. And within months, he writes this poem the night before he's executed, and within months it appears now in New Youth magazine on the other side of the world. So magazines are very, very quick to circulate poetry, prose worldwide. And here he's insisting that the answer to his prayer, his soul will still speak, the struggle will go on after his death. So you have that kind of very political poetry. You have the Marseillaise, the French national anthem, in French, in English translation, and in Chinese translation below it. But you also have surprising things that are not so immediately political and nation building. You have a scene from a play by Oscar Wilde, the great British playwright, comic playwright, whom you don't think of as particularly national-oriented, Irish writer making his career in London. But they have this play called An Ideal Husband, and they strategically chosen one that's actually about financial speculation, the problem of capitalism. And coincidentally, if you see up at the title, Ideal Husband, in the Chinese version, the middle character happens to also be the character for China itself. So it has a certain kind of connection that the reader will probably feel. Even more, and one of the things they were doing, learning from the West, is you can use comedy, you can use drama, you can use comic drama to get across political points. And the particular play they take by Oscar Wilde is about financial speculation and the need for reform, very much in keeping with New Youth magazine's goals. And you also have an ad for the Boy Scouts of China, imported from England and being established on the Elgin Road in Shanghai, which surprised me a lot when I saw the Boy Scouts being advertised, because I have always thought of that as an arm of British imperialism. But it's very clear from the ad that they see it rather differently, as a way of training up youths. They say scouts are taught to use their hands, their eyes, to do anything which any healthy boy can do, mend their own clothes. Those who've seen the Chinese Boy Scouts of Shanghai swinging along the roads with their own bands, playing lively music here in the middle, cannot have failed to note the healthy appearance of the boys. Instead of wasting leisure time and dawdling about the streets and alleys, the Scouts of China are filling every moment with useful and health-giving hobbies. Camping in the air is one of the most attractive forms of Scoutscraft. The Scouts encamp to all the cooking, washing, and cleaning, no coolies being allowed as a rule. Now, what this is doing is both pushing against the old caste system, the Mandarin aristocracy, where upper-class people should never do cooking or cleaning. They're going to be connecting the classes, but it's also pushing against the British Empire, because if the boys are playing lively music instead of lingering in streets and alleys, what they would have been doing there is smoking opium. And this is against that British Empire that had fought the Opium Wars to keep opium flowing. So it's a very interesting use of a kind of progressive moment. So now the importance of these magazines and of newspapers is central also to Pramodia's Buru Quartet. This is again, Penguin Classics translation, which is what I read and have taught from. Both the Earth of Mankind and the House of Glass I've taught, the first and fourth volumes. And I think here, so not only is it significant that his hero Minka is based on Tirto, this fundamentally important newspaper publisher, intellectual activist, political party founder at the turn of the century, but also that Pramodia is negotiating his way in between European and local traditions. So he is both rewriting Multatuli's, Max Havelaar, a great anti-colonial Dutch novel published by Multatuli, the pen name of Edward Louis Dekker, in the 1860s, a former colonial official who writes this anti-colonial novel when he'd been in Indonesia and publishes it. Max Havelaar and Minka, when he starts writing, takes a pen name based on Max Havelaar's name. So there, Moretti would say, oh, he's rewriting this European model. But he also is talking about earlier Indonesian Malay novels that Minka grows up reading. And he also says he has the wish to be the gong of a wayang. So he's relating himself both to traditional Javanese art, and here we can keep in mind, as certainly Pramodia has in mind, that often these wayang performances involved political satire, improvised, added to stories from the Ramayana or the Mahabharata, this very interesting complex mix of Hindu and Muslim and just contemporary politics. So we have both those elements very much and very strongly present in Pramodia's work. So now if we want to think about this within a world context, going both to traditional Javanese society, to more recent novels in Malaysia and Indonesia, and to European models, whether it's Multatuli or Charles Dickens and others from whom Pramodia is certainly borrowing. But we can also then compare his work to other contemporary works that he may not even know. He probably did not know. And here I'll take my Thai example of another four-generation story, rather like the Burro Quartet, though it's in one volume called Four Reigns, in which, very much like the Burro Quartet, this is a story of the country's entry into modernity, told through four generations, the four kings of Thailand, that is going up to from the 1890s up through World War II. And this is Kukrit himself. And part of my point here to you is that thinking about world literature should not only mean either thinking about, say, Indonesian literature in terms of its immediate predecessors in Indonesia, or in terms of European predecessors or counterparts abroad, but to think more widely in Southeast Asia, where comparable situations produce somewhat comparable developments. And it doesn't matter to me if Pramodia knew Kukrit's work from 20 years earlier from when he's writing, or not. Even more interesting if he doesn't actually know it. And we have to look at works that don't just fit our pre-existing model. So Kukrit's novel, this is his masterpiece of many books he wrote, describes Thailand's transition into modernity, beginning during the reign of the reformist King Rama V Chulalongkorn, that's the first postage stamp on the cover there, ending with the sudden death of Rama VIII in 1946. The story is seen through the eyes of the book's heroine, Mai Ploy. So again, the book primarily has a heroine, rather like Tale of Q, and rather like the importance of the women figures in Pramodia's quartet. It offers a distinctive Southeast Asian perspective on the complex relations of tradition and modernity during the first half of the 20th century. Kukrit was concerned with preserving traditional culture and values, even as he actively promoted modernization. He was descended from King Rama II, and he remained loyal to the monarchy throughout his life. He was a prolific journalist and writer. He wrote some 40 books in all. He wrote books on Thai history, art, and he founded a classical Thai dance company for which he was a lead dancer. Here he is on a postage stamp in his role as head of the Kong Tamaset dance troupe. He pursued his varied artistic endeavors in troubled times. In 1932, when he was 21 years old, a military coup replaced absolute rule with a somewhat democratic but mostly authoritarian system in which an elected parliament was controlled by the military and a small group of wealthy families. Kukrit felt that the monarchy was the best check on military oligarchic control, and Four Reigns mounts an understated but far-reaching critique of the new pseudo-democratic order. He was what you could call a conservative modernist. Like many of the aristocracy of his era, he was educated in England. His first book, written in English with his brother, Seni Pramod, was called The King of Siam Speaks, 1948. It was inspired by their irritation at the racist representation of King Rama IV in the 1946 Hollywood film Anna and the King of Siam, starring Rex Harrison as the king, and Irene Dunne as a British governess who tries to wean him from his barbarian ways. Kukrit and his brother Seni showed that actually Rama IV was a promoter of women's rights, a modernizer, who was sought to resist Western expansionism by developing science and technology in the 1850s and 1860s, very much in parallel to his Japanese counterpart, Emperor Meiji. A year after he published The King of Siam Speaks, Kukrit founded a newspaper, Siam Rat, Thai Nation, for which he wrote a widely read column. His newspaper remains a leading venue for political and cultural reporting. He was also a playwright and actor. In 1973, he created and starred in a staged version of Rashomon, based on Akira Kurosawa's film. 10 years earlier, he co-starred with Marlon Brando in the Hollywood film The Ugly American, in which Brando plays the morally compromised American ambassador to an Indo-Chinese nation of Sarkhan, while Kukrit played the country's prime minister. He became increasingly involved in politics himself. He founded a political party and was elected to parliament. Then he actually became prime minister in real life, 1975 to 1976. He was a major presence in Thai literature and politics for several decades, and his newspaper gave him a base of operations in both arenas. A year after he founded Siam Rat, the newspaper, he began to serialize Four Rains in the newspaper. It came out in book form in 1953. It was characteristic of his wish to place literature in the service of social transformation that he chose to publish his most ambitious novel in his general circulation newspaper, not in some small literary magazine. He gradually developed a substantial reputation beyond his own country. In 1990, he was one of the first recipients of the newly established Fukuoka Prize in Japan for contribution to the development of Asian culture. In Four Rains, Kukrit uses his heroine Mai Ploy as his vantage point, and he gives a sensitive portrayal tinged with satire of her struggle to make and then remake her life in a rapidly changing but still stubbornly patriarchal society. Throughout Four Rains, in classic modernist style, language becomes a primary area of contestation. And the novel ends in including in its deeply but subtly anti-authoritarian. It portrays the oligarchic coup against the monarchy, closed in euphemisms that you could have in Orwell. The coup is only a change of system, a manifestation of progress, an advancement of democracy, which is a term that the characters cannot agree on how to translate into Thai. The novel ends in deep uncertainty. Ploy dies on June 9th, 1946. This is the very day that the 20-year-old King Rama VIII suddenly died in his palace bedroom. Had he been assassinated? Had his brother accidentally shot him while they're examining his pistol? Or had he been depressed and had he committed suicide? To this day, public discussion of this question is forbidden in Thailand. Four Rains only hints at people's shock and uncertainty at this tragedy, which occurred just as the country was beginning to pull itself together after the wartime occupation by Japan. So Kukrit Pramod is a writer of considerable interest from many points of view, and yet he has never received the worldwide attention given to his Indonesian counterpart, Pramodia. Both of them wrote ambitious multi-generational novels that encapsulate the development of the modern nation. Both works, Four Rains and the Buro Quartet, deal with questions of politics, language, clothing. Both even have chapters depicting a sudden fad for bicycles. With its rich portrayal of the coming of modernity to Indonesia, the Buro Quartet figures prominently in a series of important American post-colonial studies, including Peng Chia's Spectral Nationality, as well as Benedict Anderson's work. Whereas Kukrit is not mentioned in any of these books. As far as I know, not mentioned in any scholarly studies outside Thailand. I'd be very interested in any of you know of Kukrit's work or any studies in Indonesia of his work. So a writer needs influential champions to become known worldwide. And Benedict Anderson could have been such a champion. He was a specialist in Thai literature as well as in Vietnamese literature. He even made a translation of modern Thai stories, which he published shortly after he published Imagined Communities. Kukrit would have been perfect for this book, but he never includes them. So why not? I think that Kukrit has only two strikes against him from the point of view of a writer like Benedict Anderson. He is not a Marxist, but a royalist, and he is not a secularist, but a Buddhist. And this means that Kukrit doesn't tell the kind of story about Southeast Asian culture that the very well-intentioned Benedict Anderson and the other British and American post-colonialists want to tell. A self-consciously modern writer, Kukrit was a kind of feminist, a skeptically engaged observer of political and social change, but he didn't fit the story that the foreigners want to tell. His Buddhism comes to the fore, particularly in another great book of his called Many Lives, which we have an English translation, series of short stories, which trace the karmic paths that lead each character in the different stories onto a ferry boat that sinks amid a violent storm in the Chao Phraya River that runs through the heart of Bangkok. In Four Rains, the heroine dies at the end, described in distinctly Buddhist terms. The end of Four Rains goes, "It was in the late afternoon of that Sunday, the 9th of June, 1946, when the tide was low in Klong Bang Luang, that Ploy's heart stopped beating, and her transient joys and sufferings in this life came to an end." So Benedict Anderson was actually well aware of Kukrit's work, but only gives him a single footnote in his 75-page introduction to his anthology of Thai stories, calling it a significant novel, but then ignoring it. A novel that Anderson describes himself as significant deserves attention, even if it is written by a Buddhist monarchist, if we want to better understand the interwoven strands of literary modernity in Thailand and beyond. It seems to me this is equally significant for thinking about Buddhist and particularly Muslim identity in Indonesia, where so many post-colonial scholars in the West think the modern world is secular. They haven't quite noticed that it's not for many people in the modern world. As for Kukrit, whether he's been neglected for political reasons or simply through lack of awareness, he offers a distinctive perspective on Asian modernity. And his four-generation saga makes a natural comparison to Pramodius. And we could extend this comparison further from Southeast Asia to Japan. For example, Yukio Mishima's masterpiece, his major work at the end of his life, is called The Sea of Fertility, a four-generation saga in 4 volumes from the 1960s, looking at the coming of modernity to Japan from the turn of the century, early 20th century, up to 1970. Mishima is often discussed in relation to European figures, such as Thomas Mann and Marcel Proust, but as far as I know, has never been discussed in relation to Kukrit or to Pramodia. But both of them offer closer models than Proust or Thomas Mann for a multi-generational history of modernity seen in Asian perspective. So to conclude, to not run over too much on time, though I will say also in the Sea of Fertility tetralogy, the second volume is based in Thailand itself. There's a whole cycle there, a whole relation to Buddhism. So to conclude, I would say that a whole new panorama of modernity opens up as we begin to look beyond the usual suspects. Of course, a history of literary modernity that would include Four Rains, but neglect the magnificent Burdo Quartet would be no improvement at all. It's important also to include a figure such as Kukrit Pramod in our accounts, precisely because he does not fit neatly into narratives that Western critics typically want to create for literature of the Third World or the Global South or the post-colony or the world system or the periphery. These are terms of varied connotations, but all very singular. What we need are pluralistic studies that admit materials that challenge and modify the aesthetic, the political, and the historical frameworks that we bring to them. This is the best way to practice a comparison without hegemony, as we build our glass houses and what the troubled narrator of Pramodius' House of Glass describes as that new jungle called the modern age. Just to conclude, I want to say that one of the most exciting features of world literature today, at least as it circulates in the Anglophone world, is increasing attention to very contemporary work from many parts of the world. I'll just give you 2 examples in closing. Indonesian world literature today, Beauty is a Wound, Eka Kurniawan's novel, which itself picks up themes of the prostitution narrative that we have seen from Pramodia and earlier from Multatuli. And here I'd mention also Sabda Armandia's detective story, 24 Hours with Gaspar, which is just coming out this spring, and which I know about because it is translated by Lara Norgaard, who is a graduate student in my own department in comparative literature. comparative literature departments in the West would never have anyone working in Indonesian before 5-10 years ago, ever. It was so European dominated, so Western European dominated. But now a work like this, not only a graduate student, but my colleague Annette Damanyati Lenau, who herself is Indonesian, is on our faculty and just completed a brilliant book, which is coming out called on Sacred Texts and Vernacular Cultures, looking at the influence of Quranic Arabic on national vernacular movements going from Egypt to Indonesia. So it's a whole new world of comparative literature studies, the world of circulation, of Indonesian, and of world literature today. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Prof. David Demstra. What a meaningful material delivered by you, ladies and gentlemen. Prof, now we come to question and answer session for the participants in teleconference room. If you have any question about this material, you can raise your hand. And for the participants in Zoom meetings, you also can raise your hand, or you can deliver your question in chat room, and also for participants in YouTube. But Professor David, before we come to the participants' question, I also have a few questions, Prof, if you don't mind. Well, when we talk about Indonesian literature, just like what you have explained, it is Medan Priyayi by Tirto, and also Buru Quartet by Pramudia Anantatur. Those works actually are not very popular in in certain eras, because I think those works are controversial. In certain eras, they were banned to be published. So government was not. Government did not allow the society, the Indonesian citizen to read that. But now, the book is quite popular, especially works by Pramudia Anantatur, because it was adapted into movie. The first one, the Earth of Mankind, or we call it Bumi Manusia. And the start of the movie is also a popular actor. So many young generation in Indonesia love that movie actually. So it becomes a very popular right now. So in order to categorize the books or the novel or the literary work as the national literature, is there any special characteristic, Prof? Or maybe because the example you delivered to us, those are controversial books. Yeah, the question is there any specific characteristic for a work to be called as national literature, Prof?
Well, that's a very good question. And you're focusing on the complicated situation that often a work or a nation's literature will be seen very differently outside the nation than it is inside the nation. And this can have many different factors. But a little bit, the prominence of Pramodia in, say, post-colonial Anglophone studies really does have a lot to do with its controversial nature, because the people like Benedict Anderson or Peng Chia or Christopher Gogwelt or others who are talking a lot about this work, they like the features about the work that caused it to be banned. And of course, he famously writes his novels while he's imprisoned by the government. And the novel is about how the older Dutch colonial government had destroyed the career of Tirto. So it's, you know, he's talking about his own situation by looking at what had happened 60 years earlier. And the foreign audience is interested in this. And then you can say that a work can gain in translation or can lose in translation, or both. In a certain sense, I think Pramodia gains in translation because for the foreign audience, the particular controversial qualities are less important, and it can be appreciated more as a literary work some way on its own. whereas then its fortunes will go up and down perhaps at home. Kukrit Pramod, who I just described, is very well known in China, in Thailand, but viewed as conservative and not progressive enough. So it's it doesn't suit the national agenda so well of the people who are involved with that. I think that those of us who are scholars of world literature and those who are scholars of a national literature, we always want to think, okay, how can we help the rest of the world better understand our nation and its literature, what literature matters to us? And particularly, if we know that, say, the whole world is not going to have time to read 10 novels from every country, Americans are probably not going to read just tomorrow 10 Indonesian novels any more than Indonesian readers are going to read, let's say, 10 Romanian novels tomorrow. Then part of our, I think, challenge and interest is say, right, what writer do we think the world needs to know about today? Can we translate that writer? Can we find a publisher? Can we get that word out? Can we change the limited image of, let's say, Indonesian writers by an Indonesian culture by translating someone else? So my student, Lara Norgard, who's publishing this translation of this detective novel, she thinks it gives a very different, more current, and she thinks in some ways better portrayal of Indonesia today than Pramodia, though she likes Pramodia, but her 24 Hours with Gaspar, she thinks this is much more like literature, what life is like today. And she sought out a publisher. She was a friend of the author. She sought out a publisher, a very good progressive publisher that likes to do these, and is now getting it published. So I think we have to be activists. We have to sort of shift the awareness, which can always be improved.
Well, thank you, Prof. David, for the answer. And I also have several questions for the participants. Let me read it for you. The first one, it is from Amelia Insania. Amelia, let me read it for you, Prof. I'd like to ask Prof. David, I believe that everyone has a different races, ethnicity, cultures, a set of rules and beliefs, and also cultural norms. When we read or watch this story visually, there are times when we feel that we are the character. Like there is this feeling that we want to be seen like they want to be seen through the story. And the question is it important to feel connected with the construct narrative written or shown in, especially in multicultural literature? So do we need to feel connected with the character? Do we need to know about the culture told in the story, Prof? The question.
It's a very, very good question. And you get a certain amount of complaints sometimes by writers from smaller countries who say, oh, a French writer can assume that readers know something about Paris, or a New York writer, you'll know what Paris is like. Whereas if you're writing about, Bangkok or Jakarta, will readers ever know anything? What does this neighborhood mean? Or what is meant by a gesture or kind of food? I remember that Orhan Pamuk, the Turkish Nobel Prize winner, has complained that he says when Proust writes about love, people think he's writing about love. When I write about love, people just say, oh, he's writing about Istanbul again. So there's always this question of what you need to know. I will say that the works of world literature that work successfully, they work even if you don't know details about the culture. I think literature, I really have a very optimistic view that literature is the highest form of human communication, and that a great work of literature will tell you what you need to know about itself. Now, there's some works of literature that are so tied to local situation that they just never travel very well. Those do not become works of world literature. But I think many, many works do travel very well. So that like if I'm reading Pramodia, or even if I'm reading, say, Max Havelaar by this Edward Duis Dekker, who's a kind of one of the models for Pramodia, I don't know, say, talk about a Batavia. I will not have any image of the streets of Batavia in the 1860s. but I can still enjoy the story. I just saw they're walking down the street. I don't need to know what that street is, right? So I think it's a very interesting thing, but that, you know, I think when you have compelling characters, we can connect to them, we can identify with them, but also we also will always, I think, be taught something about cultural difference by a work if we read it attentively.
Thank you, Prof. David. I have so many questions delivered in chat rooms actually, but let me come to participants in teleconference room. Well, do you have any questions, the participants in this room? Yeah, if you don't have any question yet, let me come back to the question in chat room. The next question, Prof. Do politics and religions have any significant role on the development of foreign literature and world literature? What do you think about this, Prof?
Absolutely. My own particular somewhat polemical view, which I kind of mentioned at the end, is that there's a lot of attention to politics in literary studies today, at least in America and in a good deal of Europe. And I suspect in many parts of the world where often literature is very closely tied to political concerns. My concern is that often, at least the Western critics, do not pay enough attention to religion and don't understand how important religious themes and motifs and just the whole sort of worldview is to so many writers around the world. Otherwise, very intelligent critics will talk as though religion is something disappeared 200 or 300 years ago. I'm myself a preacher's kid. My father was an Anglican priest, as is one of my brothers. And I cannot think that this is not important, particularly whether you have someone who is actually a religious, a Buddhist like Kukrit, even a more secular writer like Pramodia. He's coming out of a culture that is particularly a Muslim culture all around, and that has all sorts of influences in the work. And I think that there's just no way to understand any literature of the Islamic world without knowing something of the Quran and something of the whole poetic tradition that grows out of it.
Yeah, well, thank you, Prof. David. And we also have participants in Zoom meeting who wants to ask you directly. So let me invite Eka Melianti to deliver your question in Zoom meeting. Hello, Eka Melianti.
And can you turn on your video?
Yeah.
Eka Melianti.
For Eka Melianti, yeah. Can you turn your camera on and deliver your question directly to Prof. David? Or we also have another participant who raised her hand, Zola Cecilia, in Zoom meeting.
Or they could just type in the chat if it doesn't work to speak.
Yeah, Zola Cecilia or Eka Melianti, are you there? Can you hear me? Well, I guess we come back to the question from room first, Prof. From chat room. It is from Irma Yuliza. The question is, have you ever had any difficulty to translate language? I mean, in the novel or in the work you read, do you translate it by yourself, or do you have any difficulty to understand the story because it is not in English?
No, that's a very important question. Translation studies have become very, very important in world literature studies, just for this reason, because now we're wanting to look at literature from many parts of the world, and inevitably, this will mean a lot of literature we have to read in translation. I have studied 12 languages myself, but that doesn't get me very far in the world. There's so many more languages, including Bahasa Indonesia, that I really wish I had learned. So I'm going to have to work in translation. And at the same time, I'm trying to be an activist. So I've just published a translation of a novel that never was translated before. This was a Congolese novel written in French called Jean-Baptiste Vico, Le Viol du Discours Africain. And it's a kind of academic satire where the anti-hero Jean-Baptiste Vico is an African intellectual who wants to write the great African novel so he can be invited to conferences in Rome. And it's a very funny story. It was published in 1975 in the Congo, never translated because it was making fun of nationalists, it was making fun of cosmopolitans, didn't serve anybody's agenda. And I said about 20 years ago, this world literature will have really grown up when a work like this can come in, but it had never been translated. So I thought finally, right, I should translate it. So I've just published a translation of it. It's actually a dual language edition, so it's in French and in English. And it's always a challenge of how do you convey aspects of the original. I'm of the view that works are inherently translatable, not word for word, but usually if you go up to a full sentence or a paragraph, you can convey what you want from that word. Sometimes you need a footnote. Sometimes you need to paraphrase. But I think that translation is a very powerful mode. I follow, there's a translation critic named Lawrence Venuti who says that translation is a form of interpretation. Any translation is interpretation. Any translation will bring out certain qualities of the work and will ignore others, but that's true of any reading. And so a good translator will make a compelling interpretation of the work through the translation, and then a lot comes through.
Well, Prof. David, just a random question. How many languages do you speak, Prof?
Well, speaking, it's more, I work a good deal in dead languages sometimes. So, it's only been about 12, and that's including English. And more or less incompetent reading ability. I can't really speak except in German and French and Spanish, but these other languages like Hebrew or the Aztec language, Nahuatl, or Old Norse, Babylonian, a few others like that. It's just Egyptian. It's just a reading knowledge, and usually with a dictionary.
Okay. Yeah. I still have so many questions, Prof. It is from YouTube, from the participants in YouTube. Just a moment. From the explanation given, most of the works that categorized as world literature, it is about anti-colonialism, struggle over colonialism. Is there any words that can be classified? Is there any word that can be? Is there any word? Sorry, Prof.
Is there any work?
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. Is there any word that can be classified? Yeah, is there any work that can be classified as world literature, but it is not to struggle colonialism, but to support colonialism?
Absolutely. I was just giving these particular cases as someone giving that example, though actually even the Thai literature is interesting because Thailand was never colonized, so that's already different. Yuki Mishima, it's very different. And I'm also interested in there's a lot of contemporary literature that's not involved with colonial struggles. And I very much am, I'm just giving that as an example. That's how Primordia has been received in the West. But of course, literature has all sorts of qualities, and it's also not just novels. I mean, I work a lot in poetry, there's drama, and I work a lot in ancient literature, which even colonies are very different empires, and it's not really post-colonial in the same sense. So literature has so many different functions, and I would not want to limit it just to the post-colonial, as important as that is among other qualities today.
Okay, well, and the next question from Himar Rashad. to see how much Chinese culture influence in South Asian early literature. Do you think it is important for students, for literary students, is it important for us to learn history about colonialism in Asia? Because most of the participants are students and also lecturers in literary department, Prof. So the question from Rashad, is it important for us to learn history about colonialism in Asia if we want to conduct this kind of study?
That is one option. That's a valuable one, but certainly not the only one. So there are, many ways to think about literature, and you could be interested in, say, Tang Dynasty poetry and thinking about modern poetry. You could be interested in Javanese adaptations of Mahabharata and Ramayana, and that has nothing to do with post-colonialism. You could be interested in just, literary questions. How does metaphor work? Or what makes a hero? Or themes of a journey. There's so many different ways you can approach a work of literature. So it depends on the writers you're interested in and the themes you're interested in. May require you or may benefit a lot to know a particular kind of history, or may not be particularly historical, but may be more questions of genre or of language that might be quite separate.
Yeah, well, thank you, Prof. And the next one from Forum Maxianus. I'm so sorry, Prof. David, because I have so many questions. Maybe we can take all day for this question. And this one from Forum Maxianus. He asked about the connection about world literature and comparative literature. And the next question, what is the advantage of our literature to be compared? What do you think, Prof?
So, yeah, what I think, so comparative literature has became the name of this discipline starting in Europe, and it's popular in the United States. It was a way of not being confined within the box of a single national literature. In the 19th century, comparative literature meant you're really looking comparatively at two national traditions like German and French. It might be like that, or Russian and Chinese, or Chinese and Japanese. That would be comparing two literatures. I think these days comparative literature generally means study of literature across national boundaries. World literature is a kind of framework. Comparison is a kind of method. And I think comparison is very fundamental. You don't even know what a novel is. You don't even know what prose is unless you have some sense of what you think poetry is and what drama is. What is a novel? You have a comparative framework, even if you haven't thought about it, that gives you your understanding. You don't know, I don't know what you mean if you say that it is warm weather today, unless I know what you mean by cold and what you mean by hot. So I have a family staying with me right now in Cambridge who are from Yemen. And what I think is a warm day, they think is a cold day. And they're comparing it to the temperature in Yemen. And I'm comparing it to the temperatures I know in the United States. So I think fundamentally we think comparatively. And I don't think that any work of literature ever exists on its own. And furthermore, no national literature ever grows up on its own. So the comparative aspect, meaning you're looking at other national traditions, other regional traditions, other linguistic traditions, they will help form the literature you're talking about. They always do. Possibly the only literature that ever grew up without another literature in dialogue would have been ancient Sumer, ancient Babylonian literature, because no one else could read at that time. But even the first known patron of literature was a guy named Shulgi, king of Ur in Mesopotamia 4,000 years ago. He prided himself on being fluent in the 5 different languages spoken in his court. So even Sumerian literature came out of a multilingual context.
Yeah, well, thank you, Prof. But before we continue to the question, I would like to inform to the participants, we have a gift actually for the best question, especially for you who wants to deliver your question directly So in Zoom meeting, you can raise your hand, or in teleconference room, you can also raise your hand if you want to deliver any question. Well, actually, Prof, we have one in teleconference room. The participant wants to deliver the question directly. Let me invite you to come to the front. Yeah. Yeah, please tell us your name and also the question.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
My name is Jody Tiastrisno, and I heard from you that there is a case about a Vietnamese who translate Winnie the Pooh story book in their own language. So we usually translate or adapt foreign literature, especially children literature. And my question is, does this action have bad impact, like foreign moral value from the literature are going to be adapted unconsciously by the children, or it's just an imagination or bad image? And that's all.
That's a very good question. It seems to me that the translation of a foreign literature for children, to me, is this part of the same question of what kind of literature do you think children should read from your own country too. I think school systems, governments often want literature to be giving the proper messages to the children, whether that is moral messages or political messages or social messages. And a foreign work could do that, or locally produced work could do that. I suppose that for the teacher or for the translator, it's also a question of thinking, well, particularly if you're looking to translate a work, what could the children use, should they have, that they don't have available now, which might well be resources from foreign literatures. I think great children's literature has a universal quality, and I would imagine, there's some really didactic children's literature that is just trying to make a particular point, but I myself will prefer works of literature that are just inspiring children to think of the world, to have it, to be adventurous, to be independent. Think of the Grimm's fairy tales, or the Jataka tales from India, for example. These are wonderful tales for a kid to read. And I think maybe often educators and sometimes parents and governments are too concerned about the children being corrupted by what they read. That the children are going to read and enjoy and adapt to their own lives, particularly if it's a good work of literature. I think it will open up the world rather than leading them astray. Although I can say it's a complicated question. My son was teaching in Jordan just after college. He was teaching in a junior high school for a couple of years. He'd majored in Arabic. He was teaching in a school in Jordan. He was teaching history. And at a certain point, a 15-year-old student came up to him and said, "Oh, Mr. Peter, I love this reading, but I'm afraid I may be starting to have ideas that my parents would not like." And my son said he just thought he was teaching facts, and here he was having an unexpected effect. And that's, of course, that's the danger of learning. That's the danger of reading. It may open up worlds in new ways. but I think that should be the job of the parent and of the educator to guide and help the student, and not to protect them from having some new thought that they might have to think about.
Yeah, well, thank you, Prof. Yeah, what about another participants in teleconference room? Yeah, we still have some question. We come to the back first. Would you like to come? Yeah, another student from Universitas Pamulang, Prof, will deliver a question for you.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Professor David Damraj. First of all, thank you very much for your explanation about world literature in South Asia. And my question is, world literature will be a high level of communication with so many cultures being accepted. What if that person lose their identity or culture? Because in many novel or poem, many person who lost their culture or identity always being protected the identity. I think enough from me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Akbar, your name is Akbar, right? Yes. Okay, that is the question, Prof.
Yes. Well, I think I mean, at the level of the literature, there's the worry, is world literature just going to really be Anglo literature, American literature, just like Hollywood cinema, is just going to wipe out the individuality of different literatures? The national identity will be weakened. I don't believe that's what happened. I think almost the opposite has happened. That is, you see many national film worlds growing up and getting ever stronger in many parts of the world. And with literature, we see all kinds of literary creativity around the world. And one thing that happens with circulation through English is it can often provide the basis for more literatures to be in communication with each other, so that I can read Indonesian literature, I can read Turkish literature, and Indonesian writers can read Turkish literature, and Turkish writers can read Indonesian literature that they wouldn't ever before. And I don't think it means for an intelligent reader, you're losing your identity. Rather, you are getting a wider sense of the world, and that may all give you a better sense of what your identity is, what choices you have made. It's not just something you haven't thought about. Now you're seeing your world in relation to others. I don't feel that the variety of the world's cultures is really disappearing. There's a kind of dialogue between a very broad world culture that might be in music and film, and to a less extent in literature, but then it also gives a chance for much more variety, and we can experience different identities. So I think that often with literature, you read a compelling book, while you're reading it, you may identify with that character, but I don't think you get swallowed up. I don't think you lose yourself. You don't go crazy with it. I remember an interview once with Orhan Pamuk, whom I just mentioned, and this great Turkish novelist, and he was asked by an interviewer, he had this one novel where one of the called My Name is Red, where the different stories or different parts are narrated by a woman, and one case by a dog, and one case by a tree. And the interviewer says, "Well, don't you find it hard to take on the voice of a woman?" And he looked at the interviewer like he was crazy. He says, "That's why I became a novelist, so I can wake up and become a woman and a dog and a tree. That's the joy of writing." I think it's also the joy of reading, that we can experience different ways of seeing the world and get a clearer sense of who we are and what we want. So I don't think it should lose identity, but I think it may provide a more capacious sense of what choices we want to make and help people to grow up and to be the self they really want to be.
Yeah, well, thank you, Prof. Interesting. And I think we still have participants in teleconference room. Yeah, yeah. We have Miss Sinta Safitri. You can deliver your question from there. Yeah, can you help?
Okay, good afternoon, Professor Demrose. I'm very glad to see you here. I have a question. It's related to what is the current things that's happening in the world right now. As we all know that we are currently having a G20 conference in Bali, Indonesia, and one of the agendas is to kind of formulating a resolution for uh, sustainable peace uh, sustainable peace for the war that is escalating, or the political tension that is escalating in the worldwide right now. So in your opinion, how the post-colonial literature can contribute to formulate the resolution for obtaining a sustainable peace? Thank you.
That's a very important issue. And I'll give an answer from my perspective as an American. One of the reasons why I'm so involved with thinking about world literature, and also did a big anthology of world literature for college students, and I write about world literature for general audiences, is because I think the American population tends to be very isolationist, often very unaware of the rest of the world. And so I think it's not just post-colonial literature, but literature generally is very important, because it's a way that someone can get a sense of what other parts of the world are like. And it's the most enjoyable way to learn about the world. So it's not just learning facts, but you can have fun at the same time and learn about the world. And I think, to me, a precondition to world peace is some degree of world understanding, and that literature can give you a sense of entry into the soul of a different culture. So I think very strongly. So, for example, I'll give you one example. After the outbreak of after the attacks of 9/11 and the outbreak of the Gulf War started by the George Bush administration, I was very, very frustrated with this. There was a stupid talk in the United States about a clash of civilizations, and this very anti-Arab and generally anti-Muslim feeling. I was very upset about that. I thought, what can I do as a literary scholar? What do I have to write about that might help people think more intelligently about the Arab world, about the Muslim world? And so I thought, well, the world needs a book. The general reader needs a book about the Epic of Gilgamesh. I don't know if this is a familiar text to you, the greatest work of ancient Babylonian literature that I happen to be very interested in and work on. And Gilgamesh is nice because it has echoes up in Homer's epics, in the Bible, in Quran, in the 1001 Nights. So to me, the Gilgamesh story is a way to say, if you go back far enough, it's one civilization of West Asia, and all of these local cultures came out of it. So I thought that this was a book I wanted to write for a general audience. And I wrote it as a kind of adventure story of the recovery of the epic, and just really trying to bring people into this world. So that, to me, as a literary person, what I think I can try to do for world peace is to get people to see how the world looks to other people. And literature is a great means to do that. It's a different means. My wife is a professor of international law, and she lectures on international law. She was lecturing in The Hague this summer. There's an academy called the Academy of Peace, the Peace Academy there. And she was giving a series of lectures on international law and democratization. She had 300 participants from 90 countries. So she is actually trying to teach young lawyers how to make peace. My versions say, if you read enough literature intelligently, you will understand the world better, and there'll be less conflict. That's my utopian hope about literature and peace.
Yeah, well, thank you, Prof. We still have 7 minutes actually, but I still have lots of questions. But first, let me come again to the participants in teleconference room. Yeah, we still have one more student. Yeah, you can deliver your question from there. Yeah. Yeah, just a moment, Prof.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunities. Thank you so much for Professor David Demros. So basically, I was wondering about all the literatures in this world, and then especially in the Southeast Asia, about Philippine, about Chinese, etc. And I've read a novel about Max Havelaar in Multatuli, and it talks about colonization. And we also have the museum in here of Multatuli. And what I saw from all the literature, it talks about Romans, it talks about colonization, it talks about religion. So basically, for your opinion, for your point of view, perspective, which one is the biggest impact for the changes of literature? Thank you, sir.
And you're asking between religion versus politics or colonization. It really depends on the situation. I mean, I think I'm very much not a either or, but both and I think a great work of literature works on many, many levels and will affect different readers differently at different times, and it can have a different purpose and different moment. The case of the Max Havelaar, that wonderful novel by Multatuli, which I have taught, and I started studying Dutch so I could make my way. I just bought the copy in Dutch in The Hague this summer. You know, it was very much an anti-colonial work, and it certainly has to be read that way, but it's also can be read as a wonderful sort of postmodern work, though it's very early. There's a kind of playfulness because the narrator of the story is an idiot who doesn't understand the story. He thinks it's about coffee. He doesn't get that it's an anti-colonial novel. Very, very funny. And then Pramodia takes this up in a very subtle way in the fourth volume of the Borough Quartet, The House of Glass. The narrator is that police agent who in a certain sense is like Droogstoppel in the Max Havelaar. So just to say that a work has multiple resonances for different people at different times, the same person at a different era. Epic of Gilgamesh, once it meant to me something about Syrian Empire. At another time it meant about friendship. Another time it meant about the fear of death. Those are all major aspects of that story. At one time or another, a different one will come to the fore.
Yeah, well, thank you, Prof. And I think we still have time to deliver
I see
one.
a hand up on the screen by Nita Safitri.
Yeah, sorry.
There's a hand up on that I see on the screen, Nita. Can you unmute?
Yeah. Yeah, just a moment, Prof. Yeah, we still have one question left actually. It is from Professor Berlin Sibarani. It is an honor to have Prof. Berlin in Zoom meeting room to deliver the question. To Prof. Berlin, would you like to deliver the question directly? Yeah. For the committee in the Zoom meeting, can you help us?
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Professor David, I majors in language teaching, but I have beginning to get interested in literature. In language teaching research, novelty in terms of theory, what is new in the theory is always required. What do you think in literature research? Is there any such requirement? Thank you.
I think pretty much any scholarly field will always be doing two things. Partly it will be conveying, transmitting the existing understanding of the field and then innovating in some way. as at least certainly, I think in the American context, the student is encouraged to develop an individual perspective and come up with something new to say, and not just repeat what the teachers said. At the same time, every student is strongly marked by those teachers, and there's a continuity, but also a continual evolution. And I think that's true in new issues in language teaching or new understandings of linguistics. There are on the negative side, there are like fads that will come every 5 years. So let's just do something new to show we're different from our teachers. I don't like that so much. I think I'm looking at the underlying continuities also. So when I'm teaching, say, introducing my field of comparative literature to new graduate students, we do a lot of work over the last 5 or 10 years, but also I make them read things from 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and 50 years ago, and say, look, the same issues we're interested in, people were struggling with that in 1890 and in 1790, and it's good for them to get a historical perspective, even as there are significant advantages. And I think the scholarship does develop. I think we have a better sense of linguistics, of how languages work than we did 100 years ago or even 50 years ago, particularly also because more languages are brought together, so you're not stuck within just one narrow language family. I think that's a real advantage. And in my sense, language pedagogy has improved so much since I was a boy. We were just learning paradigms, just learning verb forms like for years. Whereas now, like when my son was studying Latin now 15 years ago, he learns how to curse, and he learns how to speak. It's conversational. Where I started studying Arabic a few years ago, and there's a whole sort of story about this girl named Maha and her family and their audio tapes. So I think that language instruction is qualitatively better than it was 30 years ago. But also in any field, there's an important mix of continuity and innovation that I think really good scholarship will capture both aspects.
Well, thank you, Prof. David, and also Prof. Berlin. Unfortunately, time is up, and we still have another speaker to continue for the next session. But before we close this session, I would like to say thank you so much to Prof. David for sharing the insightful and meaningful knowledge. But before it, thank you, Prof.
My thanks to you.
Before closing this session, I would like to announce about the best question. So it will be in this teleconference room for the first participant who give the question. Would you like to take the gift? Yes, you. Well, congratulations. And to close this session, Prof. David, would like to invite our vice rectors to take a photo session with you. So for Bu Dewi, Pak Wildan, and also Pak Ubaid, and also our head of English department, Bu Triana, would you like to come and take the photo session, please? And also Bu Hilma as the chief of the ICoLLiTec, yes. Yeah, please just a moment, Prof. Yeah, for the committee in Zoom meeting, would you like to highlight Prof. David Damsroch? So, to highlight Professor David Damsroch, please, the committee in Zoom meeting. Yeah, to spotlight. Yeah, okay then. And Bu Dewi, Pak Wildan, and also Pak Ubaid, Bu Triana, Bu Hilma, Bu Sinta Aziz, and Bu Sinta. Oh, Bu Ami, would you like to come? Yeah, thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to Prof. David Damsroj. Thank you, Professor. And Bu Eka,
thanks to
I
you.
give it back to MC. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Once again, thank you, Ibu Sari, and thank you, Professor David Damroj. We hope here that what you have been sharing with us and you have shared with us will be beneficial for all of us here. Once again, we would like to say happy resting and also very good morning from here in Indonesia. Professor David Damroj from Harvard University, United States of America. Giving
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right, yeah. So for the keynote speaker, what a wonderful discussion today. What is a wonderful discussion this morning from the most very anticipated person or keynote speaker from United States of America. Am I right? Yes, of course. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 4 keynote speakers. So please stay calm until the end of the conference in the afternoon, because we still have 4 plenary speakers from Indonesia, from Auckland, from Portugal as well. Yeah. Okay. Well, once again, I remind you again to stay, remain the same in your position, and also from the Zoom meeting platform and also live streaming YouTube, monitoring for the chat room, and also please stay connected with Wi-Fi properly. Well, okay, I would like to say welcome to Universitas Pamulang, Dr. Jamiluddin. Dr. Jamiluddin, hello, from Universitas Tadulako, Palu, Sulawesi Tengah. Wow. Yeah, welcome to Unpam, Pak Jamiluddin. The camera, please. Perhaps you can pin Pak Jamiluddin from Universitas Tadulako, Palu. Wow, we have at least 17 presenters from around universities in Indonesia, yeah? Yeah. Hello, Pak Jamiluddin. Yeah. Actually, we do the offline conference. Perhaps the presenter will come to Universitas Pamulang. Yeah, and also we would like to say welcome to Universitas Pamulang for Ibu Amira Wahyu Anditasari and Siti Kholija Sitompul from Universitas Negeri Malang. Halo Ibu. Yeah, okay. Welcome to Universitas Pamulang, Ibu Amira and also Ibu Siti Kholija. And Mr. Frederick Agnar Wijaya from Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Jakarta. Hello, Mr. Frederick. Yeah, welcome to Universitas Pamulang. Okay, wow. Very exciting. And I'm speechless. Okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the next agenda for the plenary speaker. Here they are, the video. All right. The first plenary speaker is Dr. M. Wildan, SSMA from Universitas Pamulang, entitled The Names of Place in South Tangerang, Studies of Linguistic Form and Meaning. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Abdul Aziz, SSMA. Please welcome Bapak Warek 3, and the moderator. Pak Ajis, the microphone is yours for Pak Wildan as well. So enjoy the moment.
Okay, thank you for the MC, Ms. Eka. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Respectable Head of English Department, Bu Triana, the Honorable all the speakers in this seminar, and the Honorable for the participant of this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Abdul Aziz, the moderator of this session. I am very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this seminar. Today's session is the names of places in South Tangerang City, studies on linguistic form and meaning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our speakers today is Dr. Muhammad Wildan. He is Vice Rector for Student Affairs. He has received his bachelor degree in Arabic Literature at Universitas Islam Negeri Jakarta. He also has taken his master degree at Universitas Gadjah Mada in linguistic field and doctoral degree also in UIN Jakarta. He published many journal and media articles in various sites of journal and media such as detik.co, Sindo, and etc. He's a very productive writer also. Okay, before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, Dr. Muhammad Wildan will be invited to present the material for 30 minutes. And after that, there will be question and answer session and followed by conclusion. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Dr. Muhammad Wildan, to deliver his presentation. Pak Muhammad Wildan, the floor is yours.
Rahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The distinguished Vice Rector 1, Vice Rector 4, the distinguished Dean of Faculty of Letters, the distinguished Head of English Department, the distinguished all of committee, the distinguished all of the participants beloved. First of all, I would like to thank the Head of English Department, Ibu Triana, for giving me the best opportunity to present my article on the title, The Names of Places in South Tangerang City, Studies of Linguistic Form and Meaning. And then, it is my mini research. But my big research, in this year I have 4 articles, and then I was wrote article on the title The Increase of English Corona Lexicon by Indonesian government official to communicate about COVID-19 in language community. And then I was write article on the title President Election, and the last I wrote an article on the title Negative Sentiment on Ferdi Sambo. All of the article I was sent to international journal and journal accredited Sinta too. Please show my slide. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In my opinion, before, at a glance about the article, before introduction, at a glance about the article. Yeah. Third slide. At a glance about the article,
Slide number 3 or
number
before?
three.
Okay.
Number 3.
Please for
Slide
the
number
host
3.
to show the slide number 3.
Slide number 3. Slide number 3. Okay, at a glance about the article, first, I want to introduce about introduction and then literature review. Literature review consists of monomorphic and polymorphic, phrase and denotative meaning. And then method, result and discussion. Result and discussion consist of the name of places based on monomorphemic and polymorphemic. The place of name based on phrase name based on denotative meaning, and then conclusion and reference. And then we are going to this abstract. In the abstract, I stated this paper aimed to find out the names of places in South Tangerang City, which are analyzed in terms of form and language meaning. As we know, in the district of South Tangerang City, we have 7 districts and so many urban village. And then the place name have lexical meaning, and their meaning is full of historical background in giving name to sub-district or village in South Tangerang City. Like Pamulang, consists of 2 morphemes, fa and mulang. Fa, the same fa, the have meaning, and mulang have meaning. And then like Ciputat consists of 2 morphemes, Ci and Futat. Next, introduction. The city of South Tangerang is not only a buffer city for the capital of the state of Indonesia, but also as a city has a unique sub-district and urban village, such as Ciputat, which consists of 2 morphemes, namely Ci morphem and Futat morphem, like Pamulang, Pa and Mulang. And then the morphem Ci or Chai in Sundanese means water. And the morphem Putat in Sundanese means leaf that can be used as salad. And then this paper is based on argument that names of places that are not only influenced the historical setting, but also by the geographical location in area. And then, and literature review, it's my literature review. Next slide, please. Next slide. We have so many literature review, but it is limitation for monomorphemic and polymorphemic. Monomorphemic is a kind of basic word that has meaning and can stand alone in a sentence building like house, like rumah in bahasa Indonesia. House we didn't divide it into morphem. I think it's monomorphemic, like campus, like cat, and so on. And then polymorphemic are words that are complex form or consist of smaller units. Polymorphemic in language fact can be viewed from several contexts. Affix such bertamu or visiting consists of ber and tamu. Maybe visit and ing maybe. Reward such as mobil-mobilan, cars, mobil-mobilan. And then compound sentence such as mata kaki, ankles, mata kaki. Is my given on my literature theory to explore the names of places in South Tangerang City. Next, please, literature review phrase. The phrase is combination of two or more words that are non-predicative. For example, healthy baby, fridge, banana, veritas, vival, representative council. And then literature review, next please. Next please, from denotative meaning. Denotative meaning, the basic meaning, original meaning, not triadic meaning, not pragmatic meaning. Next, the names of places in the form of sub-district and urban village is Tangerang City. Tangerang City are focus of this paper. And then a number of primary data, such as names of places in Tangerang City, were taken from online media links at the link at the level of city, sub-district, and level of village. The data that had been collected was analyzed using an interpretative approach, level of city, sub-district, and village level. And then we show result and discussion. Yeah, result and discussion. Next. If we saw the table in Tangerang City, we have 7 districts and more than 7 urban village. Like Ciputat have urban village, Cipayung, Ciputat, Jombang, Sawah Baru, Sawah Lama, and so on. And so on. Ciputat, Cipayung, Ciputat, Sawah Baru, it is phrase. And then Cipayung, not monomorphemic, but polymorphemic, because consists of Ci and Payung. I think it's have background, historical background, the meaning. Like Serpong Utara, like Setu, Pondok Aren, and so on. And then we break down from monomorphemic form. Next slide, please. Next slide. And monomorphemic form, Serpong, just monomorphemic. I hope in this occasion of you, inspire you to write the thesis about the name of places in your country, in your village maybe. Like Setu is monomorphemic, and Rengas and monomorphemic, and muncul monomorphemic, Rempoa monomorphemic, Jelumpang monomorphemic. Why we said Serpong monomorphemic? Because we didn't divide into Ser and Fong. We didn't invent. It's different with Famulang. We can divide it into two morpheme, Fa and Mulang. Next slide, please. And we show on the polymorphemic form, Pamulang, Fa plus Pamulang. Ciputat, Ci plus Putat. And then Cipayung, Ci and Payung. Pisangan, Pisang and An. Babakan, Babak and An. I think is form analysis of linguistic, yeah, form analysis of linguistic. Next, please, slide. The phrase of name based on phrase. Form of district name, language fact, form Ciputat Timur. I think consists of Ciputat plus and Timur. Phrase Pondok Aren, Pondok and Aren. Serpong Utara, Serpong and Utara. And then language phrase form of village name, Sawah Baru, Sawah plus Baru. I think is the forms of linguistic, the names of places in South Tangerang City. And how about the meaning? Please, next slide, please. We show. Next, please. Next. Yeah. Okay. Monomorphemic form. Why we said Serpong in the literature? That Serpong, the meaning the place where the freedom fighter fought with the Dutch. Yeah. Why we say Setu kind of a small lake. Why we said Jombang in the dictionary, Jombang, we said Jombang because beautiful and handsome. And why we said Rengas, a tree whose wood is red. And then why we said Kedaung, large tree up to 50 meters high. I think there is background has historical meaning. And then next, please. Next slide, please. Denotative meaning of polymorphemics. Denotative meaning of polymorphemic, Pamulang consists of Pa and Mulang, place of return or rest king. Yeah. And then Ciputat, Ci and Putat. Water and Putat leaves fresh on the river bank that can be used for fresh vegetables. Maybe in Fas, in Ciputat, so many vegetable and river maybe. And then Cipayung, Ci and Payung, there is water and umbrella. Yeah. And then Babak and An peeled bark from the stem. Yeah. And then Kadamangan, district head. And then Paku Alaman, Karangan, Kean in linguistic terminology, confix, Kean and Rangga. Rangga, greeting word for royal employees. Yeah. I think is the meaning why we said Pamulang, Ciputat, Paku Alam, Pisangan. And then in the last one, denotative meaning of place name in phrase Sawah Baru. Yeah, next. Sawah Baru. consists of phrase, sawah baru, new rice field, new rice field. There is one sawah lama in Ciputat district. In Ciputat district, sawah lama, all rice field. Cempaka putih, pondok ranji, and bambu apus. And benda baru, Pamulang Barat, pondok cabe ilir, pondok cabe udik, Juran Mangu, and so on. Denotative meaning of place name is expressed not related to historical background. In conclusion, next please. In my conclusion, I wrote, it turned out that the names of places in Tangerang City have a historical background of their meaning. Yeah. And then the name Ciputat is because in that area there are at least putat plant and grow on the edge of the river. Likewise with Pamulang, because it is said that people make this area a place to go home after doing some activities. Maybe thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Muhammad Wildan for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. I'd like to have the questions from the participant in teleconference, in YouTube, and also in Zoom meeting. Okay, is there any question from the participant? Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Wildan. My name is Frederick. I am from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. I actually have two questions from the presentation. The first one would be, I didn't see in the conclusion for some, I think there's some connection between the etymologies of the places, not only in Tangerang, but I think also in Jakarta too. Why do you think that why there are many vegetable names in the places? The first one, like you said, Ciputat or bambu apus or pisangan, they are vegetables. I didn't see in the conclusion the connection why there are so many vegetables names. And the second one would be, I wonder if you include the original language for some the place names, because some of them is also like in Japanese, like the Jombang and Paku Alam. We can see that Jombang is also in East Java and Paku Alam is also a name place in Yogyakarta. Is it also derived from Japanese words and share the same etymologies like the two places in East Java and Yogyakarta, or is it another language that has no connection between those two? Like there's a Sundanese names that also has different meanings from the Japanese. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If we study sociolinguistic theory, we studied about interference and integration. I think Jombang, Paku Alam, I think it same with interference, integration. Why Jombang in West Java, Jombang in West Java, and then in Pamulang, in Tangerang, there is a urban village. The name of the name's Jombang. I think is integration. Like in Bahasa Indonesia, we say in bahasa, I have research. Saya punya riset. Saya punya riset. We didn't say saya punya penelitian, but we said saya punya riset. Why we didn't say saya punya penelitian? I think if we say saya punya riset, it's the meaning of integration, maybe integration, integration, maybe like that. Thanks.
I think the first question is not yet answered. It's about tentang itu vegetable. What are the philosophical background? The names of places. Tangerang Selatan, it is derived from vegetables name or water names.
In the past, in Ciputat, there is so many river, so many vegetable inside river, maybe many vegetable. Yeah. Ciputat. There is so many tribe of Sundanese, yeah, tribe of Sundanese.
Okay, next question from the participant, from the teleconference and also from YouTube or Zoom meeting. Okay, if you do not have some questions, okay. Actually, I have some question for you, Mr. Wildan. Is it the name of places when we study it from the light of linguistic perspective, it is a product of relation between culture and language or not, or it is just some historical background, or it related for the district region, something like that. Ada kaitan mungkin dengan?
I think is very related to the culture of the people. I think it's very related to culture of the people. I have around article about in Sumbawanese language. We have Anurawi, yeah, Anurawi. We have expression of saya, yeah, expression of saya. But saya in Indonesian language, like maybe I. But in Sumbawanese language, not just the meaning of I, but so meaning, yeah, honorable to the people, honorable to people.
Okay. Okay, I think there is some questions from YouTube. I think it is about the relations between denotative and connotative meaning in names of places. Is there every word that we can find from that district also have two kinds of meaning, denotative and connotative?
In my research, I just read about denotative meaning, not connotative meaning. Like Ciputat, what the meaning of cai, and what the meaning of putat, like salad. There is a historical background. Yeah.
So what you have researched, it is just to find out the denotative meaning from the phrases or the words that you studied.
Yeah. Okay. Just denotative meaning.
Okay, the other questions is, can one of the phrase or word that has been mixed up with foreign language as name of place or urban can be classified in linguistics? Mungkin apa semua kata ya yang dari bahasa asing itu bisa dipakai untuk nama tempat itu dalam klasifikasi dalam linguistik katanya. Seperti itu Pak maksudnya.
Maybe like benda baru, yeah, like benda baru. Why we said benda baru? There is there is some new, yeah. There is some new, and then in divide Java divide to consist of province, West Java, Middle, and East Java. Yeah, maybe.
East Java. Okay. The next question is also related to what is the difference between the phrase and compound word that maybe we can see in the names of places. It is the question
Maybe.
from the participant.
In linguistic theory, phrase non-predicative and confound sentence maybe polymorphemic, yeah, polymorphemic. Same with polymorphemic.
Same with polymorphemic. Okay, the next question from the participant at the teleconference is there are questions about names of places. When we study it from linguistic perspective, such as morphological aspect or semantic aspect. Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm Siti Rahmatul Uma and I have a question for you, sir. How do you know the meaning of some displays? Do you have to know from the previous people, or did you learn the meaning of the names from those places in Sanggareng? For example, I live in Cisaeng. I know the meaning of Ci is water, and Saeng is an activity carried out by people who used to cook in a frying pan using wood, and it sounds like Saeng. Thank you.
Dari mana asal bisa tahu ini namanya?
We know from the lexical. In the first, I deliver a theory. I deliver a theory about denotative meaning and monomorphemic and polymorphemic. And then if we analyze the word like Ci Seeng, Ci and Seeng. And then we open the dictionary. What the meaning of Ci? What the meaning of Ci Seeng? Maybe like that. From historical, yeah, from literature.
Okay. So is there already questions from the participant? Yeah. Okay. The next questions is about what are the basic things that underlie you to do monomorphemic or polymorphemic research from your chosen area. Jadi apa hal yang mendorong kita untuk mengkaji secara monomorphemic dan polymorphemic ya dari area yang kita kaji.
Okay. Because I'm very interested in linguistic structural. In linguistic consists of two, linguistic structural and functional linguistic. Yeah, I'm interested in phonology and morphology, semantic and syntax. If we study about language, we start from language fact, not from social fact, fact, and we start from language, start from lexical meaning, like Ciseeng. It's a very unique word. What the meaning of this? Yeah, I think is and then we compare in theory. It's we can analyze from semantic, or we can analyze from syntaxis, and like in the same meaning, in the same word, we now bestie, bestie in millennial language. What the meaning of bestie? And then if we go to restaurant, we show some list of ini 5K. What the meaning of 5K? I think is very interested of us to research maybe.
Okay, the next question maybe. Is there any? Okay, I think because the time is up for us, I think maybe just one question from you. Okay. Okay. Okay, there is some presence for the first question. Who is the first questioner? Yang penanya pertama. Okay. Okay. Okay, I will maybe summarize some points that we have discussed. It is what have been studied. Dr. Wildan said for us that he studies the name of places in light of its form and meaning, means that it studies its morphological aspect and also semantics aspect. Means denotative and connotative meaning, but with more focus on denotative meaning. And we also know that there is many historical backgrounds behind the name of places around us. I think there are 2 points that maybe we can derive from our discussion. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Wildan for your presentation.
It's my first time for deliver by English, but the committee memaksa saya untuk berbahasa.
But it is also my first time.
First time, if I explain Indonesian, like maybe until afternoon, maybe until afternoon. If we explain about English, maybe I terbata-bata. Okay, thanks for your attention.
Very awesome, Pak Warek. I think we have a photo session, yeah,
Photo
with
session.
Pak Warek satu. Come and make a picture. The committee please have to take a picture for Pak Wildan and Pak Dr. Ubaid. Yeah, Ibu Triana, would you like to come? Mas Yuda, could you assist us to do the photo session? Once again, Pak Warek 3, Pak Wildan, thank you very much for the very wonderful presentation and also very interesting discussion about the name of the place in Tangerang Selatan, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Once again, give big applause for Mr. Dr. Wildan MA from Universitas Pamulang as the first keynote speaker. Luar biasa ya. Nanti nama-nama di daerah kalian bisa juga dijadikan penelitian. All right. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more plenary speaker before we conduct parallel presentation in different room. So, I think Dr. Min Nguyen is already here. Hello, Dr. Min Nguyen. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Just give me a minute
Okay.
to
So, Dr. Min
turn
Nguyen
on my
from
camera. Yeah.
Okay, from Otago, New Zealand is already with us today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have plenary speaker before the parallel session, and the second plenary speaker is Dr. Min Nguyen from Otago University, New Zealand. And she will deliver the speech entitled, "It's Time to Talk, Family Language Policy and Heritage Language Maintenance." Wow, a very interesting topic in heritage language or local language or ethnic language. Perhaps we all here have our heritage language, like Sundanese, Javanese, or maybe Padangnese, Acehese, and etc. Yeah, so this session will be moderated by the most beautiful lecturers in Ibu Sinta Ajis, SSMA. Well, Dr. Min Nguyen, your moderator will be Ibu Sinta Ajis. Bu Sinta will assist you to do the sharing with the topic, "It's Time to Talk, Family Language Policy and Heritage Language Maintenance." Ibu Sinta, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Eka.
You're welcome.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So welcome to the second parallel session today. We have Miss Min, Dr. Min. Can you hear my voice?
Yes. Again, yes.
Okay. So this time we are going to listen to Dr. Min from University of Otago, New Zealand. All right, so this time we are going to listen to Dr. Min from Otago University, New Zealand. And it's my pleasure to be the host for Dr. Min today. Hello, Dr. Min.
Hello, good afternoon from Dunedin, New Zealand. It's our afternoon time here. It's 4:22. It's my pleasure to be at the conference and present my research to all of you. So I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, but before you present your screen, may I, sorry, I will read your CV first.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Min. So please allow me to read Dr. Min's CV. Dr. Min earned her PhD in University of Auckland and has been lecturer at the National Institute of Education in Singapore for 11 years. She is an applied linguist and language teacher educator. Her research interests include pragmatics and interactional competence, language learning and teaching, and heritage language maintenance. She has published in various international journals and edited volumes published by international presses. Most recently, she has co-edited the volume "Building Teacher Capacity Language Teaching in Vietnam, Research, Policy, and Practice," published in 2019. And it is also published by Routledge. Currently, she is on the editorial board of Applied Pragmatics, John Benjamin's, and the Asian Journal of English Language Teaching, published by the Chinese University of Hong Kong Press. She is also an associate professor in English and Linguistics Department of University of Otago, New Zealand. Okay, so now I would like to invite Dr. Min Nguyen to deliver her presentation. Dr. Min, the media is yours.
Thank you. Do you see my screen now? Can you see my screen? I think the internet is a bit funny, but yeah. Do you see it now? Let me just do swipe. Okay. So if you don't hear me, let me know. Please let me know. Okay. Right. So thank you very much. It's my honor, right, to be able to present in front of you today on a project that I have recently conducted to examine family language policy and heritage language maintenance in multilingual immigrant families. Family language policy and heritage language maintenance is a domain of research that I have only begun to work on in the past couple of years. And my interest in this area has arisen out of my own personal experience, raising my own daughter, right, in 2 languages in Singapore before we moved here to New Zealand a few years ago. So as a transnational family living in a foreign society where our ethnic language, which is Vietnamese, is not a language spoken by the majority, recognized by the government or taught in the school system, one of the major concerns and also biggest challenges for me is how to help my child maintain the home language and her cultural heritage, while at the same time developing competence in the societal language. Probably I'll just enable the, let's see. Okay, I can't really see it. Well, anyway, okay. So the challenges that I have been facing, I believe, is not really something that is unique, right? It's very familiar to a lot of other immigrant minority families out there who also struggle to raise bilingual children in contexts where their home language may not have the same prestige, power, and capital values as the majority language. All right, hang on. I think something wrong with my slide. I suddenly don't see it anymore. Oh, okay, right. Right, so yeah, so it's very well documented that despite the parents' effort to foster the heritage language development, children generally prefer the language of the mainstream society as they grow up. And in many cases, they may even resist the learning of the heritage language, leading to language shift and heritage language loss over time and in future generations. Now, it is very well known that while language loss may happen at the community level within 3 generations, heritage language loss is often observed among the 2nd generation children of immigrant parents. So given the important role played by heritage language or the home language or the ethnic language, right, in cultural transmission, family cohesion, and children's well-being development, we can see the critical implication that such a language loss has for individuals, families, and society, and hence the importance of research in the field of language maintenance. So let me just give you some background on the field. Okay, so yeah, so since its inception, family language policy research has highlighted the need to preserve ethnic, minority, and immigrant languages. And to date, there has been a substantial body of research into parents' attitudes towards heritage language and strategies that they employ to support their children's heritage language development. Especially in the past decade, heritage language maintenance has been increasingly addressed within the framework of family language policy, an emergent field of inquiry that brings together theories of language policy and child language acquisition. Family language policy involves language planning and decision in relation to language choice and use in the home domain. And this blending can be explicit and overt, or can be implicit and covert. As shown in previous studies, much of the family language policy is not explicit, but unarticulated, highly fluid, and negotiated moment to moment in family interaction. There's three major components of family language policy: language ideologies, that is beliefs regarding languages, language learning, and language maintenance; language practices, that is the actual use of languages by individual family members within the home domain; and language maintenance, that is plan and activities taken by family members to support a particular language policy over another. So language ideologies, for example, are driving forces, right, for language practices and management. So when parents highly value the home language and believe that it is crucial for their children to maintain the home language, then they will provide necessary linguistic environments and facilities to make this happen. So some of the example of the heritage language management activities that parents may employ, including, for example, enforcement of a home language or heritage language only policy, direct teaching, enrollment in heritage language schools, use of heritage language media and literacy resources, connection with community and home country. And now the reverse is also true too. If parents see their home language as a barrier to children's participation in mainstream education, then they may choose to lose their home language to support the child's learning of the majority language. Okay, so researchers working within the framework of family language policy also contend that heritage language maintenance and development are not only private family matters, but are also related to other forces as well. For example, at the micro level, decision about language, what languages to learn and use can be influenced by many different factors. For example, the emotional and identity needs of family members, parents' impact beliefs, and the child's agency. Now, impact beliefs means parents' belief about their capability and responsibility to raise children bilingually. Parents' impact beliefs are usually shaped by their educational backgrounds, their life experiences, and reflected in their goals for their children's linguistic and educational development. Regarding children's or the child's agency, children have been found to play a major part in shaping family language policy. For example, they may set rules about which language to use in family interaction, for example, and they may request their parents to comply with their language choice. So children are not passive recipients of parents' language ideologies, but they can contribute directly to family language ecology. Excuse me. And then at the macro level, we have language status and language in education policy, which are also very important factors. So the relative status of the heritage language or the home language in relation to the majority language, for example, the high status of the home language can motivate parents to maintain it, but the low status of the home language may lead families to sacrifice their own language for the sake of developing their children's proficiency in the majority language. So that is to say, the survival of a language largely depends on the extent it is valued culturally and economically in society. Public education policy, especially policy regarding language in education, is also a very important factor. When the home language is not the language of instruction in the school system, parents may have lower expectations for their children's proficiency in the home language and may provide less support for literacy development in the heritage language. So to summarize, research in the field of family language policy aims to establish the links between language choice and use in the home with broader social processes, as well as to the specific life experiences of individual family members. And in this way, it can help us answer important questions. For example, why some families can succeed in maintaining their home language, but others do not. And what can be done at the societal, family, and individual levels in order to maintain the home language. Okay, so drawing on the family language policy framework, the project that I'm presenting here today is a longitudinal study of 5 Vietnamese families in Singapore. Now, I'm interested in the role of the parents' language ideologies in maintenance of their home language while dealing with multilingualism. So in particularly, I am interested to know what beliefs and attitudes the parents hold towards heritage language and heritage language maintenance, especially in relation to the major languages of the society, and what their heritage language practices are, especially how they negotiate heritage language use in their interaction with their children every day. So to date, most research on heritage language maintenance in the Vietnamese diaspora has been done in the monolingual context, for example, in the USA, and more recently in Australia, in UK, but there is very limited knowledge about how Vietnamese families living in multilingual contexts, such as Singapore, where different official languages coexist, navigate their different languages in the home. So compared to the large community of Vietnamese speakers in the US or in the UK or in Australia, the Vietnamese community in Singapore is quite small. And so not only that, the presence of the Vietnamese language, but also its social usefulness, utility, right, and social economic value are strongly outweighed by the dominant languages of the Singaporean society. So because of this, to maintain the heritage language may even become a more challenging task for these families. On the other hand, the geographical proximity to the homeland and frequent homeland visit may give these families the incentive to maintain their ethnic language. So it will be interesting to know how these forces play out in the family's language planning and practices. So here is the research context. So as you may have already known, Singapore is a multi-ethnic, multilingual society with the majority of the population of Chinese heritage, and other major ethnic groups are Malay and Indian, and Vietnamese represent a minority ethnic group among other minority ethnicities. And there are 4 different official languages in Singapore: English, Mandarin Chinese, Malay, and Tamil. And Malay is also recognized as a national language as well. And among the 4 official languages, right, English is, has the highest social status and enjoys the most privileges, right? English is the most spoken home language in many Singaporean families, followed by Mandarin Chinese and other Chinese dialects, and Malay. So a small part of the population also speak, dialects, local dialects as well. The bilingual education policy in Singapore requires students to study 2 languages, English language and another official language. And of this, English is the medium of instruction at all educational educational levels, and the other language is only taught as a second language. So Chinese Mandarin, for example, or Malay or Tamil, right? They all taught at school, but only as a second language. So as I say, English enjoys the most privileged position among all languages and dialects in Singapore. And a high level of English competence can lead to better education, better employment opportunities, as well as better social economic advancement. Okay, right. So this is the participant, right? Information on the participant in my study. Now, the 5 families in my study all had a preschool child or preschool children aged between 2 and 5 at the time of data collection. So here are the children's pseudonym. So Evan, for example, when I started collecting data, Evan was only 4 years, 5 months. Andy is 3 years. Charlotte is 2 years, 10 months. Karen is 2 years, 10 months. And Vivian is 3 years, 9 months. And 4 out of 5 children were born in Singapore, and 1 was born in Vietnam, but arrived in Singapore as an infant, as a baby. All the children attended bilingual early childhood programs where they were exposed to English and Chinese Mandarin. And in all 5 families, the parents were highly educated professional in their 30s and 40s. So you can see that all the parents have very high degree, master and PhD, for example. They spoke Vietnamese as their native language, and they were fluent English speakers. All the families had been living in Singapore for at least 5 years. None of the families lived with their grandparents, but the grandparents might occasionally visit them from Vietnam. And when they visited, they usually stay long, like for at least 1 month. And one family, Evan's family, had a live-in domestic helper from another Southeast Asian country. Now, in all families, the parents reported using both Vietnamese and English to speak to the children and to one another. But the frequency of speaking Vietnamese and English were varying among the families. So in Evan's family, for example, because of the presence of the foreign helper, English was used as a lingua franca in the home, and Vietnamese was only used privately between the parents and the children when the helper was not around. So Evan was reported to speak mainly English, right? And then for the other 4 families, Vietnamese was the main language spoken at home, but the children were able to flexibly code switch, so switch between English and Vietnamese. In 2 families, the parents reported that their children began to speak English more often at home, which is easy to understand, right? Okay. Both interactional and interview data were collected. The interactional data consisted of 12 months of audio recorded naturally occurring family talk from each family, and each recording lasted approximately 1 hour, gathered during meal times, play times, reading times, bedtimes, and family times on weekends. And then at the end of the study, the mothers were also interviewed to understand the history of the children's language development. The parents stated that so the children's language development, and also the parents' belief, right, about language maintenance and also their practices and their goals for their children's language development. And then conversation analysis was employed in order to analyze the interactional data, and semantic analysis of the interview data were also conducted to answer the 2 research questions. All right, so I'll start with the finding regarding the first research question. Okay, so my first research question asked what beliefs and attitudes the parents have, right, towards the role of the heritage language and heritage language maintenance. And then you can see that there are 4 major themes that occurred in the interview data. So first, all the 5 families highlighted that Vietnamese was not only part of their heritage and their cultural identity, and so needed to be passed on to the children, but also an essential tool for communication and maintaining close relationship with their extended families in Vietnam. And that can contribute to children's overall well-being. So Karen's mother, for example, said that she considered it vital for her children to master the heritage language, as she found it unnatural for them to speak English to other family members, right? So she said, we can't imagine speaking to our own children in a foreign language, especially that's impossible for the grandparents and the relatives. It's very awkward when they return and people speak Vietnamese to them and they respond to English, right? So that's what Karen's mother said. And Andy's mother also emphasized the role of the mother tongue in expressing emotions, hence viewing heritage language as the key to building meaningful relationship with other members of the heritage culture. Okay, so Andy's mother, I don't have, oh yeah, so the quote is here, we are Vietnamese, even if we can't speak another language fluently, when we want to express our deep emotion from the bottom of our heart, we want to express them in our mother tongue. So that's what Andy's mother said. And agreeing with those views, Charlotte's mother hoped the heritage language can help the children maintain strong bonding with their extended family in Vietnam and develop a sense of belonging as a family. So you can see that all the 5 families also regarded that the heritage language is an advantage, and to acquire the heritage language as an additional language is actually an advantage for their children, because it helped to expand the children's linguistic repertoires and capabilities. And this point is also further clarified by Vivian's mother, who highlighted the social economic values of the heritage language if the family decided to move back to Vietnam to live and work in the future. So for the family, the heritage language is not only seen as a marker of cultural identity and means of cultural transmission and intergenerational communication, but also as a form of economic capital, which can lead to better career opportunities and social economic gains in the future. Right? Okay. And then with regard to the parents' beliefs about heritage language learning, although they all attach a great importance, right, to maintaining their home language, none of the families reported expecting the children to achieve native speaker competence in the heritage language use due to the limited exposure and opportunities for heritage language use outside of the home. So you can also, if you look at the table here, you can also see that the family also seems to have quite varying expectation regarding their children's ultimate proficiency levels in the heritage language. And this expectation seem to be related to their specific linguistic environment and their migration plans as well. For example, for Evan, since English was his main and stronger language, the mother did not set high expectation regarding heritage language competence at his age. So she considered it more important for him to develop effective conversational skills in the heritage language, while reading and writing could be learned as a second language later in life. And these views were also shared by Andy's and Charlotte's mothers. So in contrast, you can see that for Karen, right? Karen's mother were confident that the children would be able to attain a reasonably high level of competence in the heritage language because it was their dominant home language. And Karen's mother really took pride in the fact that unlike other children of immigrant parents, Karen and her sister were able to communicate in Vietnamese with their parents and, with their grandparents and relatives in Vietnam. And Karen's mother also reported planning to teach heritage language literacy, okay, to her when she grew a bit older. Okay, so all the 5 families, yeah, so you can see that they all have very varying expectation, right, regarding their children's proficiency levels. And in Vivian's family, for example, the father and because for Vivian's family, right, the situation is a bit different from that of other families. The father and the elder sister lived in Vietnam, but Vivian and the mother lived in Singapore. So because of this, the mother was really uncertain about their family's future living situation. So the mother really wanted Vivian to master Vietnamese so that she would not be disadvantaged if they decided to return to Vietnam in the future. So for these reasons, although Vivian's mother was aware of that Vivian might not reach native speakers level in Vietnamese, she expected Vivian to at least become effective users of the language. All right. So I also look at the parents' beliefs regarding the use of English, right? The mainstream language of the society. So you can see that when compared to English, right? Although none of the families reported using English as the dominant home language, they all expressed really high goals and high expectation regarding their children's language competence, English language competence. So Andy's mother, for example, said that English language learning is of utmost importance because whether you return to Vietnam or you live abroad, you still need it. And because everything now is internationalized and we study abroad, our work involves communication with foreign people. So I think it's really important to learn English. So basically, she said that she wanted her children to attain native speakers level because of the prestigious status of the English language as a global lingua franca and because of its high utility, right, in important areas of her children's life, such as education and employment. Vivian's mother also stated that she had higher goals for her children's English language learning as compared to Vietnamese language learning because of the vital role played by English in Singapore context and in the world. So she said, I set higher expectation for her English than Vietnamese skills. And because communication skills, she will need to write assignment in English, debate in English. So, and her English tests are very demanding. Okay. So given the political power and economic value of the English language in the local as well as the global context. These findings are not surprising and actually echo and support prior research in family language policy, which demonstrate how the broader societal attitudes and ideologies are actually reproduced at the family's level. And then at times, the unequal status between the home language and the majority language may also create ideological tensions, right, for the families as well. So in Evan's family, for example, so yeah, this is what Evan said. Evan's mother said, in the past, Dad only spoke Vietnamese, but then when he took Evan out to play, he saw that when people spoke to Evan, he didn't understand. So Dad became worried that Evan might be disadvantaged when he started schooling. So Dad began to switch to English, right? So this is very interesting. So in Evan's family, despite agreeing on the prestigious status and the important function of the English language, the parents share conflicting viewpoints in terms of how Evan and his brother should acquire English, right? So the mother believed that her children would eventually acquire English via formal schooling because English was the medium of instruction in Singapore education system, and it is spoken widely in the society. So as a result, she did not feel the need to teach Evan English at home, but the father believed in the need to give their children a head start in English language competence so that they could be best prepared for schooling and for social interaction beyond the home context. So he deliberately chose to speak mainly English to his children. Similarly, although expressing no concern about their children's English acquisition, other parents reported investing time and resources to ensure children's progress in English. For Vivian, for example, her mother reported spending time teaching Vivian English at home and also helping her to do her homework. And Karen's parent enrolled her and her sister in speech and drama classes. Those are enrichment classes that are very, very popular in Singapore, right? To train children in speaking skills and as well as to help them to boost their confidence level when speak English. Karen's parents really do spend and invest resources in her English language education. So once again, the findings here seems to suggest that why the parents held very strong beliefs in the cultural functions and instrumental values of the home language and the need for their children to become effective users of the home language because of the strong links to their home country. Their goals for the children's language development might still be heavily influenced by the overriding weight of the higher social prestige and higher economic values associated with the English language, which is the mainstream language of the society. And in fact, even for the case of Vivian's family, who may return to live and work in Vietnam in the future, the mother also indicated that as much as she wanted to teach Vivian how to read and to write in Vietnamese, they needed to prioritize schoolwork. Okay, so heritage language or home language was considered only a second priority as compared to the majority language of the society, which is English. Okay. And when I asked the parents about their family language policy and practices, I found that despite their overall enthusiasm towards heritage language maintenance, none of the families reported implementing a strict heritage language only policy at home. Okay, so Charlotte's mother, for example, said that their family set no strict rules about language choice and language use, but they let things happen naturally. And sharing this viewpoint, Andy's mother added that although eventually she would want her children to form the habit of speaking Vietnamese at home, and when communicating with other Vietnamese speakers, she did not want to force them to speak Vietnamese at all costs. And instead, she wanted to nurture their love for the heritage language, which she believed could lead them to speak the heritage language more often. Right, so Andy's mother said, I don't want to be that strict. I don't want to force him to shift to my language. It must come naturally. I must make him love the Vietnamese language and not scare him away. And in addition, all the families demonstrated full support for bilingualism and high acceptance of code switching practices by their children, a finding that is in line with previous research on transnational families. So in the interview, 4 out of 5 families reported allowing their children to tap on their bilingual repertoires to increase the effectiveness of their communication. And to explain their acceptance of this language behavior, Charlotte's mother said, it would be unrealistic, right, to expect bilingual not to use both of their languages in communication. So and Evan's mother, right? Evan's mother said it was unnatural for them to mix. It was natural for them to mix the languages, right? But now they could tell the differences. He, meaning Evan, would initiate in English, but depending on the context, if I speak Vietnamese, he would shift to Vietnamese. So basically, Evan's mother considered code switching a natural part of bilingualism, and she believed that children would soon sort out the right language for the right context of communication as they grew older. And in the remaining family, Karen's family, the mother reported accepting the child's insertions of English words and expression in Vietnamese sentences when there were clearly no equivalents in Vietnamese, but that she would provide the heritage language vocabulary to help the child reformulate her utterances in other situations. So in general, the parents' openness to an appreciation of bilingualism might largely be explained by their experiences with multilingualism and transnationalism, right? In the super diverse context of Singapore, multilingualism is a natural part of people's life. So it easy to understand why the family in this study developed positive attitudes to their children's bilingualism. And being highly mobile trans migrants themselves who have benefited from their bilingual background, it is easy to easy for the parents to become appreciative of the benefits brought by bilingualism in terms of career, in terms of social economic advancement, and they see it as a highly valuable asset for their children to possess in today's globalized world. Okay. All right. Now I'll move on to my second research question, which is heritage language practices. So I asked how the parents negotiate heritage language use in parent-child interaction. And for that purpose, I look at interactional data, okay, and identify language negotiation sequences in the conversational exchanges between the parents and the child. So here, following OWA 1984, a language negotiation sequence begins with the use of the majority language by the child, which is treated as inappropriate, right, by the parent, and leads up to the parent's request for the child to shift to the heritage language, followed by the child's compliance or non-compliance, and ends when one of them yields to the other preferred language. So in total, I identified 244 sequences of language negotiation in parent-children's interactions. All right, so let's look at one. All right, so this is an example of a language negotiation sequence, and the data is from Evan's family, and the context is book reading, right? So the sequence is quite long, and so I have to, it cannot fit in one slide, so I have to cut it into two parts. And here what you see is the first part. Okay, so prior to this excerpt, or prior to this sequence, Evan and his brother are talking to each other in English. And mom, several times, mom reminds them to switch to Vietnamese, but they just ignore mom, right? So this is how it begins, right? So let's listen to the audio.
Tiếng Việt, mẹ đang nói tiếng Việt mà nãy giờ hay nói tiếng Anh.
Sorry, just don't know why. Just listen again.
Tiếng Việt. Con quên à? Con là mẹ ơi. But I don't know how to speak in Vietnamese, that kind of word. What word?
All right, so that's the first part of the conversation. And what you can see here is in line one, right? Line one here, Evan turns to mom and asks in English whether she can buy him a longer storybook. So here the sequence begins with the child initiation of the English language use, and mom does not respond to his request, right? But instead issues a demand for Vietnamese use. So she say, Vietnamese, I'm speaking in Vietnamese, all right? So she further produced a complaint in line 3 here. You've been speaking English all this whole time, all right? So here mom's action indicates that she treats Evan's use of English in this context as inappropriate. And Evan, however, reproduces his request in English in line 4, right? Can you buy me a story? And then, so what Evan is doing is resisting mom's directive to speak Vietnamese. But before Evan can complete his turn in line 4, you can see that mom enters his turn space and reissues her demand in line 5, Vietnamese, okay? This interruption signals her strong stance against Evan's good choice of the majority language and her clear non-alignment with his language choice. So after a pause showing a lack of uptake in line 6, mom provides an account for Evan's failure to comply with the code choice in line 7. So you forgot, right? So she blamed it on a lapse of behavior. And in doing so, she's giving Evan an opportunity to correct his behavior. She then initiated the Vietnamese repetition routine in line 9 with the formula, you say mommy. Okay, so if you don't know the word, then you ask me, you say mommy, right? Evan repeats the vocative part of the formula, mommy, but then cuts off the final sound of the vocative and abandons the projected course of action. He switches to English and gives an account for his failure to comply with mom's request for the heritage language in line 10 and 11. But I don't know how to speak in Vietnamese, that kind of word, right? And then in line 13, in response to Evan's failure to switch to Vietnamese, mom first responded in English in line 13 by asking him, what was he doesn't know. So accept his account and also cancel the repetition sequence. So that's the first part of the conversation. Let's look at the second part.
I'm sorry, Dr. Mint, your time is about to up.
Sorry?
Your time is about to up.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought I got 1 hour.
1 hour is including questions and answer sessions.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I'll pass on the slide, and then maybe I should skip. No, I should skip the slide and then present my last Friday. All right. So yeah. So okay. So I just look at the distribution of the negotiation of strategies by the parents and the children. So here you can see that right. So the parents use different kinds of routines, right, to negotiate or to request the child to switch back to the heritage language. So for example, first they may continue to speak Vietnamese in the subsequent turns, by which the parent implicitly signal their lack of approval for the child's good choice of English. Or they may just reformulate the child's utterance using Vietnamese with or without expanding the sequence to teach Vietnamese linguistic items. Or they may also temporarily suspend the ongoing conversational activity to teach Vietnamese linguistic items in an exposed manner. Or finally, they may also issue explicit directives for the children to switch to Vietnamese, and they may do this with or without modeling the language for the child. And in response, right, the child may comply immediately or may resist initially, but subsequently comply, or sometimes they may just, persistently resist the parents' directive to switch to Vietnamese, leading to a very extended sequences of negotiation, and then sometimes ended with the parents giving in to the child's language choice. And we didn't have time to see the whole conversation, but that's what happened in the conversation between Evan and his mom. So when at the end, mom had to actually abandon her intention to ask to get Evan to switch to Vietnamese, because Evan just resisted the whole time. All right. So yes, and then I look at the distribution of strategies, and what you can see here is very clearly, you can see that despite the variation, right, you can see that the parent tended to rely mainly on indirect strategies, such as continuing to speak the heritage language, to signal to the child their preferred language choice, and also on reformulation of the child's sentence in the mainstream language into the heritage language. The more covert strategies such as direct teaching, the more overt strategies such as direct teaching and explicit requests for language shift was much less used. So this finding seems to confirm the parents' relaxed attitudes towards their children's language choice as expressed in the interview. And on the one hand, the findings suggest the parents' respect for the children's bilingual identity, but one would also wonder, how useful some of these practices would be for the children's heritage language development. For example, one would argue that, implicit signal of disapproval of the child's language choice might be useful when children have enough linguistic resources to express themselves in the heritage language. But if the parent just insist on using the heritage language without providing any models or any linguistic input for the child, they can just not do that because they don't have enough linguistic resources in order to express themselves fluently and comfortably in the heritage language. So I skip this. It's a very interesting excerpt, but we don't have time, so I move immediately to my conclusion. Okay, so in a consistent, we can see that a consistent theme emerging from my interview data is that despite the importance that the parents attach to the heritage language and heritage language maintenance, their language policy indicates the prioritization of the mainstream language over the heritage language. And this finding echoes previous research, right, on family language policy. And it illustrates the power of the external social forces in impacting parents' decision and planning around language choice and use in the home, and hence children's bilingual development. Compared to the societal language, English, the home language of the family, Vietnamese, has lower prestige and capital values in the linguistic market. So consequently, the parents tend to set lower goals for their children's learning of the home language and adopt a less strict policy towards home language use in the home domain. And given that their home language is not supported by the wider society and public policies, and home is the only place where the children can access their ethnic language, these practices may compromise the children's learning opportunities and likely result in language shift over time. And also looking at the interactional data, it becomes very clear and very apparent that maintenance, right? Language maintenance, right, is depending not only on the parents' effort to negotiate a heritage language interactional context and provide heritage language input to scaffold the child's learning, but on the child's willingness to participate in the parents' initiated language negotiation and teaching as well. So in other words, language maintenance is not a top-down process of transmitting a minority language from parents to children, but it's an interactional achievement involving both parents and children constantly negotiating their language choice and practices within everyday interaction. Analysis of actual family discourse are necessary to understand the enactment of language choice and the processes of language maintenance and by multilingual development in everyday parent-child interaction. And in fact, recent study in heritage language maintenance have increasingly drawn on micro-analysis of interactional data in order to examine language practices embedded in family mundane embedded in family mundane activities like everyday talk or everyday activities. And I believe that this live research should be continued in the future. So finally, the insight offered by my project, hopefully can be useful for parents, for school, for policymakers in helping minority immigrant children integrate into the mainstream society, while at the same time, to connect to their own ethnic heritage. The implication is at the family's level, this kind of, this requires the parents' consciousness of their own language practices, their own language use, and the impact of their practices, their beliefs on children's heritage language development at the school and wider societal level. This requires recognition of the values of the heritage language in children's overall development and understanding of the challenges facing ethnic minority families in maintaining their home language, as well as support in terms of policy and resources. And I believe that without this awareness and without this institutional support, positive result in heritage language maintenance will be unlikely achieved. So with that, I just conclude my talk, and I'm ready for your question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Mint. That's such a meaningful. Okay, so give applause for Dr. Min first. Okay. I believe that it is a very insightful ideas about language heritage, and language heritage is a great issue. Yeah, here. So since we have a limited time, so we only open 5 minutes for questions and answer. So first, I would like to open questions through Zoom first or in teleconference first? All right. So, okay, I will open the questions for teleconference first. I would like to pick Professor. Okay, Professor Berlin, right? Am I right? Berlin Sibarani. Yeah, okay. So Professor Berlin Sibarani. Oh, Jamil, I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Okay, so for Mr. Jamil.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Moderator, for giving me chance to deliver some questions. Not some question, kind of inspiration idea, yeah, because this is a very interesting topic, yeah, for me. Ibu, yeah, can I call you Ibu? Because this is our traditional here is Ibu, we call it Ibu. This is a very interesting topic for me because
Thank you, Park.
talking about family language, yes, family language and heritage. But I would like to know from you a little bit because your respondent here is non-school age. But what about if you raise the data, the respondent here is the school age? Because you know, your respondent here under 5 years. So that's why I think if the school age as a respondents, there is any differentiation between the heritage or language and the school environment. Because, you know, a family language policy and school language family policy is so different. When children going to school, they met a lot of style of language, but when come back to the home, they suppose they follow their parents. So that's why I would like to know a little bit from you because your respondent here is under 5 years. What about the school age when doing a research under above of the 5 years school? Yeah, I would like to know a little bit from you because you know, culture in Singapore, in Australia is different from Indonesia. And then when coming to the school children have a particular language, but when back to the home, the school children have a particular language too. That's why it's too different because I think it's different from culture because in the country it could be emic, but in our country it could be a polite one. I think that's it, my recommendation only. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Park. Allow me to call you Park. All right. I think it's a very good question, actually. Now, although I only look at you know, young children, you know, children under 5. The thing about, you know, families in Singapore is, I mean, Singapore is a very busy society, and parents, I mean, all the kids, I would say many families, and majority of families that I know send their kids to preschool like as soon as possible. Like in my case, for example, my daughter started preschool at 18 months simply because we really don't have time. We have to work very soon after maternity leave. So that's why they are exposed to the majority language very early on. And yeah, but for I agree with you that, for children of school age, right, like from 6 and above, because they also socialize with their friends, they talk to their friends, and that even create a more pressure, right, on them to adopt the majority language of the society so that they can fit in, the society, they can fit in their circle of friends. So that's what happened to my child as well. So since we moved here in New Zealand, she spoke Vietnamese much less frequently. And especially when she go home, she even speak English to me. And I'm kind of lazy because although, heritage language maintenance is my research interest, but sometimes I'm just so busy and I'm so tired at the end of the day. I really don't have time to teach her Vietnamese. So sometimes I allow her to speak English to me and I just respond to English. I try as much as possible to speak my home language to her, but it's not really possible all the time. So yeah, I agree with you that for school age children, the issue is even more pressing, right? The issue of home language maintenance is even more pressing for the kids and for the families as well. And agree that contexts are different. So I would be very interested in reading about home language maintenance in families in Indonesia, for example. I know that Indonesia is the multilingual society, so you have so many different languages and dialects, for example. So how do you maintain your ethnic language in the home? I guess that the strategies that the parents use for maintaining the ethnic language in Indonesia would be very different from the strategies that are used by the respondent in my study. So I would be very interested in reading more about your context and research on home language maintenance in your context as well. So yeah, thank you very much for your question.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Mint, for the answer. I'm sure that lots of questions here from the audiences, but since we have restricted time here, so let me move to audience that is in Zoom meeting. We have Lisa Suhayati that wants to ask questions directly. Okay, so for Ibu Lisa, are you here with us? Ibu Lisa? Okay. Okay, Ibu Lisa, I'm sorry, you are still muted. Okay, could you please open your microphone, Ibu Lisa? Oh, sorry, the committee. Could you please help us in opening the microphone of Ibu Lisa? Okay, I'm sorry, Ibu Lisa, but we still can't hear your voice. Oh, there you go. Okay, we can hear it now. It's clear. All right, Ibu Lisa?
Is my voice clear?
You dropped some time. I can't really hear very well. Or would you like to type your question in the chat using the chat box? I think that would be easier to see your question.
Okay, Ibu Lisa, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, your voice is not really clear to us. Is it possible for you to write it down in the chat for your question?
Hello, can you hear me now?
It's kind of difficult. I think I'm not sure about other people, but at my end, I can't really hear you very well.
How about now?
A bit better, yes. Yeah. A bit more clear now.
Hello. How about now?
Yeah.
Hello. Can I speak now?
Okay, Ibu Lisa.
Okay. Yeah. Nowadays, we know that children all over the world are exposed to foreign language, especially like through media like YouTube, game applications, education or international TV channel like the Divorce TV, Nick Junior, Disney Channel, and so on and so forth. And sometimes this leads to some language development problems such as speech delay and language confusion. And even Federation and World Health Organization hold that the parents need to limit the screen time for the children. But sometimes there is a situation when the parents give more time than is permitted. I also met a mother whose son is diagnosed with speech delay at a hospital. And this son is exposed to three languages, English from YouTube and Bahasa Indonesia, of course, as their first language, and the regional language is exposed from their parents and families around them. And it is worse since we face the pandemic era that make the children isolated from surroundings and do not have enough interaction with others. My question is, how do you see this phenomena, and what should we do as parents who want our children to be bilingual without making them getting a speech delay or having language confusion? And my second question is, actually, I'm really interested involving this kind of research. Is it possible if I started a research in the subject that my daughter has already been 3 years old, and where do I have to start? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid I don't really hear your question very well. I would like to ask the committee, do you have the question? Can you, if you don't mind, can you just repeat the question for me, please?
Okay, so I think Ibu Lisa is asking about the phenomena of the bilingualism here, especially when we got like YouTube. Is that right, Ibu Lisa? Yeah, YouTube, and then so many social medias that are spoken in English.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So you mean bilingualism in a family, right?
Yeah, in a family. How do we prevent?
Oh, how do we prevent that? All right. All right. I don't think we should prevent it, you know, because I don't know. I mean, I'm talking from my own perspective. You know, as a mother as well as a researcher, right, on child language development, I think bilingualism or bilingual competence is actually a very valuable resource. So I don't think we need to prevent it. I think the challenge here is how we can help them to become effective bilinguals rather than to try to, you know, remove one language or one or more language from their linguistic repertoire. Because I think that you know, thinking about, for example, when they go out for work in the future, right, bilingualism or bilingual competence is really a very valuable resource for them, right? It's actually an asset. So yeah, so I think the question here is, how can we help them develop, you know, their bilingual competence rather than how we prevent it, you know. So I don't know whether I have answered your question or not, but I just want to share my own point of view, my personal view on that. And there are many studies on how parents actually try to you know, help their children to maintain their home language. So in one of my slides, you know, I've listed the examples and there is the references to those studies as well. I can share with you my slides if you want, so that you can have the reference for the reading or for the research if you are interested.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Min. Okay, so here, that's actually the end of the answer and question session. But then I will give a gift for the first, Mr. Jamil. Where is Mr. Jamil? Okay, so I will give the book to Mr. Jamil later on. All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Min, for having us here today. Please, everyone, give applause for Dr. Min. All right, Ms. Eka. So.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, please give a big applause for Dr. Min. Dr. Min Nguyen from University of Otago, yeah? Okay, once again, thank you, Dr. Min, for being with us and then for a good and interesting presentation and also a very interesting topic about language policy and also language, heritage language maintenance. Well, we are really sorry because we have a limited time. So for everyone who cannot give the question to Dr. Min, perhaps we can manage our next session for meeting again with Dr. Min. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move to parallel presentation. Please, actually, for parallel session will be 1 hour ahead. We must finish at 12:20. Yes, so you must come back to this conference at 1 o'clock. Perhaps we can manage our limited time for presentation, for the parallel presentation. Well, our respected audience, yeah, the next session will be parallel presentation. We have divided the parallel presentation into offline presentation and online presentation. There will be 5 rooms nearby with teleconference here and online presentation in 5 breakout rooms. For online presentation, kindly check your name in the schedule and then directly move to the breakout room. And then for the participant in Zoom meeting, you may move into 5 separate rooms. And the presenter in this teleconference will be moderated by Ibu Lida Holida Mahmud. And the presenter in here, there will be Dr. Jamiluddin, Frederick, Mr. Rolly from PUP, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And then Ibu Triana as our head of English department. So the participant, you may move now to enter the parallel presentation room. And then don't forget to come back again to this conference at 1 o'clock. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the parallel presentation in this room that will be conducted by Ibu Lida Holida Mahmud. Ibu Lida, the floor is yours. For 1 hour, we make a short presentation, only 7 minutes, and then that will be question and answer. Ibu Lida, time is yours. Yeah, Bu Lida, in this conference, there will be Dr. Jamiluddin, Mr. Rolando, Mr. Frederick, and also Ibu Triana. Perhaps Mr. Rolly, are you here with me? Are you here with us, Mr. Rolly from PUP in Zoom meeting platform? Yeah, perhaps co-host, can you monitor whether Mr. Rolly is already with us in Zoom meeting or not? Yeah. Hello, Mr. Rolly. Are you with us? Okay, Ibu, time is yours.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I have attention, please? Our parallel sessions will start soon, so would you please prepare yourself and have your seat. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to parallel sessions of the Third International Conference on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching. I'm Lida Mahmood. I'm going to be your moderator in this parallel session today. All right. Well, it has been 3 years since the COVID pandemic has passed. And during that times, there were so many advanced development in linguistic, literatures, and language teaching. And today, as one of the largest private university in Indonesia, our university is presenting this conference with the hope that it can make a positive contribution by sharing research results and then which are expected to enrich the treasures of language teaching, linguistics, and literature. And for this morning, still this morning, yeah, because the time still show 11:20. All right, we have 4 presenters and 3 presenters will deliver the papers in offline, of course, here in a teleconference room, and 1 presenter will be online. All right, now I would like to greet all of the presenters here. The first presenter is Dr. Jamaluddin from Tadulako University. Good morning, Pak Jamaluddin. Okay, the second presenter is Rolando Quinones from PUP Manila, Philippines. Are you there with me, Mr. Rolando? Mr. Rolando? Are you with me now? Mr. Rolando? The committee? Is there anybody can help to contact Mr. Rolando? All right. The third presenter is Bapak Frederick Agnar Wijaya SH. Welcome to our seminar, Pak Frederick. And then the last presenter is our head department, Ibu Triana MA. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to inform all the presenters that each presenter has 7 minutes to deliver your presentations. And then after that, we have 20 minutes for discussion session or for questioning sessions. All right, and during the presentation, for those who have questions in offline mode, I mean, in teleconference room, you can have your, questions through note, and then the committee will pick it up. And then for those who are in online mode, you can directly chat the committee. And please don't forget, mention your name and the attended presenter. And for your information, we have 1 book that I will give to those who ask the best question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the first speaker, Dr. Jamaluddin from Tadulako University, to share his paper entitled Language and Communication Behavior of Bugis Ethnic Traders to Prospective Buyers. Dr. Jamaluddin, the floor is yours. Okay. Do you want to use this mic or?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, audience. The distinguished Ibu, the head of English department. Ibu moderator, yes. Thank you for giving me chance to deliver this my research result. Yeah. The title is Language and communication behavior of Bugis ethnic traders to prospective buyers, since this time is very limited. Yeah, later I would like to skip up my PPT. Okay, in this presentation, yeah, I divide my agendas of presentation into several points. The first one, introduction, research method, finding and discussion, and the last one, conclusion. We come to the introduction. You know, Bugis traders, almost work in the market, particularly in traditional market. So that's why this is a very interesting topic for me, not for you, for me, because when coming to the traditional market, particularly in Central Sulawesi and South Sulawesi, we find some Bugis traders there, but the prospective buyers coming from multilingual and multi-ethnic. So this one, there is any interaction among them. So that's why I try to focus on Bugis traders only, no other tribes, but only Bugis traders. Now, so here, my place, the population here is Bugis traders, and the place is Manunda Market. You know, Manunda Market is one of the markets in Central Sulawesi. Is the biggest market in Central Sulawesi, and most of the sellers there are Bugis traders. They are Bugis, Bugisi, and sometimes we call it Bugisi. You know, communication behavior between traders there and prospective buyer is unique. Why I say it's unique? Because the variation of code, meaning, and meaningful smile, body language, body movements, sounds, and noise produced by both parties. And this situation is different from modern market like into Serba, Swalayan, because the goods there are fixed price. So that's why the communication is very limited. And then language and communication behavior which are uttered by trader is able to have a psychological impact on every prospective buyers. This is very interesting to know because each ethnic has its own style and character of communication behavior in interaction. And then this condition also cannot be avoided because of various kind of cultural dimension, norm, custom, habit, and language variation of each individual. So sometimes trader here, I mean Bugis traders and prospective buyers create attitude of joy, laughter, and even the possibility of emotional attitude, both parties. Language and communication behavior produce both parties have special goals, and these goals related to social motive and even economic motive. Yeah, everyone who lives in a different socio-cultural environment has different ways to communicate with others, but verbal and non-verbal communication. Verbal and non-verbal communication create linguistic symbol in the form of variation and dialect. And of course, this type of communication create meanings at a certain loci, which can lead the parts of diverse understanding and interpretation due to the cultural differences, norm, habit of each individual. Now, Edward T. Hall stated that communication is culture. Culture is communication. The use of word meaning is also related to style of speech. The style of distinctiveness of speech is called high context culture and low context culture. What does it mean, low context culture? Is interpreted a verbal message that are explicit, direct, straightforward, and frank. This means that principle is same as what is accurate. Like when the trader say yes, it means agree. But other culture when say yeah, nga, it doesn't mean that is agree. But sometimes we have it's bear others meaning. That is we call it low context culture. What is said, yeah, meaning is what the speaker said to the other, it means that is true. Okay, and when the other one, high context culture, is interpreted that verbal messages are implicit, vague, and ambiguous. In the study, researchers describe as analyze and descriptive about Bugis ethnic trader to prospective buyer. Meaning operations in speech act Bugis ethnic trader to prospective buyer at Manonda market and its surrounding. The study is sociology of language. Not sociology only, but sociology of language. It is not focused on sociolinguistic, but sociology of language. That's why from the language, it's influenced by the social factors. Now, that's why my focus of study here is sociology of language. That is related to the social factors that are reciprocal with language. Okay, I just keep up my... Okay, research method. Yeah, I use descriptive qualitative research. It is written description of communication behavior of Bugis ethnic traders to prospective buyer. Location, Manonda market is a big traditional market in central Sulawesi and its surrounding. And informant, only 5. Bugis ethnic trader. To determine these informants, researchers choose the first informant in the field as a gatekeeper. What does it mean, gatekeeper? Gatekeeper is someone who is recognized as a Bugis ethnic trader who trades in Manonda market. He really knows condition of other informant in Manonda market. He has been selling 14 years. He speaks Bugis language and his family. He is about 45 up to 15 years old. He is great influence to other traders in this market. Instrument I use here in collecting data, observation participatory, interview, listening, and note taking. Finding and discussion. Language and communication behavior of ethnic Bugis traders to prospective buyers. Okay. Traders use verbal communication. It's very simple, short, concise speech showing elocution or speech act. The trader produce accommodating way, or I mean here accommodating, flexible, informative, and showing a sense of familiarity to prospective buyers. The trader use verbal and non-verbal communication behavior to create cheerful atmosphere. Traders express familiar and sometimes contain a sense of humor to lighten the atmosphere of communication. And the next, in bargaining, response of traders to prospective buyer is not only economic perspective, but also in perspective of good social relation, so that the hope of trader could become customer. Traders use commission of speech act. such as offering, agreeing to what prospective buyers want. In interaction, the trader used pathic speech act through the expression of bah, bah. This is dialect of Bugis, yeah. Bah, iye, iye means agree. Communication behavior accommodation persuasive accommodative is interpreted as the attitude of traders who is very easy to adapt himself to the wishes of the prospective buyer. Persuasive is interpreted as an utterance to encourage and persuade prospective buyer to follow and want to buy goods offered by the traders. Okay, where is it? Okay, verbal communication. Ambil Miki, semua lombok nah, baru-baru ki ini, and so on. This is implicitly perlocutionary speech act to practice or uttered by traders, often have occasional force or effects for those who listen to. Uses non-verbal communication. Trader practice body language that show sign and politeness in introducing and offering their merchandise. A smile is accompanied by body movement. This communication behavior is a form of appreciation to prospective buyer, so that prospective buyer feel value and happy. And then the next one, function of speech act produced by Bugis trader, yeah, indicate directive, organizing behavior of interlocutor. When viewed from the relationship between trader and public prospective buyer, they work pathic, such as, iya, hati-hati ki bu, besok-besok lagi bu, and so on. Function referential, such as, enak ki ini bu, ini juga bu, goreng-goreng enak ki ini, and so on. Therefore, language and communication behavior practice and utters by Bugis trader to prospective buyers have their respective function. Yeah, I still have four.
Excuse me,
right.
Pak Jamaluddin?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Pak Jamaluddin?
Yeah.
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bu. Okay, meaning operation in speech act of Bugis ethnic traders to prospective buyers. Communication behavior. First, trader use non-verbal communication, namely seeing and giving a smile. Then when prospective buyer responded, then trader use verbal communication through speech act, such as singgaki, mariki, lihat mikir dulu apa yang kita cari, and so on. This speech act means inviting prospective buyer to buy at the trader's place. This speech act also means kinds of courteous welcome. Non-verbal communication, body movement, and other body language also mean appreciation to prospective buyers. And then I just give up. And this conclusion, my research conclusion is this research reveals that language and communication behavior of Bugis ethnic traders to prospective buyer use the language and behavior of verbal and non-verbal communication simultaneously through the dominance of perlocutionary speech act, through expressive and commissive types of speech act in communicative and persuasive communication model. Meaning of the message expressed by Bugis ethnic trader is more effective. The trader often apply low context culture to the prospective buyers rather than apply high context culture. I think this is enough. Thank you, Bu.
Thank you very much, Pak Jamaluddin. It's a very interesting topics. Yeah, language and communication behavior is always being hot topic. Yeah, because it is always accompanied by human value and then a culture and of course human needs itself, right? Okay, thank you very much, Papa. Please, yeah. All right. Okay. All right, now we turn to the second presenter. Yeah. No, yeah. It's okay if you want to sit here, it's okay. You want to come back? Oh, all right, okay. Okay. All right, now we turn to the second presenter, Mr. Rolando Quinones from UP Manila. Are you with me now, Pak Rolando? Pak Septian said that Pak
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
But there is some
Can you hear me?
trouble with the connection. Yes. Mr. Rolando, can you hear my voice?
Hi, am I audible?
All right, Mr. Rolando.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Good morning. It's still in the morning in Jakarta. Yeah. All right, and then good afternoons in Manila's time. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it is.
Rolando Quinones from PUP Manila is assistant professor. And then now he wants to present his paper entitled Immigration and Acquisition of a Second or Foreign Language, a Literary Review. Mr. Rolando, the floor is yours.
Hi, selamat sore, right?
Selamat
it's already
sore.
afternoon. Let's have a greet in the Indonesian language. May I ask Ibu who is going to present my PowerPoint, or will I be the one to share it?
All right.
Which one do you prefer?
All right. Please, for file sections, would you please open Mr. Rolando PPT, PowerPoint? Wait a second, Pak Rolando. Hello?
Okay. Tidak apa-apa. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm really sorry, Pak Rolando.
No problem.
All right, please, Pak Rolando, you can deliver your
So
presentation.
how is the weather now in Indonesia?
Alhamdulillah, it's very, very clear, and that it's very, what is it? A little bit hot, but it's okay. It's still comfort. Yeah.
Glad to know that it's kind of rainy here. It's cloudy actually. And just this afternoon, we had our graduation ceremony for the bachelor's degree. Yeah. So will I be the one to present my PowerPoint, or will there be someone from the committee to do that for us?
Well, it's supposed to be someone who can help you to create your PPT. But if what is it? You want to present your PPT by yourself, it's okay.
Okay, no problem. I'll just go ahead and check which one among this one. Okay, is my screen sharing now, Ibu? Is it visible to everyone?
Wait a minute. All right. Okay.
Or is there any delay maybe?
Okay, we can see that. We can see your PowerPoint now.
Okay, one moment. It's acting crazy lately because it keeps on going to the last slide, basically. Actually, for everyone's, well, I am turning this to the first page. It is my honor and my privilege to be back and to be able to share what I know about language acquisition once again to the wonderful students and faculty members and the officers of Universitas Pamulang. Uh, if you are still unaware, we have very strong partnership with your university here at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And just recently, we've sent our English majors to your department for their on-the-job training, and they have just graduated 3 weeks ago. And Unpamulang will forever be in their hearts. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Now, as mentioned by our MC, our host for this event, I was assigned and requested to share something about my reviews of some existing review of literature for the immigration and acquisition of a second or foreign language. I believe this is one common interest that we share, both the Philippines and Indonesia, and even our neighboring countries in Southeast Asia, because there will be times that we'll have to decide that we want to look for a greener pasture. You know, we would like to try out some other opportunities outside our country if there is going to be a bunch of opportunities waiting for us out there. That is why immigration really happens. So what really is immigration? It is actually an occurrence. It's happening when someone decides to move to another country to stay with no specific period of time. What I mean to say is that when you go to a certain country as a tourist, then you don't really call that immigration with an I. You have just migrated. So that's the difference between migration and immigration, because immigration may entail the traveler or the citizen to change his or her nationality, either as a dual citizen or as a full-time citizen in one specific country. So when we talk about, in this paper, when we talk about the international migrant stock, we are talking about the number of people who are actually born in a country other than that in which they live. So wherever they are, be it in their homeland or in their immigration's country or host country, they are part of what we call the international migrant stock. So let me give you a sketch of the migration graph, or the trend of my immigration rather, of the Filipinos in the different parts of the world. So from in 2000, the immigration statistics is very, very high. And then there has been a decline in 2005. And in 2010, it's much lower. And in 2015, it's way lower than 2010's immigration record. What is this trying to tell us? Why do we really have to care about the immigration statistics? This has something to do with the satisfaction of the majority of the citizens with the way how their country is managed by their leaders, their politicians, and of course, there are also instances wherein you will just decide to immigrate to another country because you would like to put up a business, and there will be business opportunities for you as an investor, and then you'll suddenly decide to move to that country for good. So those are the possible reasons. But in the Philippines, they did not really explain what will be the possible reason from 2016 to 2022. But in this particular graph, there has been a decline, not because the Filipinos are very satisfied with the job opportunities here, performing their duties and responsibilities as Filipinos, but um, the potential factor could be the standards of the English speaking countries may have, may have become tougher than before, than in the previous years, like in 2000. So the English proficiency has something to do with the success for the immigrants who wish to earn their citizenship, their full citizenship in English-speaking countries, for example. So according to the interfaith community for detained immigrants, no one leaves home unless that home is the mouth of a shark, right? Which means to say that if you feel that your home is safe and it can provide you with at least the basic needs that you want or the status quo in the society that you wish to achieve for yourself and for your immediate family, then there is no reason for you to leave. So, well, this is really unmeaningful quotation that will be really applicable for all of us who are starting to build our dreams. Whether we will decide to stay in our respective countries or to seek for opportunities abroad, we have our respective reasons. And furthermore, according to ICDC, there are really different identified factors while people choose to be immigrants. Say, for example, me, I am proud to be Filipino. You are proud to be Indonesian. So you are proud of your nationality. However, the pride that you carry in your heart may sometimes not be enough if you're going to think about it practically. So this is probably one of the reasons why people just choose to decide to leave their countries, their homeland for good, and then try to seek for their citizenship elsewhere. So other factors. Yes.
Pak Ruli,
Am I cutting?
2 more minutes for reminding. Sorry. Yeah, you have 2 minutes for reminding.
Okay, thank you for the reminder.
Okay.
Okay. So just to give you the summary of this slide, other factors will be religion, your ethnicity, your cultural persecution, how you are judged by the society. Those are the possible reasons why you may wish to migrate. You may not want the way you are run by the government. That could be another reason according to this source. Environmental factor, if you have allergies in your immediate surroundings and you think that another country will provide you with a healthier environment, then that could be a possible reason for that. Here, I tried to have 3 objectives to explain how immigration affects learning a second language, how immigration affects learning a second or foreign language, and to see the potential effects of migration to your mother tongue as an immigrant. So the methodology, obviously, for this qualitative review is through the thematic approach. I tried to choose the themes, specifically the keywords about immigration, language acquisition, and learning. So I may not have enough time to give the nitty and gritty information of this analysis, but let me go ahead and jump straight to the conclusion, which will actually summarize what I have learned and what I really wish to share to all of you. Okay, so first and foremost, immigration affects one's ability to learn a second or foreign language differently for adults and their children. Okay, number 2, immigration does not make it easier to learn a new language, but for their children, it is a lot easier. So that sets the difference. If you go to the United States and become an immigrant there and as a citizen, and you are already 45 years old and you have zero background of English, for example, it may be very, very challenging for you, and it may take months or even years for you to achieve the fluency to survive in the United States. But if you're going to bring your 5-year-old kid there, it's going to be a different story. because their language development is still very, very much undeveloped. You know, it's undergoing certain stages, and it's going to be an advantage for them to acquire the language of the host country, which is the United States or the United Kingdom, for example. So factors that allow the immigrants' children to learn the host country's language are affected by where they live, their distance or closeness to other immigrants who speak the same language. If I had moved to Los Angeles, California, my mastery of English will somewhat be affected if I am far and away from Filipinos who speak my mother tongue, because I will be forced to learn and practice the host country's language, which is the English language, for example. This is what we mean by distance and proximity, because the closer you get to your fellow men, the chances are you'll be tempted to go back and speak and practice speaking your mother tongue. And that may not be very, very beneficial to your proficiency in learning English as a second or foreign language. And fourth, immigration may also affect learning a new language through their position in the society. If you are a celebrity, for example, in a foreign country, you must learn their language. If I want to be a superstar in Indonesia, it's my responsibility to be fluent in the Indonesian language, because this is the language of the majority, the Bahasa Indonesia. Next, second to the last, in addition, other factors that affect learning is the, the integration, job opportunities, and political participation. Okay, so the rest is for you to read, and I think we need more time for the Q&A. Go ahead, Ibu.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Roli. All right. Pak Roli, Mr. Rolando Quinones, yeah, from
Yeah.
PUP Manila. Well, it's about immigrations always being a hot
Exactly.
impact of immigration toward the whole language cultures is always being hot issue. All right, later we will get asking questions, and then for somebody who wants to ask, Pak Roli, yeah, please. All right, now, thank you very much, Pak Roli. Okay, and then now we turn to the third presenter. The third presenter, Bapak Frederick Agnar Wijaya SH. All right. He will deliver the papers entitled Pragmatic Analysis in Language Differences between English dexes used by the speaker and Indonesian subtitles made the television stations. Case study in Angelina Sondah interview by Rosi TV Kompas. All right, Pak Pedri, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's Rosi Kompas TV. Okay. Okay. Good morning, all the presenters and the participants in this conference room or in the Zoom meeting, and the distinguished English Department Head, Universitas Pamulang. Today, let me present my research paper on differences between English dialects used by the speaker and Indonesian subtitles made by the television station. I am Frederick Agnar Wijaya from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. The case study of Angelina Sondak's interview on Rosi's Kompas TV. Next slide, please. Is there any next slide? Enable editing. And then you can full screen it. Okay, so the agenda, first introduction, methodology, findings and discussion, conclusion, and references. Where's the slide? Okay, introduction. Angelina Sondak was involved in a corruption scandal. I think most of you know about the scandal. The Hambalang corruption case. After her release in March this year, she was invited to the Rosi talk show in Kompas TV earlier before entering politics, and her political journal and the corruption scandal
When will data return?
Excuse me?
Tonight also. No, I mean go back to Vietnam.
All right.
Ah, I thought 5 days. Because you also have a job. Wow. So this is
all right.
yours.
Is it the voice of Pak
We
Ruli?
can leave this to
Pak Ruli, would you please turn off your microphone? Excuse me, Pak Ruli. Mr. Rolando, would you please?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. The introduction again, please. So the technical wasn't counted for the minutes. Can you back to the introduction, please? Okay, thank you. It is her first time being invited again in television station. She reluctant to share her stories. It remains unsolved mysteries. Angelina Sonda often mix up her Indonesian with English during the conversation. As the channel is targeted to Indonesian audiences, Kompas TV needed to make some subtitles in Indonesian. However, there are some interesting differences between what Angie uttered and the subtitles made by Kompas TV. Most of the differences involve a branch of pragmatics, namely diaxis. The differences mostly occur when Angie only mentions something diacritically in English, but Kompas TV makes a clear and distinguished reference in Indonesian. The first question is, what are the differences between diacritic forms from Angie and the Kompas subtitle Kompas TV? And the second question is, how theories in translation may influence subtitling in television broadcasting, such as in the case study. Next, please. Diaxis, a phenomenon of using a linguistic expression to point something, some contextually available discourse entity or property. I'm not done yet. Okay, a word is said to be diaxis if the reference is moving or changing depending on the time and place. The reference can be anything or anyone depending on the situation. There are actually 5 diaxis, but in this research, there are mostly only 3 types of diaxis, namely personal, spatial, and discourse diaxis. Next. And the subtitling theory, a translator has to be able to represent all aspects of the search in the target language. A translator is responsible for recreating a relevant context situation in the target text. However, translators usually miss challenges regarding finding equivalencies in translating unfamiliar lexicons and expressions. Translation has played a significant role in providing the subtitles in different languages. Translators should be able to produce subtitles that can be understood well by the target audience who are not familiar with the one. And as this is a live delayed TV show, so there is a real-time subtitles. So the translator have to do their best in order to make a good translation, even if the time to make it is not enough. Next. Okay, the methodology. The study explores the differences between English diaxis spoken by the author, Angelina Sondak, and the Indonesian subtitles made by television station and the influences of subtitling theories to those differences. The data analyzing technique, the first one, finding the English diaxis that are subtitled by a clear reference in Indonesian, describing the context of the Indonesian references of the English diaxis, and drawing the interpretation based on the data analysis. So the findings, there are totally 23 differences, and 64% occur in discourse diaxis, 32% occur in personal diaxis, and 1 in spatial diaxis. Next. So there are 23. I will. This is the first 12 datum, the findings, and I will take 2 for the example, the datum number 1 and number 5. Next, please. Okay, for example, the datum 1, actually, Angie said Tapi at my era it was totally dirty, and it is translated as tapi di era saya DPR itu sangat kotor. You can see the differences is between the bold one it, but the Kompas TV made a clear reference to DPR, langsung directly to DPR or House of Representative. Next. And also in datum number 5, as you can see, Angie said, tapi kan it's going to be so subjective. I didn't do it alone. So there are actually no references to corruption before, but in the translation said, tapi ini terlalu subjektif. Saya kan tidak melakukan korupsi sendiri. For Angie said it, and the Kompas TV made the subtitles to be korupsi. So directly it to be the corpse. Next. There are next findings for number 13 until 23, and I also take 2 for examples. Next. The datum number 15, and Angie said, because they saw me like this. This is actually can be referred to the previous statements of our corruption scandal, and the Kompas TV made the subtitles as karena mereka memandang saya koruptor. So this is translated to become koruptor. Next. And the last one in datum number 22. Angie said, gosh gitu loh, I shouldn't do this. This also be translated as korupsi. So it became, ya Tuhan, saya seharusnya tidak korupsi. So this equals to korupsi, referred clearly to korupsi. Next, please. Okay, the translation issue, Kompas TV as a talk show had to provide subtitles and adequate Indonesian subtitles, since maybe unexpectedly the speaker started speaking in English, which not all audience can understand. So there must be a translator to translate and making a real-time subtitles in limited but with more time.
Excuse me, Pak Ruli, you have 1 more minute for remaining. 1 minute more. 1 more minute.
Okay, for the technical difficulties too. Okay, the translator are given freedom and responsibility to create a relevant context situation. So subtitles should condense the translation. Depends on what can be done as well as on what really needs to be done. And translator of Kompas TV needed to make a more relevant subtitles that could explain more her background context situation, so that the intended ideas by the speaker can be received well and the same as audiences, because she did not talk about the corruption scandal actually very much. And from all the data, Kompas TV could maintain the context situation of the subtitles in Indonesian well. And the conclusion, next. Okay, so the most differences between utterances and the subtitles happen to be in dialectic forms. Therefore, dialectic topics are specially used for the analysis. There are 14 occur in discourse deixis, 8 in personal deixis, and other 1 in spatial deixis. In total, 23 differences. The differences mostly occur when Angie only mentions something dialectically in English, but the Kompas TV make a clear and distinguished difference in Indonesian of what she only mentioned in dialectic form in English. In subtitling the utterances expressed by the speaker, Kompas TV mostly maintain the similar forms and produce identical expression in the target language. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Frederick. Thank you, Pak Frederick. It's a very fascinating study. While pragmatic analysis in language and communication we have, you always find some surprising findings, like Pak Frederick has presented in terms of Rosiana Silalahi talk show with Angelina Sonda. All right, now we turn to the fourth speakers. The fourth presenter is our head department, Ibu Triana, who will present her papers. Our papers means entitled promoting reading comprehension through Socratic questions. Ibu Triana, please. Yes, you can. No.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, for today, I would like to present actually me, Bo Lida and me in the same group to do this kind of study. We are talking about promoting reading comprehension by using Socratic questioning. Yeah, I think all of us know that reading is something really, we can say that it is boring. Yeah, sometimes we think that we do not want to read because of there are some unfamiliar word or some unfamiliar vocabulary that we cannot catch the gist of the text. Yeah, so by doing this study, we would like to improve the skills of our student in reading comprehension by apply this kind of strategy in teaching. Especially we give them Socratic questioning. Next, please. Okay, this is the background actually why we need to do this, because some student thinks that there are lack of reading ability, and then also they have low reading interest, and they also think that and sometimes the teacher have no preparation for teaching, so they just let the student read and then presume that the student will answer the question correctly, but in fact the student cannot comprehend that one. Next, please. And we know that in comprehending text is very important for the university level, since most of our, especially in English department, because most of the texts are written in English. So we need to be able to read well. That is why reading comprehension is very important. As what mean by what said by Priyan, he said that comprehending the text is a scientific learning process involving the ability to capturing, analyzing, drawing, and also give the conclusion and taking advantage of this process. And when we see the fact that there are some ineffective reading strategies for some Indonesian students that leads them to become less critical in their reading, okay? And then they frequently struggle with their reading and to get the information from the text. In fact, they cannot comprehend the text well. And as we know that comprehending text requires students to build their thinking process, because it is not just read, I mean by getting the information from the text only, but it needs some process in the mind, what we call by background knowledge. Means that if they have enough information in their mind, or what we call by background knowledge or prior knowledge, it will help them. So in this study, we try to stimulate their background knowledge by giving them some question. In this case, we provide with the Socratic questioning to what we call that, to elevate the ability of the student in asking question, because in asking question, the student will stimulate into their higher thinking order, or what we call by critical thinking. That is why we need to do this study. And this is applied in 32 undergraduate students, especially in reading class. So we do in 2 cycles, since it is classroom action research. And then the finding, we say we found that, next please for the findings. Yeah, the finding, we know that even though in cycle 1 and cycle 2 demonstrate that the improvement in post-test score are more engaged in responding to the re-asking Socratic question in cycle 2. However, it is unclear if the improvement is the result of Socratic question of the student. Maybe it's about the unfamiliarity about the materials. And findings number 2, we found that some students were unfamiliar with the numerous words. This is what we usually found. And sometimes phrase or term in the text which make them rather challenging in understand the text. And also, students argued that text material in cycle 2 was related to their daily life, so it's easy for them. This is what we call by the relationship between Socratic and their thinking, so it will promote their what we call that, to promote the background of their study to stimulate their thinking high order. And some students argue, because there are some questions that we delivered to the student, something like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? So by promote this kind of question, then student will be able to re-evaluate the materials and draw upon their existing knowledge to form an opinion. It means that they will relate what they have in their mind to the text, and it will help them in answering the question or in understanding the text. And also, the last finding is some students argued that the question, how do you know this? Okay, or what do you believe about that? It will prompt them to recollect their past knowledge for giving proof and verify in their initial response to what do you think about. These circumstances make them reconsider what they have read. So we ask them question mostly when the teaching and learning process happened. So it will make them stimulate whatever in their mind. So it is not just silent word, but it will more actively in their class. And in our conclusion, we found out that Socratic question has been proven to enhance student reading comprehension. However, the process must first engage student critical thinking before leading to the correct answer on reading comprehension. And the second one, the Socratic question approach enhances students' reading comprehension when the subject matter of the reading is relevant to their current and prior experiences and knowledge. And the inquiry and compel students to go deeper into their own experiences, past and then also present knowledge of the subject. And in order to formulate their own opinion on it, as a means of comprehending all of this through critical thinking. In terms of this, the researchers should provide a selection of reading topic for the further study, because the familiar the topic is that maybe it will make them easy to understand the text. And Bloom's taxonomy of Socratic questioning can be used to enhance reading comprehension, as long as the emphasis is on developing student critical thinking. And student critical thinking then motivates them to provide accurate reading answers. And the last one, we can say that students will become critical thinkers and improve their reading comprehension if the Socratic questioning is supported by appropriate learning resources and teaching method. It means that the teachers should provide it well. And without both, Socratic questioning is nothing more than just a simply inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Triana. Well, Socratic question, like the founder name Socrates, a philosopher who introduced some question addressed to encouraging human critical thinking. All right, now we turn to question sessions. Okay. Well, for the audience, if you want to ask a question, please mention your name and intended presenter. Is there any question? All right. Somebody can help? Please mention your name and the intended presenter.
My name is Siska, and I want to ask to Dr. Jamaluddin. My question is, are the traders still using those communications ways to the buyers from outside the Bugis area? And how would the traders from Bugis behave to the people, I mean to the buyers from outside of the Bugis area? Will they still using the Buginese ways that they usually use to the Bugism? That's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Pak Jamaluddin, would you please answer the question?
Excuse me, could you repeat again? Could you repeat that? Could you repeat your question?
Yeah, sure. My question is, are the traders still using, are the traders of Buginese still using those communication ways that you have mentioned to the buyers from outside Bugis area? And how would the traders from Bugis behave to those?
All right. Thank you. Good questions. I focus on Bugis traders. It means that even the location in Central Sulawesi, and most of the population at Central Sulawesi are Bugis. But when they spread out, like Kalimantan, Java, I think they always use their dialect. Why? Because it's influenced by the prospective buyer. When prospective buyer want to buy their daily need, of course, they use two types of communication: verbal communication and non-verbal communication. And I think it's quite difficult to change their habit because it's influenced from their father, from generation to generation. And like, when you come to Tanjung Priok, Lagua Trusan, most of the traders there are Bugis and always use Bugis dialect to prospective buyers. Why? Because it is a habit. It is influenced by the culture. Because this is the particular dialect used in their family life. For instance, when come back to their house, the trader use Bugis language, and when come to the market, even they meet Japanese or other tribe, their dialect still alive. Why? It is quite difficult to change their dialect. Like Yusuf Kalla, Jika, when speak in front of general people or TV, they say lebih cepat, lebih bagus. It means that there is no key there. Cepat, T, lebih cepat, lebih bagus. But in Indonesia, should we say lebih cepat, lebih bagus? That is influenced by the culture. The culture and the accentuation, coming from Bugis area. But when people, Bugis people, spread out of the outsider of area, they always use this, like me also, because I'm a Bugis people. I'm a Bugis. Yeah. That's why my dialect should be look like Bugis dialect. And it's quite difficult to change. Even I have already lived 25 years in Palu Tadulako University, but my dialect, yeah, still like Bugis dialect. So that's why, but in Palu, you know, most of the people there use Manado language, yes, looks like Manado language. But because we are in our family Bugis, so that's why I always use Bugis dialect. I think this is well, it's quite difficult to disappear from the market, and the market always what the sellers there almost Bugis, yeah, Bugis. I think this is not for me, right?
All right, thank you. Well, because there is a limitation of times, well, I'm really sorry. I have to limit the questions just to be one more question. So is there somebody want to ask a question? All right. All right. If there is no question from teleconference participants, I have one question from chat rooms. Yeah, it is intended to Ibu Triana. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. The question is, wait a minute. Can Socratic question applied in other subjects like writing or grammar? Ibu Triana, please.
Yeah, for those who ask this question, actually, Socratic questioning is not only in language, but it can be applied in any subject. For instance, like grammar and writing, because Socratic questioning is try to dig more information about what we want to see or what we want to write. For instance, when we talk about grammar, so by giving some Socratic, so we can give the student to stimulate their mind to recall back what they have been written or what have been learned. So this Socratic means that this is the basis of learning. So from the literature review, it was found that it can be applied in any subject, especially in mathematics or something which needs the thinking. I think this can answer the question, or we can discuss this later.
Thank you very much, Ibu Triana. Well, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, allow me to highlight some points from this presentation today. There are four points that I have highlighted. The first one is about language and communicative behavior. From Bugis trader contact, it is found that they use low language contact. In addition, they use verbal and non-verbal communications through proluxive patterns such as expressive persuasive model. And then it brings the plain sight that each community has range speech action based on the cultural values, habits, and needs to make their communication behaviors generates particular meaning that impact the interlocutor. And in this term is the buyer. And then the second one is immigration has very impact toward adults and their children in terms of their capability in learning host country language. In this context, I mean, in Philippines context, due to some condition like where they live and then the closeness to other immigration that using host country language, it drives children are more able to learn it than adults. And then the third one is about the pragmatic analysis in language and communications. Well, in the case of Rosiana Silalahito, it was found that there are 23 differences between what spoken and what is stated in the subtitle. And then the fourth one is, well, effective teaching is deeply inside what's the best for our children. And of course, promoting, some methods like Socratic questions, it is expected to help our students develops their capabilities toward the targeted learning, and in this case is reading comprehension. Well, thank you very much for all of the presenter. For your participation in this seminar, and for all the audience, thank you very much and see you. All right. Well, actually, Ibu Eka, yes? Oh, all right. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's break times, and then please come back to this room at 1 o'clock. All right, thank you very much. It's a sword. I'm really sorry. 1 o'clock, please. All right.
Locating on campus building on Jalan ICoLLiTec Raya number 10, Serpong, South Tangerang. English Literature Department is one of the departments in the Faculty of Letters, Universitas Pamulang.
Pasal 31 ayat 1 Undang-Undang Dasar 1945 yang menyatakan setiap warga negara berhak mendapat pendidikan. Universitas Pamulang hadir menjawab amanat undang-undang tersebut melalui pendidikan yang layak dan berkualitas serta terjangkau seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Universitas Pamulang yang terletak di kota Tangerang Selatan menjadi perguruan tinggi swasta terbesar di Provinsi Banten. Universitas Pamulang berdiri sejak tahun 2000 oleh Yayasan Primajaya. Dan akhirnya alih kelola oleh Yayasan Sasmita Jaya pada tahun 2004. Yang dipimpin oleh Dr. Honoris Causa, Dr. Andus Haji Darsono. Memiliki visi menjadi universitas peringkat 40 besar pada tingkat nasional yang dilandasi oleh nilai humanis dan religius. Universitas Pamulang menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademik dan profesi yang profesional berbasis humanis dan religius. Melaksanakan penelitian berbasis humanis dan religius yang menghasilkan inovasi untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang merupakan implementasi penelitian berbasis humanis dan religius. Menyelenggarakan peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia yang kompeten dan profesional. Menyelenggarakan kerjasama dalam negeri dan luar negeri berbasis saling menguntungkan. Memiliki mahasiswa yang beragam dari berbagai wilayah Indonesia dan dosen yang memiliki kualifikasi akademik dan kompetensi pendidik, serta berkomitmen dalam melaksanakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Universitas Pamulang memiliki 3 kampus dengan lokasi yang strategis di tengah kota Tangerang Selatan.
Ya, untuk teman-teman peserta, I'm so sorry to disturb you, but Prof. Song Changzo yang dari Auckland University jam 1 itu ready untuk memberikan materi. Jadi untuk yang makan atau break sholat bisa agak dipercepat ya. Terima kasih.
Fakultas Hukum. Fakultas Sastra. Fakultas Teknik. Fakultas Ilmu Komputer. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam. Fakultas Agama Islam. Program Pasca Sarjana. Selain itu, Universitas Pamulang juga memiliki lembaga-lembaga pendukung dan penunjang dalam memberikan pelayanan serta mengimplementasikan Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Universitas Pamulang menerapkan kurikulum berbasis kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia yang berorientasi Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Dengan teknik pembelajaran blended learning, menggunakan berbagai model yang sesuai dengan capaian pembelajaran. Untuk mengoptimalkan proses pembelajaran, Universitas Pamulang didukung dengan fasilitas yang representatif seperti ruang kelas, perpustakaan, laboratorium, studio, bengkel kerja, unit produksi, ruang berkesenian, unit kegiatan mahasiswa,
Cek. Cek.
lab school, ruang pimpinan perguruan tinggi, ruang dosen, ruang tata usaha, fasilitas umum terdiri dari masjid, gedung parkir, taman, auditorium, kantin, ATM, ruang pertemuan, klinik kesehatan,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to teleconference for the second session. How are you? Good. Have you done with your lunch? All right, thank you very much. Hopefully our service will give you some, what is it? Enough to make your, what is it? Your sense come back. Okay? Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we may start to the second session for the plenary speakers. And then now in the second or the third, well, actually, this is the third plenary speaker. Dr. Chang Zuzong already with us? Hello, Dr. Chang Zuzong? Chang Zuzong, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
Selamat siang.
Thank you very much with a good signal. Selamat siang.
Selamat siang.
I see. Do you speak Bahasa Indonesia? Thank you very much. Yeah. Good afternoon from Indonesia, Prof. All right. So, our plenary speaker is Dr. Chang Zuzong. Hello. The microphone, please mute.
Oh iya, tadi lah foto itu apa Jepang apa tunren borok apa?
Kamati, the host. Could you please kindly mute the microphone for the participant, please? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the third plenary speaker is Dr. Chang Zuzong from Auckland University, New Zealand. And the topic will be about literature and migration. And this session will be moderated by Ibu Sinta Octaviani Sapfitri, SSMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Chang Zuzong from Auckland University and Ibu Sinta Octaviani Sapfitri as the moderator. Ibu Sinta, time is yours. Yeah, please be seated.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
May peace be upon us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sinta Savitri. I am a lecturer in English literature in Universitas Pamulang, and I am the moderator for the current session. Our next plenary speaker is a senior lecturer, an expert, a Korean and Asian studies from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. This is relevant to his research interest, which covers the political cultural dimensions of nationalism and Korean diasporic communities and the global context. So if you are interested to widening your knowledge of World War II and its effect on a Korean's nationality identity, as well as the Japanese diaspora nationalism complication, please let us welcome Dr. Chang Zuzong. Big applause for Dr. Chang Zuzong.
Thank you, professors from Universitas Pamulang, and my name is Chang Ju Song, dari Zelandia Baru. I'm very happy to meet you this afternoon. But first, can you see my PowerPoint slide?
Yes, Dr. Chang So-song.
Okay, so let me turn the page. Do you see the page turning?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me to
Dr. Song, I'm sorry,
Yes.
allow me to remind you again that you have about 45 minutes to deliver your discourse, and then followed by 15 minutes for question and answer discussion. So,
Okay.
Dr. Song, your
Yes.
session is yours.
Yeah, okay, so I will finish my talk in 45 minutes, and then I will leave 15 minutes for questions and answers. Okay, okay, great. Well, today I was given a topic for diasporic identity and diaspora literature, and to share this, I chose 4 stories about diasporic identity. So the first, I will give a story about diasporas and their loyalty to nation state. And the second story is generations and diasporic identities. And the third story is a story of a Korean Japanese. And fourth, the last story is a story of Japanese Brazilians. Okay, so let me go to the first story. I'm not sure how much you know about the Japanese people in America. They migrated to America since late 19th century. And today there are about nearly almost 1 million Japanese in America. But they had a hard time during the Second World War because Japan attacked the US naval base in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and now Americans and Japanese were fighting on the Pacific. Of course, as you know, that this war had a lot of impact on Indonesia as well. But anyway, at that time, during the war, when war broke out, the Japanese people living in America, what happened to them? Okay, so that's the story. As soon as the war broke out, because most Asians were living in California, in the west coast of USA, and the American government started to call Japanese that you will have to leave your home and you will be in internment camp. Okay, so this was the notice everywhere throughout California and Oregon and Washington state. So about 120,000 Japanese Americans were interned. Okay, so before then, what happened? Already since 1920s, there was the Japan and American relationship was not very good. And many Japanese children attending American schools in California, and this is all San Francisco, by the way, that just like any students in America, you see some white students here behind, they would pledge their allegiance, their loyalty to America. Okay, so this is the photo of the Japanese children, or some mixed children as well, and they are pledging. So it goes, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so this was the allegement, the allegiance every day at school. And nevertheless, as I said, Japanese were all called to move, leaving their homes and farms. They would be captured and taken to internment camp. And so people had to sell their business and house very quickly. So here in San Francisco, you see that this Japanese grocery store was sold. But then this Japanese owner, he put big sign at his shop. It says, I am an American. Right? And at that time, the American people in California, in San Francisco, they were happy seeing Japanese captured and taken to somewhere. So, some bad people, they put this kind of signs like Japs, not wanted. Well, we don't want Japanese. That's what it means. And in also this is in San Francisco and some neighborhood. Now you see that it says Japs keep moving. This is a white man's neighborhood. And this lady very proudly, the white lady proudly pointing that sign at her house. And now Japanese are leaving by train to go to camp. And this was taken, this photo was taken at that time. You see that children hoisting American flag and families smiling and signing the victory for America, and they are leaving. Okay, so that's the story. Story one, that diasporas are diasporic life can be great when globalization is on the way, and also when there is no war between different nations. But when there's a war and also the globalization declines, then diasporic people tend to have a hard time. And that's why the diasporic identities always have that character. And you may see that also in other countries, including Indonesia. And in the case of Indonesia, of course, that's Chinese minority, the Orang Cina. But anyway, that's story one. Now, story two is diasporic identities are very many. It's a multiple as well as very flexible and changeable. And depending on which generation you belong, your identity as a diaspora will be very different. And these Japanese Americans, the first generation, second generation, third generation, and fourth generation, they show how identities can be changed. And there are a lot of literary work, literature, novels and poems about that. And as you see here, there is a first generation and second generation. This was taken some early 20th century. And now this is later, some maybe after 1960s, first generation and second generation and third generation Japanese. Big changes here. First generation, the old days, they were farmers and they experienced the internment during the Second World War. But then after the war, the life came back as a normal. And by 60s and 70s, they all become very wealthy, I mean, not very wealthy, but middle class and more stable life. And the characteristics of the first generation. In Japanese, first generation is called the Issei. And these first generations, they freshly came from Japan, which is a very hierarchical society, to America, which is a more democratic society. So first generation's culture, their own culture and American culture, there's a lot of conflict. Okay? So first generation would not engage with local communities very much. they just live among themselves mostly. And first generation, they don't know English, they don't speak English, so most work they could do was agriculture or very small business. But while working, of course, they would invest in the education of the next generation, this next generation here. And the first generation tried to keep the next generation, the second generation, as Japanese as possible. So they would teach them Japanese language at home. They would use Japanese language, eat Japanese food, and so on and so on. Okay. And now when the second generation grew up in America, now this is about 1940s, during the beginning of the war. Now, this is second generation, however, everywhere, this is quite common. Second generations, they are not very confident. Why? Because second generation, their parents are farmers, poor, uneducated, but second generation children attend American schools. And in American schools, you learn about American culture. In American textbook, father is a tall, handsome white man, and mothers are blonde hair, orang Belanda, not orang Belanda, but blonde hair and nice looking and blue eyes, and mothers are very well educated and so on. But when they come home, their mother, she's so different from the ideal mother that they learned from American textbook. The father, not to mention, the fathers in that generation, they would just beat their children. Okay, so second generation are very weird situation. They have their parents, but in outside the world, they see much bigger society, the mainstream American society, and they don't feel very comfortable about their parents, especially when at school, when they are told, okay, tomorrow is a parents' day, so your parents should come to school. And that's a horror story for the second generation. They don't want to bring their mothers and fathers to school. Anyway, they don't speak English, and compared to the white students' parents, their parents look ugly, dirty, and everything. Okay, so they fear that, and that's why later when they grew up in literature, they were termed as a very quiet generation. And for them, the ideal is mainstream American society. They try to assimilate. They try to be like an American. Okay? And often they internalize the American racism. Okay. Anyway, that's I will just skip this because we don't have much time. But when it comes to third generation, it's also a different story. Now, third generation, they by the time when third generations are born, remember the first generation poor farmers, small shopkeepers, and so on, but they invested money and a lot of the time on the education of a second generation, and second generation want to be assimilated to mainstream American society. So a lot of the second generation became much higher social class compared to their parents, which means third generation grew up in a middle class family. Their parents are well educated, and even though their parents are not very confident, but they are very well educated. And now by the time when third generation grow up, they become very confident and politically active. And especially in America, because they grew up during the civil rights movement in America, the anti-Vietnamese war, for the human rights for African Americans, and so on and so on. So they become very politically active, as you see in this photo. And also they start to pay attention to their homeland, Japan. Second generation were not interested in their homeland. They were interested in only in American mainstream society. But third generation, they wanted to learn about Japanese. Okay, so they wanted to learn about Japanese language and Japanese history and so on. By the way, this was about 1970s and 80s when they grew up. When they enter university, that's what they wanted to study. And throughout America, universities started to open Asian studies. Just like here at my university, also opened Asian studies because these Asian children, third generation, they started to come to university wanting to learn about Asian history and so on and so on. Okay, so they became very much interested in their homeland, Japan's culture and tradition. So that was the second story. Now, the third story, we will go to Japan and we will meet this lady. Actually, she passed away in 1952. Okay, she was born in 1955. Now, she was so-called Zainichi. Zainichi in Japanese means the Korean people living in Japan. Now, the Koreans living in Japan, because Korea was the colony of Japan, so the Japanese people normally would disregard and discriminate Koreans. And so Koreans living in Japan, they had a hard time because, and in many cases, they normally hide their Korean identity. And you can do it because you are Korean, you look like a Japanese. And if you don't say anything, the Japanese people will not know you're Korean. So that, and because Japanese people has a very strong racism against Koreans in those days, so Koreans became very quiet. Meanwhile, some minority Koreans, they became very aggressive. They tried to fight this Japanese prejudice and racism and discrimination. Okay, so that was the situation in Japan. And by the time when she was born in 1959, this kind of movements were going on in Japan. So some Koreans, however, would become naturalized themselves, which means they abandon the Korean citizenship and they adopt Japanese citizenship, and they change their name from Korean name to Japanese name and so on. And she, Lee Yang-ji, that was her name, her parents were naturalized. So her parents became like a Japanese, and at home they would speak some Korean, but mostly Japanese. And they would not tell anyone that they were Koreans. And this lady was living in mountainous prefecture near Tokyo, which is called Yamanashi Prefecture. From here you can see Mountain Fuji. It's not big city. It is a small city, mostly agricultural and so on. So, but like many poor immigrant family, her family was not rich. And also, her family had the family. It was not happy family. Father and mother frequently argue and fight, and eventually they divorced. Okay, but even before they divorced, at the age of 14, this girl, young girl, 14 years old, she left home alone. And then she went to Kyoto, the, quite a big city, the very old city in the north of Osaka in Western Japan. And there she worked as a maid at a local inn. It's a small hotel-like facilities, and she worked there. And later, by the way, she wrote a novel, Yuhi, which is a name of the girl in the novel, and she would be awarded the very famous and prestigious Akutagawa Prize, and that's in 1989. But anyway, let's go back to the time when she was age 14 in Kyoto. Okay. As I said, in Japan, Koreans were frequently, always very much in the past, disregarded and discriminated. And Japanese people have very strong racism against Koreans. And now this racism became a real killing, murdering of some Koreans, actually many Koreans in 1923, when there was a big earthquake in Japan. So anyway, this is Kyoto, the city, and these are some inns here where this Lee Yang-ji worked as a maid when she was 14. Okay, beautiful city. And there she was working, but the owner of the inn, a Japanese man, he was a very nice man. And he told the girl, of course, he wouldn't know if she was a Korean or Japanese because she speaks only Japanese. And the man said, you should not work whole day because you are only 14 or 15. Okay, so why don't you work during daytime, and then at night, why don't you go to school? That was the recommendation of the owner. Okay, so she listened to him and she entered a night high school. And this is a school that opens only at night for those students who cannot attend school during daytime. So there she went to that school, and then it was first lecture that she went was about Japanese history class. And the teacher was Mr. Shukei Kataoka. And so she was sitting in the classroom, and Mr. Kataoka came in because this is Japanese history class, and he started to talk about history of Japan and Korea and in Asia. And he said, we Japanese, we should study Asian history. Why? Because the history, we had a very, very sad history between our country, Japan, and some Asian countries, especially Korea, he said. When she, in the classroom, when she heard this word Korean in Japanese, which is Chosen, and Korean people is Chosenjin. When she heard it, suddenly her heart was pumping. Why? Because that word Korean had a strong emotional power in Japan for her generation. As I said, if you reveal that you were Korean, then nothing, you don't expect, you can't get a job, and so on and so on. So she was shocked. But Mr. Kataoka was a very progressive teacher. And he said, we Japan did so many wrong things against Koreans and so on. So she was just shocked in the classroom. But after the class, later, she visited her teacher in his office. And the teacher said and understood after hearing that she was a Korean, and the teacher encouraged her to study Japan and Korea history. And so she was a smart girl. She studied hard, and now she has a goal. She wanted to go to university, particularly this Waseda University in Tokyo. Why Waseda University in Tokyo? Because in that university, from early days since late 19th century, Korean students formed a club. And now that club is called Korean Culture Club. And here they learn about Korean history and so on. So that's why she chose this university. But this is a very top university in Japan, and it's very difficult to enter. But she succeeded and she entered, and the very first day of her university life, she knocked the door of the student club, Kanbunken in Japanese, and in English, of course, Korean Culture Club. She knocked. And the members there, they were surprised and they welcomed her. Okay? And she was very much welcomed and she was happy being with other Koreans. However, very soon, when these Koreans, when they learned that, discovered, her parents naturalized. Well, they abandoned Korean citizenship and they became Japanese citizens. Then they started to treat her very, very coldly, suddenly. And she was shocked. She came all the way to attend this university to be with other Koreans, but now she was rejected. And she thought, why am I rejected by these other Koreans? It's probably because of my privilege as a Japanese citizen. And so she decided not to enjoy any privilege that she could enjoy as a Japanese citizen. So she quit university. And where did she go? She went to the poorest district in Tokyo. Well, one of the poorest districts in Tokyo, and that's called Arakawa-ku, or Arakawa Ward in Tokyo. And there she started to work at a shoes factory, actually slipper factory, owned by Korean. Okay? So she was working like a worker, uneducated worker, for 1 year. And eventually she thought that I want to go to Korea because I want to explore my identity as a Korean. So she decided to go to Seoul National University. So she entered and there she studied Korean literature, music, dance. Why? Because she wanted to be a Korean. At Waseda University, she was rejected by Koreans. And that's why now she wanted to be a Korean. To do so, she went to Korea and studied. But it was in Korea where she learned and felt, am I really a Korean? My Korean is very limited, and other Koreans don't consider her as a full Koreans because her Korean has a lot of Japanese accent. So she has conflict of identity, okay? Which is quite common, by the way, for diasporic young people. Okay? And she started to write about her own feelings in Korea. Now that book, that novel was Yuhi, as I mentioned earlier, and that book would be awarded the most prestigious literature award in Japan, because she wrote it in Japanese, of course. And now she became famous, of course, in Japan. And one Japanese journal, the news media, called her in Seoul. And they said, the female journalist, she says, I want to interview you, if you don't mind. So the journalist came to Seoul, and Yang-ji and the journalist were sitting together, having a conversation. And the first conversation was, the Japanese journalist asked her, oh, so where were you born in Japan? And Yang-ji said, I was born in Yamanashi prefecture. And the journalist said, oh, Yamanashi, so you must have been growing up looking at the mountain, Fuji, almost every day. When Yang-ji heard this word, Fuji, Mountain Fuji, she started to feel very strong feeling, the longing for the mountain. But this mountain for her was not always very nice, because when she grew up, of course, she saw this mountain every day, but the mountain looked so pompous, so grandiose. It's not kind mountain. It is just the mountain of pride. And more than that, this mountain is the symbol of Japanese imperialism. So she had a dualistic feeling about the mountain, this mountain. But after the interview, suddenly she felt strong urge to visit her hometown, which she left when she was 14 years old. Okay. Of course, by the time when she returned to her hometown and she met her primary school friends, the old Japanese, of course, and the friends gathered together, and the friends told her that, oh, we didn't know you were Korean. Why didn't you tell us? You know, and they had a great conversation amongst themselves about their childhood and so on. Okay, so she began to feel deep affection and yearning for Mountain Fuji and her childhood. Okay, and there, looking at this mountain, she reconciled with herself and the mountain. Now realizing that actually she's not Korean. Well, she is a Korean, but she is also Japanese. Okay, so from this story, we can learn many things about diasporic identity. The diasporic identity can be oppressed by nationalism. Now, in this case, nationalisms of Japan and nationalisms of Korea. And within these two nationalisms, she found a third form of identity, which embraces both. She is an ethnic Korean, but she's also Japanese. She's more Japanese. Okay? So anyway, the diasporic identities, as I said, are always multiple. And it can be changing, like in this case. Okay, so last story is about the story of Japanese Brazilians in Japan. Japanese Brazilians are the descendants of early Japanese migrants who went to Brazil since early 20th century. And actually, so many Japanese went to Brazil. So today, there are about 2 million ethnic Japanese living in Brazil. But by 1980s, Japan started to have a labor shortage, and Japanese government Japan is a very ethnically homogeneous country, but today, of course, Indonesians are working there and so on and so on. But in 1980s, when Japanese government saw this labor shortage, their idea was, well, we don't like foreigners. So let's bring this Japanese from Brazil. So that's why these Japanese people in Brazil, already fourth, third, fourth, even fifth generation Japanese, who are middle class in Brazil. But at that time, Brazilian economy was so bad, but Japan is the second richest country in the world. So now Japanese people from Brazil, they started to come to Japan to work. And where did they work? Of course, manual work. Even though in Brazil, they were school teachers, lawyers, and so on and so on. But in their ethnic homeland, Japan, the only job they can get is the construction work, or factory work, and so on and so on. Right? So living in Japan, they had a hard time. Because in Brazil, they were middle class people. In Japan, they are the lowest class of people. And also, Japanese people, real Japanese people in Japan, they started to look at Japanese Brazilians as not Japanese. Well, from Japanese perspective, actually, they are not Japanese because they don't speak good Japanese and they behave like Brazilians. The Japanese people are very quiet, gentle, soft. And Brazilians are very outgoing and speak very loudly, and wearing very colorful shirts and so on. So that's why the Japanese people, they don't consider this Japanese, ethnic Japanese from Brazil as Japanese. And this Japanese from Brazil, they work in the lowest segment of Japanese economy. And Japanese people, when they see them, they try to keep distance because they look like a Japanese, but because they wear very colorful shirts and they speak very loudly in subway, in the bus, and so on and so on. Okay, so these people were economically exploited, socially marginalized, and also culturally alienated in their own homeland. Now imagine, these people when they were living in Brazil, everyone knew that they are Japanese. So Brazilians would call them Japones, the Japanese. And Japanese people in Brazil, they know who are they. They are Japanese. They are not Brazilians. That's what they thought in Brazil. But when they came to Japan, very quickly, they learned, oh my goodness, I'm not Japanese. Japanese people also thought that, there are 2 million Japanese. But when they met, the Japanese people realized that, oh my goodness, they're not Japanese. Okay? So this is what happened to them. Then what? If you love football, year 2002, South Korea and Japan co-hosted the World Cup soccer. And the first time in Japanese history, Japan went up at semi-final nearly. Okay, and during this game, of course, a lot of Japanese were watching the game, but at that year, the champion was Brazil. And this Japanese Brazilian people who are working in Japan, they rushed to the street wearing Brazilian flag on their face, Brazilian color, okay, the flag color. And they realized that they are actually Brazilians, not Japanese. Okay? So and ever since, every year, this Brazilian Japanese, they participate in festival in many Japanese cities, and they dance samba, the famous Brazilian dance. By the way, when they were in Brazil, they never learned the samba. Why? Because they were not Brazilians. They were Japanese in Brazil, so they didn't learn. But in Japan, in their ancestral homeland, they learned they are not Japanese. Then what? They are Brazilians. And because now they are Brazilians, they started to dance samba. They invited the samba teacher from Brazil and they learned after they realized that they are actually Brazilians, not Japanese. Right? So this for last story tell us that diasporic identity, first of all, it is multiple. And at the same time, it can be changing. Okay, so that's what we can learn from these 4 stories about the complicated fact of diasporic identity. Okay, so I think I finished 45 minutes, so I will finish my talk here, and for the next 15 minutes, we will have a questions and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Song. It was a very inspirational discourse to learn, expose, and perpetuating the human nature through literature work. So, as we've agreed that we have 15 minutes allowance to open questions from the audiences and all participants, I think I want to invite, is there anyone in the teleconference who have questions addressed? Yes? Please, the ladies in the back row, could you please stand up? Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, my name is Nana, and I have a question. So, from what you explained, is Japanese, they are often do not claim other Japanese who are mixed. Like, for example, like Japanese who have a father of Americans and mother of Japanese, or a Japanese who were born in America. Usually Japanese do not really claim them as one of them, like they do not claim them as Japanese. What I want to ask is that because Japanese have a very strong patriotism, or is it because their nationalism that makes them that way? I think that's all my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's a very good question. And yes, I mean, I told you about this Japanese Brazilian, and we call them ethnic return migrants, which means like when people migrate from one country to another country, like from Japan to America, or Indonesians migrating from Indonesia to America, they don't come back. They live in America, especially after 1, 2, 3 generations. Now they all become American and they feel very comfortable. So seldom the 3rd generation, 4th generation return to Indonesia. That's very rare. However, this happened in 1980s, 90s, and 2000 because of the global political economic situation, which was the collapse of the Soviet Union. And in Europe, the Germany was unified. So a lot of Germans outside of Germany in the former Soviet country or Eastern Europe, they migrate back to Germany. And also the Jewish people, also from former Soviet Union, they, after what, more than 1,000 years after, they went back to Israel. Okay, so this is not a very common phenomenon, but that happened globally at that time in 1980s, 90s, and year 2000 and 2010. Okay, so we call them ethnic return migration. Now, when you go back to your ethnic homeland, that ethnic homeland people will treat you depending on where you are from. If, like your question, if you're from America, they are very well respected because they have cultural capital. They speak good English, and Japanese companies will employ them, and they can study, and they can become a lawyer, professor, medical doctors, and so on and so on. While these people returning from Brazil, because Brazilian education system is not that good, and Portuguese is not well popular in Japan. So they will be treated differently. So Japanese will accept Japanese people from America more than Japanese from Brazil. This is the same in South Korea. At almost the same time, Koreans in China, there are about 2 million Koreans living in China, Manchuria, the northeastern part of China, and they also came to South Korea to work as a worker, migrant worker. The same reason for Brazilian Japanese, when they came to Japan, the only work they can get is construction and restaurant and factory work. So these Koreans from China, they do that kind of work, and Koreans look down upon them. But if you were Korean returning from America, that's a different story. And so my answer to your question is, it all depends on where you are coming from. In general, if you are Japanese living in the Western Europe or in North America, you are better treated and you are better accepted. But like these Koreans from China, or even from Uzbekistan, there are some Koreans in Uzbekistan somehow because of historical reason. When they return to South Korea, they are not very well accepted. Okay? And depending on this treatment they receive in their ethnic homeland, their identity will change. The Japanese from America, their identity is still, oh, I'm both Japanese and both American. Very positive kind of identity. But in this case, Japanese from Brazil, they think, oh, I'm not Japanese. I'm a Brazilian. Okay? So there are a lot of variance in this. I hope I answered your question. Okay, thank you. Terima kasih.
Dr. Song, we have one question from the Zoom participant, and allow me to read the question for you.
Yes.
Question came from Apriana Munawaro, and the question is, I want to know your opinion about something. As we all know, in our generation, there are many people that born as half Korean and half Japanese, but feel discriminated by society because they are not looking Japanese enough or Korean enough. There are also, can it also happen in America when they are just half America and half Korea, but they are being discriminated because not looking American enough? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very good and interesting question. Okay, and now we have to understand Indonesia, Japan, and Korea are very different. Indonesia is a very multicultural. There are Javanese, Sundanese, and Batak people, and all kinds of people. So Indonesia is extremely diverse country. So it doesn't really matter if you are half orang Belanda or half orang Cina, or even orang Utang. It doesn't matter. However, in countries like Korea and Japan, these two countries are exception. They are very homogeneous. Well, they believe they are very, very homogeneous nation. And that's why people there, they tend to see mixed-blooded people as abnormal to a certain degree. Of course, with globalization, it's getting better and better. However, still they have them. Now, in America, of course, like Indonesia, in America, also all kinds of people, no one cares. In America, actually, so many people are mixed. So no one really cares. And that's why there are multicultural, multiracial countries versus ethnically more homogeneous countries like Japan and Korea. Okay? So that's the difference. In my opinion, countries like Indonesia is beautiful because you have so many different kinds of people living together, forming the beautiful country of Indonesia under the beautiful motto of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Thank you.
Right, Dr. Song, we still have 2 minutes remaining time. We do have another question. Is it okay if I add one more question? 2 minutes left. Yes, one more question, is it okay? Okay, one more question from the Zoom participant again, and his name is Luis Valentino. Let me read it again for you. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Luis, and I have a question to Dr. Changzo Song. In the past, many people in Western still think Asian people is inferior than the West, and many discrimination to Asian people. So, are Asian people in the West still consider themselves as Asian or European?
Oh, I see. Yeah, good question. Yeah. Well, yes, in any Western society, not just North America, US, Canada, but also in Germany and other European countries, the racism is there. And racism is also in Japan and also in Korea. Like many Indonesian workers, they are discriminated in South Korea. Okay, so racism is very, very negative thing, but we should understand it exists almost everywhere in human society. But we should not just accept it. We should fight to get rid of this because we human beings are equal and we are all same. And so, but in America, the Asians, as I explained to you, depending on what generation and depending on which historical time, there was a time when Asians were excluded. And also there was a time, and even today, the Black people, the African Americans are very much discriminated and excluded in many in various aspects of the American life. Okay. However, because people learn fighting, having conflict, people learn in general, and it is getting better and better. And this improvement comes from, first of all, the fight. The colored people, they challenge the dominance of that's white people, but at the same time, also the education from childhood in American education, and especially here in New Zealand and most Western democracies, we teach children that human beings are equal and racism is bad and so on. So especially in today's world where globalization is growing, well, until COVID pandemic, by the way, okay, and in general, it has been improving. Okay, so less discrimination, but it doesn't mean that there's no discrimination, there's no racism. Racism will continue to be exist. And that's why we should aware of this, and we should educate the members of our society that this is wrong thing. And we should also fight when we are oppressed. We should fight for our freedom, and we should also support the oppressed group in any society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Song.
Terima kasih.
So, the third question was to conclude our session today. I personally hope that it can be an inspiration for all participants and everyone in this world to have an inclusive globalization and political peace sustainability. So for once again, Dr. Song, thank you for joining us today. Big applause for Dr. Song.
Terima kasih.
We hope to see you again, Dr. Song. Thank you.
Sampai bertemu lagi. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Song. Ibu Triana, would you like to make a photo session together with Dr. Changzu and also Ibu Moderator? Please stay there, Bu Ketua and the committee. Dr. Song, we need to make a photo session for a while. So please remain on the screen. Thank you. Could you please, Mas Yuda? Okay. Dr. Zhangsu, please smile. All right, thank you, Dr. Zhangsu.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, please once again give big applause for Dr. Changsu Song from
Okay, thank
New
you.
Zealand.
Thank you. Bye.
Terima kasih. Sampai berjumpa kembali. Okay. Yeah. Very excited for the moment because we sometimes miss that moment like this. And thank you for Pak Dr. Jamil, Mas Frederick, Mbak Halida, and Mbak Amira, Pak Samsi also ya. Jauh-jauh datang dari luar Indonesia. I mean dari luar Pamulang. Dari luar Indonesia jauh dong ya. Okay, well, butuh istirahat. I think you need some like entertainment session. Yeah. I know. So, in 60 minutes ahead, while waiting for Dr. Adelina from Portugal, we have some performances That will be Kencana Puspa dancer, Sasmitra, and also Rabil. I know you like it. So everyone who turn on the Zoom, yang di Zoom apakah masih on? Ya, di Zoom, YouTube. Still in the good mood? Okay, while we are waiting for the dancer, kita simak dulu video profil from English Department. Mas Amri. Ya.
Locating on Kapusta Building on Jalan Puspiptek Raya number 10, Serpong, South Tangerang, English Literature Department is one of the departments in the Faculty of Letters, Universitas Pamulang.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Sastra Universitas Pamulang. Saat ini Universitas Pamulang memiliki beberapa fakultas, salah satunya adalah Fakultas Sastra yang membawahi dua program studi, yaitu program studi sastra Inggris dan satu lagi program studi sastra Indonesia. Di kedua program studi ini kita memiliki dua kajian. Yang pertama adalah kajian sastra dan yang kedua adalah kajian linguistik atau kajian bahasa. Dan pada saat ini Fakultas Sastra telah menampung memiliki mahasiswa kurang lebih 40 mahasiswa. Selamat datang dan selamat bergabung di Fakultas Sastra Universitas Pamulang.
Our curriculum has been updated and developed from time to time to ensure that the students get different updates of the respective studies. The English Literature Department offers varieties of subjects such as children literature, multicultural literature, and also drama performance. Drama performance becomes one of many specialized subjects of literature, which allows students to learn about aspects in producing and performing a drama on stage, starting from how to prepare the casting process, how to act, and how to be production crews to have each other conducting a drama on stage as their final project. Not only focusing on literature studies, English Literature Department also provide a variety of subjects on linguistics and also English skills, semiotics, pragmatics, and also discourse analysis become some specialist subjects in linguistic studies. Moreover, to provide knowledge and skill in English and sharpen student creativity, English Literature Department also provides public speaking, translations, and also creative writing. These sets of subjects are believed to provide students with required knowledge to be writers, language experts, and also as a research assistant. As necessary as providing knowledge, English Literature Department also provides student association, namely Hima Sasing. This association is formed to let students gain soft skills including leadership, time management, adaptability, and also other organizational behavior practices. The experiences that students get from joining HIMA is beneficial for the students to be ready to enter workforce. And HIMA Sasing also provides several activities which are open to all English Literature Department students. It provides speaking club, theater club under theater party, and other various activities that become students' extracurricular activities that are supported by department. Thank you very much.
To ensure that all activities
Okay, are you ready, guys? Well, we will see the beautiful dancer here. Okay, Mas Amri, are you ready? Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Puspa Kencana, dancer. This is Gendring dance. Very awesome dancer. Once again, give big applause. Okay, thank you. Is Ajija, Yuni, saya lupa satu lagi siapa. Yeah, enjoy. So how? I know that everybody here like are shaking. Your body is shaking just now, okay? Yeah. Well, so Sasmitra guys, are you ready? Ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sasmitra and Rabil. Enjoy the show.
Phenomenal Woman by Maya Angelou. Pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model size. But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say it's the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenally. Phenomenal woman, that's me. I walk into a room just as cool as you please. And to a man, the fellows stand or fall down on their knees. Then they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees. I say it's the fire in my eyes and the flash on my teeth, the swing in my waist and the joy in my feet. I'm a woman, phenomenally. Phenomenal woman, that's me. Men themselves have wondered what they see in me. They try so much, but they can touch my inner mystery. When I try to show them, they say they still can't see. I say it's in the arch of my back, the sun of my smile, the ride of my breast, the grace of my style. I'm a woman, phenomenally. Phenomenal woman, that's me. Now you understand just why my head not bowed. I don't shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When you see me passing it out to make you proud, I say it's in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need for my care, because I am a woman, phenomenally. Phenomenal woman, that's me. Ivana Nadia, thank you.
Sajak seorang petarung karya M. Rois Rinaldi. Bukan bagaimana atau dengan siapa aku sampai di sini. Pertanyaan dalam kegentingan tidak lagi penting. Apalagi tentang air mata dan tetek bengek kecengengan seperti tangis para perempuan. Dalam adegan telenovela atau tragedi asmaradana. Kisah-kisah klasik tentang rasa sedih dan ketidaksanggupan sudah selesai. Wartakanlah kepada yang mencinta serta membenci bahwa aku telah sampai di suatu tempat, bukan di kastil atau kuil, tapi di tepi dekat mulut tebing. Tak kujumpai mata setan atau sayap malaikat, tak kutemukan kebenaran atau kesesatan. Hanya ada akar menjalar liar melikungi batang-batang pohon di batu-batu hitam atas tanah tanpa hara. Saat langit kehilangan udara, di depanku jarak mata tak terteka. Di belakangku semak membelukar melata. Sunyi gagu sendiri. Kekasih yang ditinggal pergi membayang lagi. Tapi seorang petarung pada nyeri tak peduli. Wartakan saja kepada yang mencinta, kepada yang membenci, bahwa aku telah sampai di suatu tempat, tak ada satu lelaki atau satu perempuan, tak ada senjata tajam atau senapan. Di sini pertarungan dimulai. Tanpa lawan, aku menang dan dikalahkan. Albarang Project, terima kasih.
Check.
Love Tale by Rui Soekarno.
saat kita bersama Mbak Risnanda Putra. Kita bersama lewati terjalnya jalan yang kan dihadapi. Malam dan pagi menjadi saksi. Suka duka, tangis dan tawa. Saat bersama sulit rasa mudah, bunyang hancur, semua kan indah. Kita berpegangan tangan, saling percaya dan takkan terpisah. Mimpi-mimpi pasti didapatkan, asalkan kita berpeluh wujudkan. Kisah-kisah indah menghampiri, untuk siapa saja yang percaya. Kuatnya persahabatan. Kita bersama lewati terjalnya jalan yang kan dihadapi. Malam dan pagi menjadi saksi. Suka duka, tangis dan tawa. Saat bersama sulit rasa mudah, bunyang hancur, semua kan indah. Kita berpegangan tangan, saling percaya dan takkan terpisah. Mimpi-mimpi pasti didapatkan, asalkan kita berpeluh wujudkan. kisah-kisah indah menghampiri. Untuk siapa saja yang percaya, kuatnya persahabatan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Konfes mana suaranya? Aku bahagia hidup sejahtera di khatulistiwa. Alam berseri-seri, bunga beraneka, mahligai ramah-ramah, bertajuk cahaya jingga. Surya di cakrawala selalu berseri. Alam permain dari khatulistiwa. Persada senyum tawa, hawa sejuk nyaman, wajah pagi rupawan, burung berkicau ria, bermandi embun surga. Bersukacita, insan di persada yang amat sentosa, damai makmur merdeka di setiap masa. Bersyukurlah kita semua. Boleh tepuk tangannya. Oh, bersukacita, insan di persada yang amat sentosa, damai makmur merdeka di setiap masa. Bersyukurlah kita semua. Aku bahagia di khatulistiwa. Lagu selanjutnya saya mau mengundang teman saya namanya Dera. Boleh tepuk tangan untuk Dera. Nyanyi bareng ya. Siap ya?
Ready.
Oke.
I need a lover to keep me safe, pull me from hell, bring me back again. Family classics, something romantic, give him my all when I don't even have it. I always dreamed of a southern face, someone who feels like a holiday. But I'm in pieces, barely believe it. Started to think that I lost all feeling. Thinking about the blue on a rainy night. Don't lie, I tell you how I almost died while you're bringing me back to life. Semuanya. I just wanna live in this moment forever. 'Cause I'm afraid of living couldn't get any better. Gotta give it up on the world forever. Whoa, till the give it happened so we could live together. Baby, baby, you're my angel, baby.
I fall in love with the little things, planting the tattoos on your skin. Tell me a secret, and maybe I'll give it. And maybe we could play house for the weekend. You came on a blue on a rainy night. No lie, I tell you how I almost died while you're bringing me back to life. I just wanna live in this moment forever. 'Cause I'm afraid of living couldn't get any better. Started giving up on the world forever. Till you gave up heaven so we could be together. Oh, my angel, angel baby, angel. You're my angel baby, baby. You're my angel, angel baby, angel, angel baby, angel. You're my angel baby, baby. You're my angel, angel baby.
Lagi. Okay, next song, Paris by the Chainsmokers. We were staying in Paris together with your parents, and I thought, wow, if I could take a shiny shirt right now, I don't care that we could work this out.
I wanna terrace. I don't know if it's fair, but I thought, how could I let you fall by yourself while I'm wasted for someone else?
If we go down, then we go down together. They'll say you could do anything. They'll say that I was clever.
If we go down, then we go down together. We'll get away with everything. They show that we are better. They show that we are better. Oh, we're staying in Paris. Get away from your parents who look so proud. Standing there with a frown and a cigarette, posting pictures of himself on the internet. Go down, then we go down.
Tepuk tangan untuk Dera.
Thank you all.
Lagi? Oke, musik.
Jalan berlenggak, lenggok gemulai, langkah nan anggun, tinggi semampai di antara rerumpunan bambu. Ku dengar derai tawamu, wajah berbinar-binar ceria, senyum manis menghiasi senja di antara bunga-bunga rindu. Ku cium harum nafasmu semuanya. Oh Dara, kemana kau pergi melangkah Juwita? Tahukah kau hatiku resah? Oh Dara, mengapa kau terus melangkah Juwita? Mengapa ku tak berdaya? Kemana kau pergi melangkah? Tahukah kau hatiku rasa? Mengapa ku tak berdaya? Oh Dara, mengapa kau terus melangkah Juwita? Tahukah kau hatiku rasa? Oh Dara, kemana kau pergi melangkah Juwita? Mengapa ku tak berdaya? Oh Dara, kemana kau pergi untuk melangkah Juwita? Tahukah kau hatiku resah? Oh Dara, mengapa kau terus melangkah Juwita? Tahukah kau hatiku resah? Hey! Kau pergi melangkah. Thank you.
Udah gak ada stok lagi.
Oke, tinggi banget sih. Mentang-mentang tahu MC-nya pendek-pendekin lagi. Wah, ini pelecehan nih. Masa saya segini dikasih mic segini, kan saya nyampainya gini. Aduh, kita mau stand up komedi jadinya. Gimana? Saya guys, excited? Lagi, aduh ya. Kita masih menunggu, we are still waiting for the speaker from Portugal, Dr. Adelina. But we still have one more performance, tapi kita sama-sama nonton. Gimana? Oke. Ya, Bu Aisyah, you ready for drama performance? Ya, the title is, I forget the title. Tapi ini adalah salah satu drama performance versi video, perform in Instagram ya, Bu Aisyah ya. Okay, now let's enjoy our drama performance video.
I saw that. When I walk in, you move your back.
Please, I don't want any trouble.
I'm not.
Because if you're causing any trouble, I can notify someone.
I wasn't.
Okay, then.
Do I make you nervous?
I don't even know you.
Doesn't matter, I can still make you nervous.
Look, I was in the middle of something, if you don't mind.
So why did you move your back?
I was getting some gum.
Can I have a piece?
It's juicy fruit.
It's my favorite.
I only have this. Oh, you bothering me.
So that makes you nervous. But I bother you.
I'm just not in the mood for conversation.
I think it's something else.
You say so?
When I walk through that door, you tell me I'm the rapist, murderer, or poor stealer.
I've done no such thing.
But you move your purse.
How is this being polite by making more room? I would do that for anyone.
I don't buy it.
It doesn't concern me if you buy it or not. That's the reason.
There are 5 empty chairs. I could sit in.
All right, you tell me.
Unless you want me to come to sit next to you.
See it when you like.
All right. This one's too hard. Oh, all right here. Down. It's uncomfortable. Do you want to try yours? This one isn't right either. How about you let me sit on your lap? Wait. I was only joking. Sit back down.
Will you leave me alone?
That'd be nice. Hey, you can sit over here. It will make you happy.
Why are you here?
I got to see my fellow officer.
Nice.
Does that bother you?
And you wonder why I'm doing this.
But when I walk in here, you didn't know. I come to see my fellow officer. You just saw me and was assumed I was a criminal.
I follow my instinct. Even the fighting flight speaks, you should listen to that. That's the reason.
So you move your purse.
Right.
Wow. You knew. I guess I can't go anywhere anymore. Maybe people come across the street when they see me come in. Or it's just like a BO. Nobody tell you have a BO until it's too late. And you're rising after coming home and they forget to put on deodorant on your body and nobody cares about it. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that you can feel or see that you have a darkness in animal feelings. And it's a criminal over my face.
I'm sure if you dress a little better, it's meant help too.
Maybe kick down a few bucks to get something.
Clean yourself up a little.
Oh, sure. Thanks. You really helped me out. What's your name?
Why do you want to know my name?
Well, I can tell my conflict friends. Does daddy help me? I like to tie name to a place.
I don't think you have to know my name.
Come on.
If I tell you, will you leave me alone?
Cross my heart.
Sheila.
What?
That's my name, Sheila.
It's okay, it's just like.
I know that.
You feel okay, you didn't like it?
Who said I was lying?
You do look like a Sheila. Sheila is a young, beautiful lady's name.
Oh, thank you.
No, the next one. Which one, Sheila?
You get a name at birth, and you keep a name for life. Even beautiful women named Sheila, they grow older.
Yeah, but they don't grow up to look like you.
How can you tell that someone can be cold or not?
Did you or did you just not admit to me
I did
that
not.
I was a criminal from a face?
I
You
did
were right,
not.
didn't you?
I did not.
Did you or did you just admit to me that I look like a criminal? Then you heard a gut instinct. And you were right, didn't you?
Let's just let it go, okay?
Sheila. Sheila, that is your name, isn't it?
Yes?
For a minute there, I guess you didn't know.
What is it?
I wasn't exactly truthful for a minute ago.
Oh, really?
I was not here to come to see my fellow officer.
That's nice.
I don't have a police report.
Fine.
Yet I look like a criminal.
Well, what else I supposed to be?
Why?
Why what?
Why you assume I was a criminal? Was it because of this?
Your hand?
No, just look closer. See?
I don't see anything.
So what's that? Right? Why?
I haven't seen anyone in that counter. They told me to wait.
Man, this is messed up. Just like a government. Keep you waiting as long as they want to. Unless, of course, if you have something wrong, and they have searching you with a little microscope. I can be waiting all day here. Hey, anyone here?
The best thing is just sit quietly and wait.
Oh man, I'm here on my lunch hour. I can be work late. Can I help my ass?
Where do you work?
Excuse me?
Your job. Where do you have to go?
Okay, I get it. I have a job, right? So it's okay to talk to me now.
I just wonder how far you have to walk.
I drove myself down here, just that lady. We live a little half cars too, you know. Maybe not as one like you, but at least I get from point A to point B. And I brought it from the earn working man's money.
I didn't mean.
You didn't mean, don't mean what did you mean? I may be what? At least 45 years younger than you, but I'm not stupid. I know what you mean.
Please, don't be so sensitive.
What? Am I wrong? Did I jump to conclusion what you say? May I misunderstanding you?
Yes.
Now you know how it feels.
I don't know what are you trying to prove here.
I assume things about you just like you assume things about me when I walk with him. I'm not trying to change the way you think. I'm not just telling you how it goes. I may be what at this an elderly woman sitting next to you instead of me, and she has to do something, setting receipt or anything how you do. Just to tell you what I have jumped out of your skin when I walk in here.
I won't tell anyone, you know, even my sister. There isn't any married.
Forget it.
You say that's what we do, so I followed through with it.
I'm just saying you be so uptight. If I was someone different.
Uptight? The reason why outside is nothing to do with who you are.
Don't bother apologizing for who you are. Oh, you don't have to talk to me. Trust that I'm not going to take something of yours.
I don't trust anyone at the moment. Somewhere within here, M13 Street, I misplaced my wallet. The sad thing about it, it had a lot of money in it. Not to mention my driver license and the picture of my granddaughter. Now that someone out there knows my identity is not too comforting to me. I came down here for both reposts in hope that someone will be honest enough to. What was I thinking? I was to help my day here just for one chance that there is one honest person left in this world.
I'm sorry. I'm sure someone will find it.
Oh, I'm sure that someone has found it by now and had a fine time maxing my gold card. I don't know what I'm wasting time here.
Always see that. Why you don't wait a few 1 minutes? Maybe someone will help us.
May I tell you something?
Sure. What is it?
You didn't catch me.
Well, I mean, I swear, I didn't know.
My name, it isn't Sheila.
Well, we didn't know. Is someone confused that?
Don't be funny. It's actually
Marge.
What? How?
You look like Marge to me.
You are good at that?
And it says on your license. Here.
What? How?
I tried phoning, but there's was no answer. You can call it if you want. I did take nothing.
No, come here.
Oh, maybe I just want it like that.
This, the picture of my granddaughter. It's yours.
She's pretty. I can see the same.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are really sorry for not being able to continue this movie because our last keynote, the plenary speaker is already with us, Dr. Adelina, yeah. Dr. Adelina is already with us in Zoom meeting. So probably we can continue within a second. And then please see the last video from our committee. Mas Amri, time is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so. First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation for this for this speaking. I will just share the screen immediately. Sorry. Can you check that can you confirm that you?
All right. Yeah. So 1 hour is already finished for the entertainment station. Now we come back to the last plenary presentation. Well, Dr. Adelina, are you with us? Hello?
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Adelina. Welcome to Universitas Pamulang. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last plenary speakers. Dr. Adelina Castelo from Aberta University, Portugal. She will deliver her research. She will deliver her research entitled Helping Migrants to Improve Their Alto Pronunciation. And this session will be moderated by Ibu Purwanti Taman, SSMPD. Are you ready, guys? Yeah, this is the last plenary speaker. Bu Purwanti Taman or Ibu Ami, the floor is yours. Ibu Dr. Adelina, you are with Ibu Ami Purwanti Taman.
Thank you. So may I start?
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody here. Hello, Dr. Adelina. I don't know, where can I sit? Okay, all right. Yes, so everybody, good afternoon. Welcome back to our plenary session right now. I'm Purwanti Taman, and it is a pleasure to be a host for Dr. Adelina Castelo from Alberta University, Portugal. Good afternoon, Dr. Adelina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. Thank you very much. We've been waiting for you for 1 hour, actually, with all those dialogue, the one that you just mentioned. And then may I read your CV in a minute right now? All right. Mas Amir, if you could show me, but I think it's just really okay. I'm with my own note right now. Dr. Maria Adelina Barrera Castelo. I'm sorry if this one is mispronounced of your name. She earned her PhD in Educational Linguistics, University of Lisbon, Faculty of Letters, and then MA in Portuguese Portuguese Linguistics, University of Lisbon, Faculty of Letters, professional training on educational formation, Portuguese and French from year 7 to year 12, BA in Modern Language and Literature, Portuguese and French, University of Lisbon, Faculty of Letters. And there are so long that I could really, yes, haha, please scroll down, good. There are so long information that I could really read one by one. She is currently an assistant professor in the Humanities Department, University of Alberta, Lisbon, Portugal. So without further ado, Dr. Adelina is presenting about helping migrants to improve their pronunciation skill. This is in the data that I have. So everybody, I need you to prepare. Dr. Adelina, you're going to speak for about 45 minutes, followed by 15-minute question and answer session. Everyone here in the room, especially you get a privilege to prepare your question. And I have one book here, sorry, with the left hand. For the best question as usual and the previous one, so get ready with that one. I'm sorry for the one in the Zoom or in the YouTube channel. All you need to do is just drop your chat or comment in the appropriate one, and our host will help that to get it to me. So yes, the time, the media is yours. Dr. Adelina Castelo.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon to everybody. I am sorry if I was supposed to speak 1 hour earlier. Was that the case?
No,
because
we are not.
Okay. Okay. I'm much relieved because I thought there were some problems with the time zones, but I'm relieved now. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to participate in this seminar. It is my great honor to do so. And now I'm going to start right away. The goal of my talk is to show how different free digital resources can be used by migrants to achieve a good level of pronunciation, especially in terms of intelligibility and comprehensibility. So what is the idea of migrant that we have here? What is the starting point? It is a person who is a worker in a host country. He or she is a user of mobile and internet. He has a wish for integration. He really desires to, but he is highly constrained in terms of time and financial resources. So he doesn't have much time to invest in his language ability, and also doesn't have many financial resources that he can use for buying courses and so on. And at his work, he's a user of a DL2 language. So this is the starting point. And the outline of this talk is composed of 4 points. The first point is, why is pronunciation important for everybody? But now, of course, what we are thinking of are migrants. But the answer to this question is relevant not only for migrants, but for everybody. How can they improve their pronunciation? Which free digital resources can they use? And how can we reach out to migrants and help them? Actually, points number 1 and 2 are based on the literature already available, and only points 3 and 4 are based on more personal proposals that I've been thinking of and preparing and presenting also in other circumstances, in other events. And but these proposals in 3 and 4 are based on the previous points 1 and 2. So when we think about pronunciation, we have to think of 3 components, as Darren and Mauro proposed. First, we have to think of intelligibility, which means we have to think of how many words can the listener understand while listening to a foreign language speaker. The part of the component of comprehensibility, which means how difficult it is to understand the speaker, and it is possible that the level of intelligibility is good enough, but the comprehensibility not so good, because the speaker produces the words that we can understand, but it is very difficult for the listener to understand. It means the listener has to put a lot of effort in doing so. So it isn't not very welcoming to speak with that foreign speaker if it demands from us such a difficult effort to understand. And also the third and last component is the accentedness, which is the amount of deviation there is between what is the expected pronunciation in a native speaker and what is the pronunciation by the foreign language speaker. As I mentioned, all these components are related and compose L2 pronunciation, but the relations between them are not exactly very equal. It means that maybe it is possible that the learner has a good level of intelligibility and comprehensibility and a great amount of accentedness. If that's the case, there is no problem, because the most important components are really intelligibility and comprehensibility. But it can also be the case that because of a strong accentedness, the comprehensibility is lowered. So in that case, it's good to improve the level, to decrease the level of accentedness so that we can increase comprehensibility. So there are different relationships among these components. Why is it really important to improve the level of intelligibility? It is important because it is essential to distinguish minimal pairs, words like that differ in just one sound, and also to distinguish paronyms, words that are similar, although not so similar as minimal pairs. It is also important to increase comprehensibility, to improve, to boost the ease and fluency in communicating. And it is necessary to decrease the accentedness, because if we give a less impression of foreign pronunciation, it can have positive consequences in terms of social relationships and so on. And also, if in general we have a better pronunciation, we will speak more, we will produce more output. And that being the case, we will also receive more input, so we will develop better understanding. So it is like a virtuous cycle. So a better pronunciation is a very important indicator of language proficiency in the assessment by native speakers. It means that native speakers, when they listen to a foreign language speaker, they tend almost unconsciously, they tend to judge their level of language proficiency just based on the pronunciation. And this can give rise to misjudgments. So it is important that our pronunciation in a foreign language is good. Otherwise, the native speakers will immediately think that our language level is not good enough. So I'm sorry. So if we have a better pronunciation, there is a greater use of communication. So it means we have more interaction in communicative situations and consequently more input and output. And also it has relevant social implications in terms of employment and studies, and also even in terms of self-image. And sorry, it is important to note that, as Yates said, adults will not necessarily be able to learn an intelligible pronunciation in English without consistent, focused support and instruction. So it is important to underline this. It is not possible to develop the intelligible pronunciation, which is the main goal, and comprehensible pronunciation also, without this instruction and this support that is consistent and focused. So as you know, in the past, there was this idea that even without practicing pronunciation and teaching pronunciation, the learners would develop an intelligible pronunciation just by developing the other skills. But actually, it was found later that that wasn't the case. So many speakers with a very good language proficiency level, they had big pronunciation problems, and those problems hindered and avoided the communication. So as Yates says, when this is given, when this instruction is given, the adults can make progress, although it may be slow. So now let's think of, I hope I have convinced you that it is really important to invest time in teaching pronunciation and to help migrants develop this skill. And now let's think of how to do this. So now we are going to focus on the second question. The first idea is common to every component skill in language skills. Input. It is important to have a lot of input. This input should be interesting, motivating, diverse, rich, and because this input helps to develop, to attune the perception. So it helps to distinguish the sounds, the intonation properties of the language, and so on. Then it is also important to have output. It is impossible to really develop a good level of a language level without output. And in order to focus on pronunciation, it is important that at the beginning, the output is very controlled and consists of intensive practice dealing with smaller units like words and sentences. But only controlled output is not enough. We should be able to move to spontaneous output, to using pronunciation and speaking in communicative situations and bigger units like full utterances, texts, because the actual pronunciation level is measured not in controlled output, but in spontaneous output. And of course, the learner should have feedback, because feedback helps to realize what should be improved. What are the the points where there is room for improvement. But of course, the feedback should not be only at the end of the process, but also after input, after controlled output, after spontaneous output. So if we want to focus on a pronunciation property, like for instance, the distinction between t and th in English, then we have to try to use all these phases, like all these stages. We start with input to attune our perception to the distinction between t and th, and then controlled output to practice this distinction, and then spontaneous output in communicative situations, and then the general final feedback showing us at which point are we, and what should be improved in the future. But also, something also very important is to when we focus on specific sounds, for instance, this distinction between v and b that exists in Portuguese, in English, and so on, but for instance, doesn't exist in Spanish. And for speakers like the Spaniards or other speakers that don't have this distinction in their native language, it is important to help them to build the mental phonetic categories to distinguish these sounds. So it is important that because why is it important? It is important because without these phonetic categories, it is impossible to really distinguish the sounds while listening and to distinguish them while speaking. So it is important to have some work on perception to help to develop these categories, and also some work on articulation, motor skills, to help to build these categories. But the construction, the formation of these mental categories is actually a cognitive process. So we have to deal with all these levels while teaching pronunciation or while trying to improve our own pronunciation. We have to deal with all these levels in order to have the cognitive categories that help us to listen and speak properly. And also it is known that if we use several modalities like perceptual, visual, kinesthetic, aesthetic, the usage of these several modalities helps us to build these mental categories. So, for instance, if we want to distinguish these two sounds, we can think of b and associate b with the visual image of a bomb, for instance, and with the perception of the sound boom in bombing, and also the movement of boom, like a bomb. And and for the V sound, we can think of wind, because well, at least in Portuguese, because in Portuguese the word for wind is vento, and we can associate this sound with the image of the wind, and with the sound of and also the movement. So all these modalities, perceptual, visual, kinesthetic, help us to build a mental category different mental categories for the two sounds. But it is also important to take into account the attitudes, because, and here we have the psychosocial level, because the attitudes are related to, namely to motivation. So we have to help the learners to be motivated, to really want to improve their pronunciation. So help them with attitude in terms of motivation, and also in terms of autonomy, help them to develop their autonomy. They have to feel that improving certain properties of their pronunciation is a matter also of autonomous work, and it is their goal, not the teacher's goal. So they have to be motivated. And also there are several ways of teaching pronunciation. One of them is, one approach is more implicit, like practicing auditive perceptual discrimination, imitation, and so on. And the other approach, the other major approach, is explicit, when we give them, the students, some explanation on sounds, or when we help them to analyze the speech problems and so on. But actually, according to the literature, the most suitable approach would be rather integrative, like using implicit and explicit approaches to practice to deal with the motor, perceptual, and cognitive levels, and also boost motivation and autonomy to deal with the psychosocial level. So this combining all these leads us to a framework to pronunciation teaching that I proposed, that is proposed in a paper already published, and this framework was adapted from a previous work, and was mainly inspired in all these authors. So this framework is kind of a synthesis based on results from research, previous research on pronunciation acquisition, and also previous research on teaching pronunciation. So we want to develop input, output, and feedback. And if we want to do that with migrants that don't want to, don't have money to pay for resources, so what can we do to help them? In terms of input, we can have online perceptual tests that help them to discriminate, to develop their discrimination and identification of different sounds. We can also have videos, we have already many audios and videos online that can be diversified, motivating, and authentic, that are authentic materials, and they can use them for global, selective, or even detailed comprehension. In terms of output, controlled output, there is this possibility of producing specific words or sentences before a tool for automatic speech recognition. And so they produce the words, the challenging words or sentences, and check if the system can automatically recognize their speech. If not, so they have to continue practicing in order to improve. And some ideas for dealing both with input and controlled output are using the shadowing technique. The shadowing technique consists of imitating, repeating as fast as possible what has been just said. So it deals with input and immediate controlled output. Another technique is mirroring. Mirroring is based on watching a video or watching a performance of a native speaker and try to memorize that performance, both in terms of speaking, movements, gestures, and so on. And also, we also have online the possibility of producing words or sentences, writing words or sentences in text-to-speech converters, and then have the pronunciation of online, and we can imitate those models. So like this, we also have input from the online converter, and we can imitate what we hear. So we have the possibility of controlled output, and these are free. There are many text-to-speech converters that are free. In terms of spontaneous output, this is a bit more complicated actually, because well, the learners, the migrants, can for instance do some descriptions of images before speaking to an automatic speech recognition system, and check the amount of words that were automatically recognized. So this is a way of doing it. But actually, if the speaker, the migrant, doesn't have a peer or a teacher to talk to, it's a bit more difficult to have communicative activities or tasks. But even if the migrant doesn't want to spend money, it is possible to try to find some peers, to have some tandem work, so that they can complete communicative activities and tasks. In terms of feedback, there are perceptual tests. I mean, these perceptual tests for input can give us immediate feedback, and also the automatic speech recognition systems give us automatic feedback for our production. But again, if possible, it would be better, of course, to have the help of peers and teachers. But as far as teachers are concerned, most frequently, having the help of a teacher involves payment, and we are focusing on cases in which the migrants don't have money to afford that. Also, I wrote here also some metacognitive and metalinguistic strategies, like having metalinguistic explanations. And here, this can be found in several websites. For instance, explanations of the differences between b and v, t and th, and so on. We can also build and make available for free a questionnaire that helps the learners, in this case the migrants, to develop their autonomy and to develop the metacognition. And also we can have tutorials on for instance, video tutorials on how to learn a pronunciation, or how to develop the pronunciation skills, or which strategies can be used for that purpose. Now, let's move to the third point. This point is actually based biological deduction on the previous ideas that were drawn from the literature, and also in some research that I made. So, which free digital resources can the users, the learners, the migrants use? I'm not going to show I'm not going into details, because I don't think we have so much time for that. But at the end, if we have time, I can show you a bit more. But for now, let's just, I'm just going to list the several digital resources that are freely available to migrants. So we can think of, for instance, online dictionaries that have audio, and also in some cases, phonetic transcription. We can also think of online automatic translators that include audio and automatic speech recognition. For instance, this I can show you. For instance, the Google Translator, very common tool. we can use this also for as a speech recognition system. I can say something and check if I can use this tool to the microphone to check if the recognition system is able to recognize what I intend to say. We also have online text-to-speech converters. For instance, here we can write whatever we want, and then we can then listen to the pronunciation. And I can listen to this pronunciation and repeat it. So I have a model for what I want to learn to pronounce correctly. We also have the contrary, speech-to-text converters. Actually, this the automatic translators work also as speech-to-text converters. We have websites with audios or articulatory movements related to the IPA symbols. For instance, here, here we can see how to pronounce, for instance, this vowel. I think I didn't. Sorry, I think I didn't share the sound. But anyway, normally you would be able to listen to the pronunciation here. Let's move on. We also have, of course, in YouTube and so on, in other platforms, many audios and videos, including songs and videos that are subtitled or not, that are faster or slower. So all this material can be used to improve pronunciation. We also have websites dedicated to explicit and implicit approaches to pronunciation. For instance, I can quickly show you a website dedicated to the Portuguese pronunciation. It's just a note I forgot to mention before. Here in this presentation, I don't focus on any specific language. So I will give examples of several different languages, because the idea is to propose something that is very general and could be later on customized for a specific L1, L2 pair. So continuing, we have mobile applications that help us to learn vocabulary, language in general, or even focused on pronunciation. And we also have discrimination tests with automatic feedback. I will give you just a very nice example. If you want to learn Chinese, at least for Portuguese native speakers, it is very difficult to learn Chinese because they have tones, distinction, minimal pairs, words that are different just because of tone. But with this system online, you can practice the distinction of first tone, second tone, third tone, fourth tone. For instance, I will just give you an example. Ma, it means mother, and ma, with the third tone, means horse. So if you can't distinguish this, sorry. I now realize that I was not sharing everything with you. Now you can see what I was showing, right? So this tool is available online, is free for a distinction of tones. And if the learners, the migrants want to learn Chinese, for instance, this is a free tool to use. Now I'm going to focus on more specific digital resources. For instance, thinking of YouTube videos or series or podcasts or songs, what can we do? What can we teach migrants to do with videos? They can do shadowing, mirroring, and like that they are practicing both input and controlled output. And also, if the videos are subtitled or not, they can develop general language skills, culture, motivation. They can use it as a hobby for resting. Also, they have several audios online and songs. Songs are a very good choice it is really good to help to encourage migrants to use songs, because like that they have input, they can sing. It is a form of controlled output of longer sequences, not just single words or single phrases or single sentences. And also we can choose the songs to learn according also to the target sounds that appear in the song. And of course, taking into account the likes and dislikes of the migrants, and helping them to get to know better the target culture through songs and so on. So here is an example for French. I'm not going to show you this video. Later on, I can share the song, but not now. So this song, they can, if a migrant wants to learn French, he or she can use this song to learn nasal vowels, because nasal vowels are very challenging in French. They have to distinguish between among on, un. So, and this song is really rich in terms of nasal vowels. If they, and it is a very nice song, as you will be able to see later on. So it is a good resource to share with them. And also they have online courses. Of course, they can look for MOOCs that are free. And there are also tutor online courses. For instance, at my university, Universidade Aberta, we have Portuguese Live. This course is free for Ukrainian refugees, because their situation is very difficult right now, so it is free for them. But even for other migrants, they also can do this course. Of course, it is not totally free, but actually it is much less expensive than other similar courses. And in this course, we integrate the teaching of pronunciation in a very focused way. We give some meta-linguistic explanations with audios. We do some listening exercises, dictation exercises, repetition. They have files that they listen to and can repeat to practice. And then they send us in the forum, at the forum, they send us their record, their recording, their audio, and the teacher give a personalized, a customized feedback to that. And also there are some communicative tasks that will lead them to use spontaneous output, and the teacher also gives personal feedback on the pronunciation in the communicative tasks. So here are some parts of this course, but I think we don't have much time for that. So here is an example. Yes?
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay, so I'll move on very quickly. And other tools are, for instance, another example. We have dictionaries with the IPA sounds, with the IPA transcription, like pen in French. And also here we have full sentences, and the migrants can use these full sentences that are very good, because they integrate the target word, and they can use these full sentences to practice with the automatic speech recognition systems. We also have the English accent coach online that help us to develop the distinction between sounds. It is like a perceptual test online, freely available, and allow us to distinguish any consonant, any vowel of the English language. And it uses the paradigm of high variability phonetic training. Here, for instance, we have another online tool, text-to-speech converter, voice maker. And here, for instance, I wanted to say to you good afternoon in Indonesian, so I could search how to do it and wrote the expression here, and then could listen and could listen in the system could convert to speech, download MP3. So here I have the sound. I'm not going to play it, but you can trust me. Here we have the sound of how to say good afternoon in Indonesian. Here we can do the other way around. We can write what we want to listen, and then check if the system could recognize it. Here the same, for instance, for distinction among minimal pairs like ou and u in French, for instance. And also there are, well, I think I won't be able to talk about this in detail, but using mobile apps is very good also. And there are some studies, for instance, I had a study that showed a positive impact on general pronunciation of words. The students used the app during 2 weeks, and they used it for practicing, for learning new words, and their pronunciation improved significantly. But also for choosing the right app to deal with pronunciation, we have to take into account several ideas. So here in another conference, I proposed, in another present talk, I proposed a framework for assessment of apps usefulness in pronunciation learning. I'm not going to talk about it in detail, but later on you can read it. And this framework, it is important to say, is based on 3 different frameworks. So it combines the ideas of how to learn pronunciation, how to use apps, mobile apps for independent learning, and how to evaluate language learning apps. So I'm going to move fast. And using this framework, it is possible to compare several apps and choose the one with the total score, the highest total score, and adopt that app for learning and teaching pronunciation. So here is an example for Spanish. An example of an app for the English vowels and word stress, the Blue Canoe. I think you may know it. And now I'm just going to finish. So moving to the last point, how can we reach out to migrants and help them? So I hope I have shown you that it is important to really develop pronunciation. How can we do it? And that we can use several digital, free digital tools to do that. But how can we help migrants to know that and to use those tools? So I think most important, we have to go through a 4 steps process. We have to start with the non-governmental or governmental organizations and have their help to identify the needs, namely to identify which are the L1, L2 pairs relevant in our country. For instance, right now in Portugal, one very relevant pair, language pair, is L1, Ukrainian as L1, and Portuguese as L2. So there is a need for materials that help us to develop the pronunciation in Portuguese by those who have Ukrainian as their mother tongue. Sorry. And then universities and research units have to prepare the materials. And then again, we move to the governmental and non-governmental organizations that will help us to disseminate information and help us to reach out to migrants and teach them how to improve pronunciation and help them to integrate better in the society where they are living. So what can universities do? They can create simple infographics to show how to improve pronunciation with general ideas. They can list or choose available relevant resources for a specific L1, L2 pair. They can propose simple guidelines or instructions to use those resources effectively. They can create pedagogical activities on their own based on those resources. They can prepare a website for organizing and disseminating all the information, the previous information and other relevant resources. They can create new resources such as small tutorial videos. And finally, the most sophisticated and most expensive action would be to create an LMOOC or a virtual class where migrants could collaboratively learn the pronunciation. How can the NGOs disseminate information? Well, they can use the websites and social groups to provide very easily to provide migrants with flyers or links to the appropriate websites. And if the migrants go to physical sites to be helped by these organizations, they can receive hard copies of flyers or booklets. And it is also possible to use websites, physical sites, or social groups to foster the creation of collaborative learning groups of migrants. And these are the references. Thank you so much. And I'm open to your questions and suggestions. I welcome them very much, actually.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Adelina Castello. Thank you for the warm thank you applause. So Dr. Adelina, I'd like to introduce you a little bit that we are attended by 1,000 attendees in Zoom meeting and then 300 here in the room. Kalau Mas Sampri bisa Zoom, boleh 300-nya yang berada di ruang conference. And then is also some hundred number of people in YouTube channel. This one is, yeah, very big occasion. Thank you very much. Obrigada. Am I correct saying this?
Muito bem. Very well, very well.
Thank you. All right. So now is a question and answer session. I'd like to invite, wow, okay. There are some people who are raising their hand already. And yeah, first of all, on the right wing, quite on in the middle, yes, please.
Check.
Yes, please. Please ask your question.
Good afternoon, Dr. Adelina Castello.
Good afternoon.
Well, I want to say thank you for the explain about pronunciation. There are many something new for me. And also not that forget the question is the slide tell about why is pronunciation important for the migrants. So there is 3 points. There are intelligibility, comprehensibility, and sadness for pronunciation. There must be some consistent for that 3, right? And maybe you explain that consistent with many theory. I mean, how to consistent that 3 points? What's your opinion? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think, well, if we practice, for instance, if we practice with minimal pairs, like now I cannot think. For instance, rock and lock in English, rock lock is a minimal pair, right? And it is a really challenging minimal pair for instance, Japanese speakers, Chinese speakers. So if we want to improve their intelligibility, what can we do? We can have them to listen to do perceptual tests online, and where they listen to one of these, they hear one of these words like rock, and they have to guess, to say if they heard rock or lock, and then receive immediate feedback. And with that immediate feedback, they are attuning their hearing so that they can, their perception, so that they can distinguish le. So there is evidence that this works out, right, for intelligibility. And of course, if you improve intelligibility, you immediately will improve comprehensibility and also decrease accentedness. But more specifically for comprehensibility, another way might be to use the automatic speech recognition. For instance, the Google Translator, for instance. I want to practice, I want to be easily comprehensible. So I can practice the sentences that I want to say, and then say the sentences to the Google Translator and check if it was able to recognize what I wanted to tell. So this is a way of improving comprehensibility. I can read the text in the language and practice. Actually, pronunciation has a lot of means having a lot of practice, not just pronunciation, language in general, as we know. Well, this would be a good way to do that. And also, if we are improving our intelligibility and comprehensibility, automatically we also improve, we also decrease our accentedness. But also a specific activity for accentedness could be, for instance, the use of videos online, YouTube videos, and the use of shadowing, that technique of I listen and repeat immediately. For instance, I'm watching a series, a TV series in online, and I listen to a sentence by an actor, and I immediately repeat, trying to be as close as possible to the target. So with this, I'm practicing my pronunciation and will eventually and hopefully decrease my accentedness.
Thank you very much. Wow, it's really comprehensible. Thank you so much. All right, Dr. Adelina, I'm starting to have a plethora of questions coming in right now. I'd like to read one from Alia Perwitasari. She said, hello, Ms. Adelina. I researched pronunciation for my thesis. This research was about how the dialect and accent of a region affect a person's speech. I think migrants also have a dialect and accent. My question is, should the dialect and accent disappear when teaching pronunciation to migrants? What are the indicators of success to determine that these migrants are successful in pronunciation? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, again, I think, well, we can look, we can use several measures to check if the instruction is being effective, efficient. We can use measures that are a bit that are easier to collect, like recording and analyzing, and having, for instance, native speakers to judge the accentedness level, the comprehensibility level, and so on. We can have that option. But we can also have the option of, if we are in a specific situated in a specific context, we can also have something that is a bit more subjective, but can be very interesting also to do, to talk, to interview the migrants, and ask and try to, from the interview, try to identify, to understand how many interactions they have with the native speakers. What do the migrants think are the reactions of the native speakers? Of course, this involves a bit of subjectivity and so on, but it would also be interesting to know, because it would help us to look into the migrants' performance in specific communicative situations, and also to help them to raise awareness of how how successful he is being, and help them to think of strategies to become more fluent, more comprehensible, and so on. I think there are many measures, many possible measures actually. In the literature, normally we use more objective measures, as you know, like judgments by a large group of native speakers, or even transcription, phonetic transcription of the productions and analysis in terms of like counting how many sounds or how many words were correctly produced, and so on. So
right, absolutely right. Thank you. Since the time is really constrained, I think I need to have just read one more. There are actually so many in the list, so I'm sorry to those who are not read for the time being. I hope you can really contact with Dr. Adelina online or somewhere in your social media. The last question here is from Rina, said that, hello, I'm Rina. I want to ask you one question. I'm always trying to improve my pronunciation, but because I can pronounce the letter R and S properly, or ICoLLiTec, it is very difficult to speak properly. Even in Indonesian, it is a little difficult. Can you give me tips to improve pronunciation skill for someone like me, or not someone like you, Dr. Adel? All right, go please. Yeah.
Well, I think I think I have to go back to the tools that I proposed, like for instance, what is the target language of is in English, the target language of the speaker of the?
I assume this one is Indonesian targeting English.
Okay. So for English, actually, there are many resources. Like, let me share. One thing could be to try to, just a moment.
Okay.
Sorry. So what? Oh, sorry.
Don't worry.
So one thing would be to try to use, for instance, this this English accent coach. It is online at this website, because you can play consonants, and for instance, you can choose the sounds that you want to practice. You can choose S and R, and then you will listen to minimal pairs and so on, and you can check if you identified correctly or not. So you are training your perception. So this is the first point: input, training the perception on this small detail. And then you can look for, I'm sure there are several lists online. You can look for specific lists of minimal pairs, minimal pairs like lock and rock, for instance, right? Minimal pairs, and practice those minimal pairs, speaking to the, for instance, the Google Translator, or for speaking to, well, let me, just a moment. I can try to be a bit more specific.
Yeah, take your time. This one is the last question anyway.
Okay. For instance, imagine that this is voice maker. You are seeing it, right? Voice maker. You are seeing it properly, right? So you can choose the language. Where can I, oh, let me, sorry, all this. Here, you can choose the language, English, like English from Canada, for instance. And you can write the words that you want to learn, rock or car, for instance. And of course, car, there's, anyway. You can write here the words, and then you wrote the text, and then you convert to speech. So I think you cannot listen because I didn't, you cannot hear because I didn't share the sound, sorry. But anyway, it is rock car. So you listen to it, and then you can download you can even download the MP3 and listen and repeat to practice a bit. It's a bit a drill, of course. But it is also important to have these drills for controlled outputs. So you should start with input, distinction, training your perception, and then controlled output, like using these tools. And then something like, for instance, using Google Translator and saying what you want to say, like a more spontaneous, you want to describe something, you want to, I don't know, to prepare a presentation. You can talk freely, spontaneously, while using this, and it is supposed, let's see, right? It is supposed to recognize, this tool is supposed to recognize what you are saying.
Okay.
Well, we can see here some problems, so I must improve my pronunciation. But still, if the tool can recognize what you are saying, then it means that you are improving your pronunciation.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Adelina Castello. What a wonderful enlightenment happening in the daily life. That Indonesia is actually non-exception. We almost all of us struggling some pronunciation that there is no in English or otherwise in Bahasa Indonesia as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Adelina. Please remain there. We are inviting our committee to make a picture with you. So I would like to invite the head of the English department and all this stuff. The Dean of the English department is also here, Dr. Adelina. Please. Ibu Laksmi, you say you got a big hello from Ibu Laksmi, Dr. Adelina. Here she is right now. She wanted to say hello to you directly.
Thank you.
Yes, all right. Yeah, you remain smile, please, Dr. Adelina. Dr. Adelina, would you please remain there in the picture? We are still trying to arrange the formation. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. One more time, a very big applause to Dr. Adelina Castello.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm giving back to the MC.
All right, thank you, Ibu Purwanti Taman, and also thank you to Dr. Adelina from Portugal. Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
from Alberta University, Portugal. Well, once again, thank you very much for the fruitful knowledge you have shared with us, Dr. Adelina. And
Thank you.
we hope we do have that we can see each other perhaps in the next conference in offline session, perhaps, probably. Well,
Hopefully.
again, once again, thank you, Dr. Adel, and have a nice day and have a good day in Portugal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of the main agenda. But before we close, there is some closing ceremony and also a chair from our principal. So, I would like to call Ibu Dr. Hilma Safitri SSM Hum as the conference chair to deliver the report. Bu Hilma, time is yours. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, the distinguished Dean of English Literature of Universitas Pamulang and the distinguished Head of English Literature of Universitas Pamulang. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have believed that during this day, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion. In this fourth ICoLLiTec 2022, whose main theme is the coloring literature, linguistics, and language teaching through migration, we have learned a lot from the keynote session delivered by amazing keynote speaker and 4 plenary speakers who have shared their interesting work. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you for delivering such an important material so that all of us can deepen our knowledge about linguistics, literature, and teaching. Furthermore, I would like to thank all the presenters and participants who have joined this conference. I am certain that every presenter have presented their belief of what they may think that should be done in the field of linguistics, literature, and teaching. I sincerely hope that through your presentation and discussion afterward, all of us can contribute to solving the problem related to the field mentioned before. Even though the contribution may be small, but it is still valuable. Also, this is the only day for the conference. The conference process is not over yet. There are still some steps that should be done. First, please edit your metadata covering the author's name, email address, abstract, and keyword. Second, we will send you an email regarding the publication of the submitted paper. Regarding this matter, we will select the paper and send them to Sinta Journal. However, we cannot guarantee that your paper will be published by the journal because the final decision will be decided by the journal themselves. The waiting time will also be various from one journal to another. Therefore, we kindly ask for your patience. Third, please revise your paper according to the reviewer's comment and adjust your paper template according to the requirement of the journal in which your paper is going to be published. Please submit your paper to OJS or Open Journal System. For further information, can be gained through Telegram platform. I finally would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring that the paper proceeds smoothly. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a saying in bahasa Indonesia, ada perjumpaan, maka ada perpisahan. Which means, when there is a meeting, then there will be goodbye. I thank you once again for the participation. I hope that you can enjoy the conference. And I do also hope that we can meet again in the 5th International Seminar in Unpad. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Dr. Hilma Safitri, as the organizing chair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speech by Head of English Department. Please welcome Ibu Triana, SSMA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable and respected Dean of Faculty of Letters, Pak Muhammad Ramdan LC. Dear colleagues, lecturers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of English Department, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Pamulang, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thank you for joining the 4th International Conference on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching with the topic Coloring Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching through Migration. Moreover, I honorably thank to our keynote speakers, Professor David Damos from Harvard University, and also from our plenary speakers, Dr. Min Nguyen from Otago University, Dr. Adelina Castello from Alberta University, and Dr. Chan Zo Song from Auckland University, and at the end is Dr. Muhammad Wildan, MA from Universitas Pamulang. In order to improve knowledge and research on literature, linguistics, and also language teaching, I really believe that this 4th International Conference on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching will be able to fulfill its goal of offering an effective venue for academics, researchers, and also practitioners in coloring the literature, linguistics, and also language teaching through the experience of migration. And therefore, the focus of this conference is the exchange of ideas, and by participating in this exchange, it is hoped that all parties who can benefit from the conference can apply it to their field activities. It is a pleasure to note that the agenda of this conference has a wide range of interesting topics related to our theoretical and practical aspects, not only on literature, linguistics, but also in language teaching. Last but not least, my most profound appreciation goes to the organizing committee. Give applause to them. Our institution, Universitas Pamulang, lecturers, and also my beloved students who have specifically by implication bolstered by victory of this conference. the committee has organized a dynamic logical program and is working difficult to display exceedingly regarded and globally infamous speakers to lead it. I wish you a really beneficial conference with organizing and empowering talk and trade of knowledge. So together we are ready to expect a future of groundbreaking knowledge, research and innovation in our fields of study. May God prepare us all with the great well-being to create this organization, with this occasion, a fruitful and insightful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you for our beloved head of English department, Ibu Triana MA. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the closing statement will be delivered by Dean of Faculty of Letters. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Ramdon Dasuki, LC.MA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. La haula wala quwwata illa billah. Amma ba'du. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. All participants on this international conference, actually I want to speak and deliver with English language, but really I don't sure myself with myself. So let me here I speak within the recent language. Jadi terima kasih sekali semuanya pada hadirin semuanya bahwa International Conference ini telah berjalan dengan lancar. Terima kasih kepada panitia Bu Dr. Hilma, kemudian juga seluruh kru panitia. Tadi sudah sempat saya mendengar tentang pronunciation ya. Begitu sulitnya kita sebagai orang asing, foreigner, termasuk diri saya. Kalau memang tidak dipraktekkan bahasa itu memang sangat sulit sekali ya. Jadi memang ini tantangan buat Anda semuanya bahwa bahasa asing itu semestinya sudah bukan diposisikan sebagai bahasa asing ya, tetapi bahasa kedua. Jadi kita harus akrab dan kenyataannya memang kalau kita tidak memberdayakan diri, Anda sekalipun dari sastra Inggris akan sulit ya. Termasuk kita-kita nih yang sudah senior, yang sudah cukup lama meninggalkan bahasa itu, ya kalau untuk conversation oke lah. Tapi kalau untuk hal-hal yang sifatnya rumit, menyampaikan ide-ide kita, ya ide-ide besar kita, dengan tidak membiasakan diri menggunakan bahasa kedua tersebut, ya akan kesulitan. Saya rasa semuanya merasakan, walaupun sudah berpendidikan S2, S3. Ya emang itu kenyataannya, nanti Anda akan alami sendiri. Ya, menjelang tes selesai S2, S3, TOEFL kena, ya. Ya Wilma ya. Kita lulus, bisa lulus, tapi kalau untuk urusan tadi pronunciation, yang menyampaikan ide-ide besar kita agak terhambat, agak lama gitu ya. Masuk saya merasakan sendiri. Satu sisi harus bisa berbahasa Indonesia dengan baik karena sempat jadi kaprodi sastra Indonesia. Jadi meninggalkan, masuk saat belajar di Timur Tengah sana lama meninggalkan, jadi ya tambah lama tambah terpupus habis. Ya, tapi kita harus membiasakan diri. Oleh karena itu kembali pada tema International Conference ini, ya, ini salah satu momen Anda itu untuk membekali diri. Apa-apa saja yang memang harus Anda ketahui dan apa-apa saja yang harus Anda bekali. Jadi terima kasih sekali pada panitia pelaksana, kemudian Bapak Ibu dosen yang terlibat. Mohon maaf saya tidak bisa mengikuti dari awal karena kondisi. Dan tadi ada tamu yang memang harus kita layani dari Dewan Kesenian Tangsel ya, karena kita harus juga menjalin dengan mereka. Kemudian yang masih berlangsung itu persiapan akreditasi 9 kriteria sastra Indonesia. Jadi masih lembur hampir tiap hari, kami harus mendampingi juga, bahkan juga harus ikut serta untuk mengisi karena ada beberapa item-item yang agak lain ya dengan kriteria sebelumnya. Nah ini juga untuk nanti pembekalan sastra Inggris ya tahun depan. Jadi memang ya kita harus berbagi tugas ya Bapak Ibu. Dan alhamdulillah di sini juga panitia sudah bisa berjalan dengan lancar. Miseka, terima kasih atas koordinasinya. Jadi sekali lagi selamat ya semuanya dan mudah-mudahan kita semuanya mendapatkan kesehatan dan juga mendapat ilmu, semuanya bisa berjalan. Saya rasa itu, terima kasih. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Dekan. Our Dean of Faculty of Letters, Dr. Muhammad Ramdan Dasuki, LCMA. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the agenda. Let's say Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Yes, our dear colleagues, respected participants and all audience, now we come to the end of this conference. And then this conference is officially closed. We hope the conference fascinating topic will be valuable to us, and we hope that this conference will continue support to gain our interest on literature, linguistics, and literature and language teaching. Well, once again, we thank you for your fully attention, appreciation, and also cooperation. We do hope that this event will be beneficial for all of us. For all the keynote speaker and plenary speaker, thank you very much for the fruitful knowledge you have shared with us. And we hope that we can meet next semester, perhaps in national conference. Well, terakhir ada pantun buat Anda semua. Belum. Bunga mawar.
Cakep.
Tangkainya berduri. Thank you.
Cakep.
Bunga melati, putih berseri.
Cakep.
Saya Eka Margianti, selaku MC, pamit undur diri. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Tuhan Yesus memberkati kalian semua. Tuhan Yesus memberkati kalian semua.
Thank you everyone.
Don't forget.
Thank you everyone.
Tuhan Yesus memberkati kalian semua.
Negeri Malang.
Okay, see you next.
Thank you.
Bro, the hell, bro? Really, bro?
Aku ngisi.
Tuhan Yesus memberkati kalian semua.
Apa lagi namanya?
Amin.
Amin.
Ini aja, Mas. Siapa namanya, Mas? Kameramen boleh pinjam tangannya untuk foto kita? Nanti 2 kali kita foto ya. Satu menghadap panitia.
Tangannya potong.
Berbalik supaya dapat semuanya.
Bayar Bu, bayar.
Telekonferensi.
Bu, boleh di depan.
Kameramen tangannya potong, pinjem.
Haha.
Ya, ini dulu.
Bye guys, be quiet.
Mas Amir boleh di close Zoom-nya. YouTube-nya juga boleh di close. Presenter Pak Jamil, Mas Frederick, Mbak Holida, Mbak Amira, and then also
for the photography too.
Hima boleh mungkin duduk di bawah.
Zoom guys.
Oke.
Let's join all of us. Banyak yang berkurang. 36. 32, 318. Kurang-kurang pesertanya.